Chapter 301. After a while, Milton Cheney's consciousness is cast from the world within a white light. When Milton Cheney regains his senses, he finds himself in the reincarnation space of the simulator. The scene before Milton Cheney changes the next moment, giving way to a familiar spectacle. Milton Cheney opens his eyes slowly, perched atop the wizard tower. A couple of artificial voices echo within his mind. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained simulated memory. Host detected to not be affected by reincarnation memories. Simulator. Memory protection function not activated. Activate now. Host identified as demigod. Retain changes to adapt to wizard realm rules. Do not activate memory protection. Retain changes to adapt to the rules of the wizard realm. Milton Cheney mentally commands. In the next moment, Milton Cheney's vision alters, revealing his spiritual sea before his eyes. A black gem materializes within his spiritual sea, surrounded by gems of other colors. Demigod. Beholding the black gem suspended in his spiritual sea, Milton Cheney feels a slight sense of marvel. His ultimate aim in this reincarnation simulation was to become a demigod. However, he feels somewhat odd over becoming a demigod effortlessly. Am I, a freeloader? Milton Cheney quietly chuckles to himself. In the next moment, his consciousness departs the spiritual sea. Milton Cheney remains motionless, never attempting to rise from his spot. A faint luminescence emanates from the black gem within his spiritual sea, and Milton Cheney can distinctly sense its monumental power. Being a demigod seems to be rather more formidable than being a level 4 wizard. This reincarnation simulation seemed bizarre, prompting Milton Cheney to question if he should reincarnate into this world again. Admittedly, his strength has grown considerably since reincarnating into this world, but then so have the risks. In that other world, there were people he recognized. This occurrence was unheard of in his previous reincarnation simulations. Even so, Milton Cheney realizes he would likely reincarnate into this world during his next reincarnation simulation. The reason is simple: he has too many ideas that he needs to verify. He needs to know if he would reincarnate into the past or future of this world in his next reincarnation. If he reincarnates into the past of this world, it would confirm all of Milton Cheney's conjectures. Yet, if he reincarnates into the future of this world, it would mean all of his previous conjectures were wrong. Obviously, the allure of becoming the main god is quite tempting to him. If he can become the main god through reincarnation simulation, he would instantaneously rise to the pinnacle of the wizard realm after the simulation ends. This temptation to elevate his power is irresistible to Milton Cheney. He is certain that aside from his coincidence of reincarnating into the Holy Radiance Kingdom in the reincarnation simulation, the meeting of the goddess of life with the god of holy radiance to see him was definitely not accidental. During his reflections, Milton Cheney has a thought, and a transparent panel emerges before him. Name: Milton Cheney. Spiritual: 41.6, 45.2. Physique: 32.6, 34.2. Spiritual Wizard Realm: Level 4 Wizard. Bloodline Wizard Realm: Level 3 Wizard. Meditation Technique: Guardian Meditation Technique, Perfect. Refining Technique: White Raven Refining Technique, Perfect. Spiritual Magic: Eye of Truth, 4 rings. Time Stagnation, 4 rings. Subspace Annihilation, 4 rings. Meteorite Heavy Strike, 3 rings. Bloodline Magic: White Raven True Form, 3 rings. Soul of the White Raven, 3 rings. Authentic Disguise, 3 rings. White Raven Illusion, 3 rings. Ultimate Insight, 3 rings. Simulation Count: 0. Milton Cheney's gaze falls on the second row of the panel. Spiritual: 41.6, 45.2. The upper limit of the spiritual attribute has been raised from 43.5 to 45.2. Milton Cheney is well aware of what this enhancement implicates. This indicates that there's indeed a gap between a level 4 wizard and a demigod. Even this weakest version of him, who forced his way into becoming a demigod, is stronger than a beginner-level wizard. However, both the demigod and the level 4 wizard likely share the same limits. If he were the strongest demigod, then his spiritual attribute boundaries would, with high probability, be 49.9. Similarly, if he were to approach the boundaries of becoming a level 4 wizard, then his manifested spiritual attributes would likely also be 49.9. After confirming his attributes, Milton Cheney closes the attribute panel. Once the attribute panel is concealed, Milton Cheney remains seated within the wizard tower, lost in thought. What role exactly does Caroline play in this world? And what is my role? A multitude of thoughts invade his mind as his ideas run wild. A main god helped him become a demigod and allowed him to leave this world. Even a fool like Milton Cheney knew that Caroline must have discovered his external world reincarnating identity. She even knew that he could reincarnate into that world more than once, which is why she let him leave this world. She even told him that he will know everything in the future. But why? Milton Cheney understands his character. If there were not significant rewards, he would absolutely never reveal his secrets. He realized that revealing his secret to a stranger in a world much larger than the wizard realm would present an extremely high risk. His actions might even impact his primary identity's future reincarnation simulations. In severe cases, if his secret were completely exposed, he may even choose to never reincarnate into this world in the future. Chapter 302. After a long thought, Milton Cheney couldn't come up with a reason. He understood his current self, but he couldn't be sure about what kind of person his future self would be. However, Cheney was somewhat concerned about this situation, which was beyond his estimations. But a moment later, it seemed that Cheney thought of something, and stopped thinking. Thinking more was meaningless. Since Caroline said that he would know everything in the future, all he could do was wait for that time to come. After all, no matter how many possibilities he could think of now, they might all deviate from the main issue. This might give him a subjective opinion. Cheney got up and his spiritual power was mobilized, wrapping his body. The next moment, his figure disappeared on the spot. Cheney originally wanted to test the difference between a demigod's power of faith and spiritual power, but ultimately gave up. After all, he was currently in the Guardian Sea, and rashly using powers that didn't belong to the wizard realm might cause some trouble. The power of a demigod was best attempted in a place far away from the Guardian Sea. As time passed, several months of reincarnation passed. In the seventh void battlefield of the wizard realm. Fourth ring magic. Subspace annihilation. Boom. An transparent rhombus crystal appeared in mid-air, which quickly expanded, wrapping the entire blood pool in front of Cheney. The next moment, the space collapsed, and the blood pool left here turned into nothingness. Cheney retracted his hand. The spiritual power scattered around him was recuperated by Cheney into his spiritual sea. At the same time, a special kind of airflow that wrapped the spiritual power flowed into Cheney's body. The wizards of the wizard realm naturally couldn't recognize this power. This power, which didn't belong to this world, was naturally the power of faith. This overlapping power of faith and spiritual power was only discovered by Chen after he came to the void battlefield. A pure fourth ring magic was very powerful. Needless to say, the fourth ring magic, piled up with spiritual power and the power of faith, was even more formidable. After several months, Cheney had destroyed many blood pools on the seventh battlefield. It could not be denied that the void battlefield of the wizard realm was indeed unfavorable for the Bloody Sea realm. The inter-realm war had been going on for several years now, and the wizards who are still alive on the battlefield have already adapted to the slaughter. The original advantage of the Bloody Sea realm was slowly turning into a disadvantage. Once the wizards mastered the method of destroying the blood pools, their positions on the void battlefield of the wizard realm were nothing much. But this was all relative. The void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm was also unfriendly to the wizards of the wizard realm. Cheney thought of his mentor who had already gone to the void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm to complete the Guardian Sea's task, and his eyebrows slightly creased. After a moment, Cheney's creased eyebrows relaxed. After his admonition to his mentor, Bane's preparation was very thorough, so there shouldn't be any surprises. The next moment, Cheney didn't think much about it, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. As Cheney's figure disappeared from the spot, an old man appeared where he had disappeared. There was a hint of confusion in the elder's eyes. After standing still and thinking for a while, the elder's figure also disappeared on the spot. Once Cheney returned to his temporary residence in the void battlefield. He was about to summon the attribute panel to see if his spiritual power had grown. An elder appeared in front of him. At the instant the elder appeared, Cheney didn't notice it at all. Cheney's heart was not as peaceful as it appeared on the surface. Because he had seen this old man. Not in reality, or in the reincarnation or true body simulation. But in the text simulation, in the memories preserved in the text simulation, there was the face of the elder before him. The level 5 wizard of the Gospel Master's order. The existence who had killed him several times in the simulation. However, the reason that Cheney was not calm lay not here. The reason why the Elder would take action on him in the text simulation was simply that Cheney had stolen the Destiny Solid Stone from this level 5 wizard. But the problem was that in reality he hadn't had any interaction with this level 5 wizard. Moreover, the Destiny Solid Stone hadn't finished incubation yet. Why did the old man find him at this time? Was it because the simulator had a problem? Or some other reasons? At this moment, many thoughts crossed Milton Cheney's mind. However, he kept these thoughts hidden deep in his heart, inaccessible to others. There was no abnormality in Milton's complexion, he only feigned a touch of perplexity quite perfectly. "Have you seen me before?" The old man stared intently at Milton and asked softly. Milton felt as if his consciousness was becoming slightly clouded, as if he were about to involuntarily voice his inner thoughts. But the next moment, the gems in his spiritual sea, representing the Mind Master and Demigod, lit up with a faint glow. Milton's consciousness cleared, but he continued to act dazed. "I have not met you before," he responded. The old man nodded. "Sorry for the confusion, young man. You seem to follow the path of a white wizard, are you a member of the Guardian Sea?" Hearing the old man's question, Milton nodded. This was not a secret, so there was no hesitation from Milton. From the moment the old man asked his second question without clouding his consciousness, Milton realized some of the old man's uncertain suspicions about him had dissipated. Now it felt more like a casual chat. However, Milton remained cautious, opting to speak as little as possible. "Who is your mentor?" "Vane. You've just become a level 4 wizard, can you tell me where you got your Destiny Solid Stone from?" The old man casually asked this question, as if it was part of an idle chit-chat. A solemn feeling arose within Milton. He realized the crux of the problem was approaching. As can be gleaned from the simulations where the old man relentlessly pursued him, the Destiny Solid Stone seemed to be remarkably important to this level 5 wizard. Theoretically, the Destiny Solid Stone would not have any effect on a level 5 wizard. Unless the old man in front of him had discovered other effects of the Destiny Solid Stone. However, Milton wasn't interested in this. All he wanted was to pass this hurdle as swiftly as possible. After all, if he were to come into conflict with a level 5 wizard at this point, things would not end well. However, with his life-saving puppet as backup, he had nothing to fear. "Wizard Realm." Milton tersely said these 3 words. It was impossible to say nothing. But asking him to make up a story on the spot wasn't going to work either. Guaranteedly, flaws would be noticed in his story if he did so. However, due to Milton's previous frantic search for the Destiny Solid Stone in several simulations, he did know a few places where the Destiny Solid Stone might appear. However, he had searched all these locations in previous simulations, of course, that was hundreds of years later in those simulations. Because of his immediate need for the Destiny Solid Stone back then, many memories about it were still preserved by him. Right now, these memories were his lifeline. "Do you have a specific location?" "Wizard Realm, or Wizard Continent, Southern Mountain Region," Milton responded. "This place is the most likely location for the Destiny Solid Stone to appear." As for where he got this information from, the Dandelion Tavern proved to be an excellent source of intelligence. Hearing Milton's response, the old man furrowed his brows slightly. "You're quite lucky. I've been to the place you mentioned, but I didn't find the Destiny Solid Stone." The old man looked deeply at Milton, then said. After his words drifted off, the old man's silhouette shifted, disappearing before Milton's eyes. He didn't deceive Milton. The place mentioned by Milton was indeed visited by the old man. However, that was 700 years ago. That's why he made the comment about Milton's good luck. Milton rubbed his forehead as he stared at the spot where the old man disappeared. Was it just a coincidence? From the old man's inquiry, Milton inferred a few things. That the sudden appearance of this level 5 wizard seemed to be just a coincidence. Chapter 303. Time passed, and several months slipped away. In that span of time, Milton Cheney, stationed in the void battlefield, didn't make any significant moves. Occasionally, he destroys a few blood pools that were generated by the Bloody Sea Realm in the void battlefield, and accomplishes some missions issued on the battlefield. The rest of his time he spends in his temporary residence within the void battlefield. The old level 5 wizard from the Gospel Master's order didn't seek him once again, so Milton breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that it was indeed just a coincidence. Although he does have a life-saving puppet as a last resort, he still thinks it's best not to provoke the old man. After all, a level 5 wizard has too many tricks, and Milton doesn't want to make an enemy of him. Milton has his reasons for not immediately leaving the void battlefield and returning to the Guardian Sea. After all, he doesn't want any abnormalities to be detected. The new text simulation has been accumulated, and if nothing abnormal occurs during the simulation, he would most likely leave the void battlefield. The goal of his visit here has been achieved. In half a year, Milton has faced level 4 blood descendants more than once on the void battlefield. He now has a clear understanding of his own strength. Now, he doesn't lose ground even when facing any level 4 blood descendant. In fact, some weak level 4 descendants are not even a threat to him. Within his temporary residence in the void battlefield, Milton looks at the transparent panel that had appeared in front of him, focusing on the last row. Text simulation count L. Open text simulation. Open. Milton thought in his heart, without any hesitation. The next moment, the panel changed, and black text began to appear. Milton stared intently at the black words that were appearing in front of him. At the age of 40. You arrived in the Wizard Realm's 7th Void Battlefield, where you freely destroyed blood pools on the battlefield without attracting any strong enemies. At 41, you chose to leave the Void Battlefield and return to the Guardian Sea. After returning to the Guardian Sea, you began to silently practice the meditation technique. At 72, your cultivation of the meditation technique was slow. You went to Sir Thompson to exchange some cultivation resources. The cultivation resources for a level 4 wizard are too precious, and your magic stones are far from enough. At 73, leaving the Guardian Sea, you went to Wizard Realm to collect some magic stones. At 98, you returned to the Guardian Sea and, after exchanging cultivation resources, you undertook your first mission as a level 4 wizard. At 99, leaving Guardian Sea, you went to the Stellar Realm. At 252, your cultivation resources have been exhausted. In your spare time from missions, you are cultivating the meditation technique. At 253, you focus on completing your mission, and the cultivation OT the meditation technique is temporarily suspended. At 415, you complete the Guardian Sea's task, return to the Guardian Sea, and continue practicing the meditation technique. At 416, your mentor successfully completes a mission and returns, informing you that the war between the Wizard Realm and the Bloody Sea Realm is in its final stages. At 474, you take on a new mission and head to the Bloody Sea Realm. At 475, without rushing into action, you are waiting for a good opportunity. At 723, you completed the mission in the Bloody Sea Realm and returned to the Guardian Sea once again. At 724, your mentor is not in the Guardian Sea. You meet your ancestor master, then continue practicing the meditation technique. At 785, you take on a new mission and head to a small plane subordinate to the Wizard Realm. At 786, the inter-realm war ends, the Bloody Sea Realm is devoured, and you hear the news while you are still in the small plane. At 1030, this mission is easy for you, but you didn't finish it immediately and intentionally drag it out. At 1120, at the last moment of the mission deadline, you complete the mission, return to the Guardian Sea, and find that the Guardian Sea has completely changed. At 1325, a civil war breaks out in the Wizard Realm. The Guardian Sea takes control of the Wizard Realm and begins to actively initiate inter-realm wars against other worlds. At 1329, this time you cannot escape from the inter-realm battlefield. You are forced to be part of the first group to be sent to the Green Ocean Realm. At 1413, a strong transcender attacks you. You cannot resist, and your life-saving puppet saves you. At 1445, you are assassinated again. This time, you were unable to avoid it. The assassin who assassinated you was a realm above you. You were killed. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 memories. Retain realm. Watching the black letters gradually fade in front of him, Milton thought in his heart. The next moment, the spiritual power from practicing meditation for thousands of years poured into Milton's spiritual sea. The spiritual sea merely rippled slightly before calming again. Retain memories of the ages 1329, 1330 and 1413. After Milton chose the memories to retain, 3 segments of unfamiliar memories appeared in his mind. A moment later, the 3 sections of unfamiliar memories were fully assimilated, and Milton slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the increase in spiritual power and the additional memories in his mind, Milton's thoughts were tangled. Too many things have happened in the wizard realm over the past 1,000 years, a new war started as soon as one inter-realm war ended. Chapter 304. Even upon becoming a level 8 wizard, Mansayer was still not satisfied. Did he initiate an inter-realm war because he wanted to continue devouring new worlds? Milton Cheney wondered. But that didn't quite add up. If Mansayer really wanted to continue devouring worlds, then with his realm as a level 8 wizard, he could simply take action by force, without needing Milton Cheney and other level 4 wizards to pave the way for him. Even though they have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, in each simulation, they can only live for thousands of years. This does not maximize the usefulness of the simulator at all. Milton Cheney also felt a little frustrated. Living for 1,000 years in one simulation and tens of thousands of years in another one makes a huge difference. If Milton Cheney could live for tens of thousands of years in each simulation, the further advancement of time would be greatly shortened. The difference might be several tens of times greater. But at the moment, he can only go with the flow. Milton Cheney had considered leaving the Guardian Sea in the simulation. But where could he go after he left? Join another realm-level wizards organization? Not to mention whether he could join. Even if he did, when Mansayer becomes a level 8 wizard 100 years later, those organizations will either submit or be destroyed. Moreover, after leaving the Guardian Sea in the simulation, the speed of Milton Cheney's cultivation of the meditation technique would slow down. The final result might not be as good as staying in the Guardian Sea and living through a simulation that lasts for thousands of years. I can only wait until the true body simulation to find a way. Milton Cheney murmured to himself, then stopped thinking about it. The next moment, Milton Cheney hid the transparent panel in front of him. Since there were no risks involved in leaving the void battlefield, Milton Chung naturally wouldn't stay there any longer. Staying here, he couldn't even feel the slightest improvement in his practice of the meditation technique. Now that his power was clearly defined, he naturally did not have a reason to stay here anymore. Milton Cheney mobilized the spiritual power within his spiritual sea to envelop his body. In the next instant, Milton Cheney's body disappeared from within his temporary residence. Above the pure white sea region of the Guardian Sea, Milton Cheney floated in mid-air. Looking down at the vast expanse of pure white sea region beneath his feet, Milton Cheney sighed a little. Level 6 wizard, he had no idea when he will be able to reach this realm. But it was just a fleeting sigh. The longing for greater power was inevitable for everyone, and for Milton Cheney, it was no exception. With a slight movement, Milton Cheney disappeared above the pure white sea region and returned to his wizard tower. At the top of his wizard tower, Milton Cheney sat cross-legged over the array center. He started to operate his meditation routes to practice the meditation technique. Here, while cultivating, Milton Cheney can clearly feel the activity of his spiritual power. This was completely different from cultivating the meditation technique in the void battlefield. Cultivating the meditation technique in the void battlefield might also provide some improvements, but Milton Cheney could not feel any of those. The improvement was too weak. After becoming a level 4 wizard, time has become just a number for Milton Cheney. Sometimes, one session of practicing the meditation technique can take several months. At times, one session of practicing the meditation technique would cause half a year to pass. This would have been impossible before. Time passed, and half a year flew by in an instant. Milton Cheney, who was sitting cross-legged in the array center of the wizard tower, opened his eyes and a transparent light screen appeared in front of him. Do you wish to start text simulation? Yes. Milton Cheney thought to himself. A string of black characters started to float up. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 pieces of memory. Retain realm. Without any hesitation, Milton Cheney chose retain realm, as he watched the black text on the panel gradually dissipate. Mental power, cultivated through 1,000 years of meditation, once again flowed into his spiritual sea instantaneously. Retain the memory of 925, 926, and 927. Milton Cheney digested 3 years of unfamiliar memories. As the memories fused seamlessly together, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. Instead of getting up and leaving the wizard tower, he simply sat still and began to operate his meditation route again. Milton Cheney hid the transparent light curtain, and the wizard tower fell into silence once again. Time passed, and another half year went by. Text simulation count L. Do you wish to start the text simulation? Turn it on. With just a thought, Milton Cheney started the new text simulation. The simulation has ended. Please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can select to retain 3 pieces of memory. Retain realm. The transparent light screen disappeared, and Milton Cheney once again chose to retain the realm. Following this retained realm, Milton Cheney could clearly feel a subtle change in the spiritual sea. I can now construct the fourth ring magic within my spiritual sea. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. However, improvement becomes slower as one progresses. Milton Cheney was still quite satisfied with the speed of practicing the meditation technique. The only thing he was not satisfied with was that he still had too short a life in the text simulation. Indeed, thousands of years was a long time. But for a level 4 wizard, thousands of years is just not enough. Retain the memories from when I was 755, 846, and 1377 years old. Without much further thought, Milton Cheney chose to retain 3 years' worth of memories. After a moment, 3 unfamiliar memories were integrated seamlessly by Milton Cheney, and he slowly opened his eyes. A year and a half had passed since the last reincarnation simulation ended. A year and a half was not a long time for Milton Cheney. During this time, he went through 3 text simulations, which resulted in significant improvements. Maybe it's time for a trip back to the subcontinent. Milton Cheney thought to himself. It has been years since he last left, and he has not returned since. As his starting point in this world, the Golden Lion family held a significant place in his heart. Now, for Milton Cheney, the journey from the Guardian Sea to the subcontinent of the Wizard Realm is not long. If he wanted, he could go to the Kassan subcontinent every day. Of course, Milton Cheney wouldn't do that because it was unnecessary. There was another reason for going to the subcontinent. Half a year later, he was going to accumulate 3 simulations at once. The text simulation, the reincarnation simulation, and the true body simulation. He decided to carry out these 3 simulations on the subcontinent. As for why he didn't choose to complete these 3 simulations in the Guardian Sea, the reason is simple. The text simulation was fine. But for the reincarnation simulation and the true body simulation, Milton Cheney was not sure if it would cause any trouble when the simulation ended. If it does stir a great commotion and attracts Mansour's attention, it would be a problem. So Milton Cheney decided to carry out these simulations at a place far away from the Guardian Sea. Upon consideration, he did not hesitate. The Book of Truth floated in front of him, as he poured his spiritual power into the Book of Truth. In just a moment, he was teleported from the top of the Wizard Tower to the Wizard Realm. After briefly assessing the surroundings, his spiritual power once again enveloped his body. After a moment, Milton Cheney vanished into thin air. Kassan subcontinent. He stepped into the border of the continent. He surveyed his surroundings, but his expression remained unchanged. If there was any different feeling this place gave him, there was none. The only exception was the Golden Lion family, which held a different feeling for him on the Kassan subcontinent. After all, he had only lived on the Kassan subcontinent for a few years before being inexplicably sent to the Wizard continent. In the next moment, a spatial door appeared in front of Milton Cheney. He stepped into it. When he appeared again, he was already in a bustling palace. Milton Cheney looked at the middle-aged man's back in front of him, a trace of surprise appearing in his eyes. "Father!" Bang! "You suddenly appeared, and you scared me." It seemed that Arthur was contemplating something when he was startled by Milton Cheney's words. He bumped his arm into the pillar next to him. "When did you become a wizard apprentice?" Milton Cheney curiously asked. If his memory served him right, his father Arthur did not seem to show much interest in becoming a wizard. Chapter 305. Arthur glanced at Milton Cheney, pondering for a moment before speaking. "I believe that the epic night is not the end of the path of the night, there may be more beyond the epic night, I just haven't discovered it yet. So I want to see what it would be like to cultivate the night's breathing technique after becoming a wizard apprentice." There was a hint of fatigue in Arthur's voice. It seemed that he had been pondering this issue for a long time. Is there more beyond the epic night? Hearing this, Milton was a bit stunned. It had to be said, his father Arthur's idea was definitely good. Unfortunately, he wasn't the only one who had thought of this. However, up to this point in the development of the wizard realm, the epic night remained the highest realm of the night. Perhaps partly because the wizards did not place much importance on this path of cultivation. but more so because the limit of the path of the knight is just that. Milton could not become an epic knight, but his physique definitely exceeded that of an epic knight. After surpassing the epic knight in terms of physique, he also tried to practice the breathing technique again to see what heights he could reach. But the result was still no progress in his breathing technique practice. Physical constitution isn't the only factor affecting knight cultivation. So, what was the result? Milton asked. He chose not to bring Arthur down, as it is good that his father had something to do. Hearing Milton's words, Arthur nodded then shook his head. It's not exactly a result, but there are some discoveries. Milton was curious, what discoveries? I realized that after I became an epic knight, I was still able to practice the breathing technique. Although the improvement in power is slow, it is still progressing. But logically, after becoming an epic knight, I already reached the human body's limit and should not be able to advance further. However, my practice of the breathing technique continues to steadily improve. Arthur slightly furrowed his brow, pondering before speaking. After he became an epic knight, he did not feel this so-called body limit. Just as Milton said when he became a grand knight, there are limits to the human body. But this limit seems non-existent in his case. Oh? Hearing this, Milton's eyes lit up. The next moment, Milton's spiritual power surged out from his spiritual sea, forming an eye in front of him. Fourth ring magic eye of truth. The eye of truth scanned Arthur's body. A moment later, Milton retracted his spiritual power. He did not find any clues. Under the scrutiny of the eye of truth, Arthur's body structure appeared to be completely normal. There's nothing special about your physique, it is indeed strange. As he was also not very far along the path of the knight, he couldn't offer Arthur other suggestions. Don't overthink it, you can continue to practice the breathing technique until you reach your limit. Milton said. If Arthur could continue to practice the breathing technique after becoming an epic knight, then he should just keep going. It wasn't a bad thing either way. If Arthur's body was truly unique, maybe he could create a new knight realm. But Milton knew the likelihood of this occurring was undoubtedly slim. Arthur nodded, that was the only option. If his wizarding son didn't know what the situation was, then there was no chance he could figure it out himself. By the way, why did you suddenly come back? Arthur changed the topic, casually asking. I did not have any assignments recently, so I came home for a while. Now that you're back, your elder brother will definitely be happy. Should we hold a banquet? Arthur asked Milton's opinion. No need, let's skip the banquet. This time, I'm staying at least half a year with the family. Milton replied. Arthur nodded. He knew that his younger son didn't like the atmosphere of banquets very much. So he didn't dwell on this topic. After talking for a while, Milton bid farewell to Arthur and returned to his quarters. There's a room for him within the Golden Lion Palace. The room was spacious, and it was cleaned by maids every few days when he wasn't there. So, Milton could move in immediately upon his return. Upon entering the room, everything was exactly as he left it, nothing had changed. As soon as he stepped inside, Milton felt a sense of familiarity. Sitting down on the bed, Milton casually picked up the thick book beside his bed. After flipping through 2 pages, he closed the book and placed it beside the bed, slowly closing his eyes. At the Guardian Sea, his days were filled with nothing but meditation and cultivation. Since he's back on the subcontinent, he can relax for a bit. Next simulation, perhaps I can try completely leaving the Guardian Sea. As he lay on his bed, resting with his eyes closed, an idea germinated in Milton's mind. In half a year, he would accumulate 3 simulation counts. Milton's idea was to try to leave the Guardian Sea during the text simulation. Although he tried leaving the Guardian Sea during a previous simulation, the end result wasn't too great. But at that time, he was only a level 3 wizard, and he is now a level 4 wizard. Moreover, even if he loses his wizard realm, he still has the Chi cultivation 4th stage and demigod as safety nets. Perhaps by leaving the Guardian Sea, he might be able to survive longer. Chapter 306. Of course, this premise is based on the assumption that impairing a wizard's realm wouldn't affect his lifespan. He was unsure of the outcome, but if he didn't try, he would never know. But if I disengage myself from the Guardian Sea, even if I live longer, without advancing my retained realm, wouldn't it be meaningless? Is there a way for me to quit the Guardian Sea without being stripped of the wizard realm? Milton Cheney pondered, with thoughts interweaving continuously. However, after pondering for quite some time, Milton still didn't have a clear answer. He decided to stop thinking for now. There was still half a year before the next simulation. He doesn't want to put too much pressure on himself during this time. He was too greedy. It's just been a few years since he had become a level 4 wizard, and he was already thinking about advancing further. In other people's point of view, the main concern would maybe be how to construct a magic technique quickly in the spiritual sea. But since Milton had a simulator and knew what would happen in the future, he felt a sense of urgency. Had he not had the simulator or been clueless about the future, he might not have been feeling so pressured. Time flew, and half a year seemed to pass in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it had already been half a year since Milton returned to the subcontinent. During this time, apart from taking a short trip around the subcontinent, Milton mostly stayed within his family's residence. Even though he had already become a level 4 wizard, he still shared some traits of his previous life, mainly that he was a homebody. Sometimes when he finds a spot, he doesn't want to move. Golden Lion Palace, inside a luxurious room. Milton, lying on the bed, sat up slightly and put the book he was holding down. The next moment, an invisible light screen that others couldn't see appeared in front of him. Milton's attention was focused on the bottom few rows of the invisible light screen. Text simulation count 1. Reincarnation simulation count 1. True body simulation count 1. Over half a year, he had accumulated 3 simulation counts, one of each different type. Milton focused on the text simulation first. A sequence of black characters appeared before Milton. Do you want to turn on text simulation? Yes. Milton didn't hesitate to voice out his response. A series of black characters began to emerge, and Milton stared intently at the panel. 40 years old, after returning to the Kassan subcontinent and exploring it anew, you feel wistful. 42 years old, you left the Kassan subcontinent, returned to the Guardian Sea, and started building a new magic technique in the spiritual sea. 85 years old, you stay in the wizard tower day after day, attempting to construct a new magic technique without slacking off. 86 years old, under your non-stop attempts and without focusing on your cultivation and meditation technique, a new magic technique is successfully built in your spiritual sea. 98 years old, you left the Guardian Sea, and this time, you did not take up any mission from the Guardian Sea. 99 years old, you did not take up any mission from the Guardian Sea when the mission deadline came, but went on your own to the Soul Realm. 132 years old, your ancestor master messaged you through the Book of Truth, and you told him about your decision to leave the Guardian Sea. 133 years old, the Book of Truth disappeared from your spiritual sea, but you found out that your wizard realm wasn't removed. 255 years old, your ancestor master came personally to the Soul Realm to bring you back to the Guardian Sea, but you refused him. 256 years old, your white wizard realm got discarded, and you were forbidden from practicing the Guardian meditation technique. What needs to come will come after all. Looking at these strings of black characters, Milton looked complex and muttered to himself. The Guardian Sea would not interfere when their members wanted to leave, but they would remove the wizard realm being cultivated in the Guardian Sea. It's ruthless, yet reasonable. Still, Milton insisted on attempting in his simulation. He has to ensure that he finds a perfect path and prepares for the future as early as possible. Without thinking any further, Milton continued reading. 424 years old, rather than leaving the Soul Realm, you decided to join the Soul Academy. 425 years old, although you've lost your wizard realm, you've not lost the ability of chi cultivation and demigod. At the age of 633, you chose not to become a spiritualist, for you found that you had no talent for that path. At the age of 634, you picked up the meditation technique again and chose to recultivate the traditional wizard path. At the age of 785, the inter-realm war between the wizard realm and the bloody sea realm had reached a critical point. At the age of 786, since the world you inhabit is the soul realm, you are not involved. At the age of 1037, you hear news that the bloody sea realm has been destroyed. At the age of 1038, civil war has broken out in the wizard realm. You are considering whether or not to go to a world further away from both the wizard realm and the soul realm. At the age of 1325, the civil war in the wizard realm has ended and the Guardian Sea took control. The wizard realm is now initiating inter-realm wars with other worlds. At the age of 1326, however, this inter-realm battlefield didn't involve the soul realm. At the age of 1553, your life nears its limit, aging has once again appeared in your body. At the age of 1625, your life has come to an end. You are dead. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 pieces of memory. Upon seeing the final dark words, Milton Cheney massaged his brow. As expected, his lifespan was indeed affected. Even though he possessed the powers of the Qi cultivation 4th stage and demigod, his lifespan was affected due to the removal of the level 4 wizard status. Milton Cheney had thought of this before, but he didn't notice it when he had tried as a level 3 wizard previously, so the problem still arose during this simulation. This path leads nowhere. If I hastily leave the Guardian Sea, not only will my wizard's realm be abolished, but my lifespan will be affected. Unless I can retain the wizard's realm while leaving the Guardian Sea. Cheney murmurs to himself. Leaving the Guardian Sea and retaining the wizard's realm at the same time definitely sounds like a good idea. But achieving that is incredibly challenging. This simulation, although he lived for more than 1,500 years, was essentially pointless. It was even less meaningful than staying in the Guardian Sea during the previous simulation. This attempt can be said to have been a complete failure. Although, it was fortunate that he was prepared, so there were no other significant issues. Retain the technique. Without putting any further thought into it, Cheney spoke his decision. His original plan for this simulation was to retain a technique. Acquiring a new 4th ring magic while giving it an attempt felt quite good. The next moment, a faint ripple appeared in the tranquil spiritual sea. A completely unfamiliar magic construct emerged within Milton Cheney's spiritual sea. Retain the memories of the 256th year, the 1553rd year, and the 1625th year. At the thought of Milton's soul, 3 unfamiliar memories surfaced in his mind. These 3 memories were from when his wizard's realm was abolished, when he started to age, and when his lifespan reached its limit. As time passed, Cheney integrated and understood the 3 pieces of memory. Phew! Exhaling a heavy breath, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. Having experienced either the abolition of the wizard's realm or the lifespan reaching its limit, it must be said that those memories were not easy to endure. After this attempt, he would probably not try leaving the Guardian Sea for several years to come. The benefits are too small. Cheney did not hide the attribute panel, instead, his attention was once again on the simulation count. Reincarnation simulation count 1. True body simulation count 1. Which simulation should he go through first? Chapter 307. Milton Cheney made up his mind as he stared at the attribute panel before him. Reincarnation simulation count 1. Initiate reincarnation simulation. Yes. Milton had no hesitation, responding in his heart. In the end, he decided first to undertake the reincarnation simulation. After all, if the reincarnation simulation could make him stronger, it would also be beneficial for the subsequent true body simulation. After weighing the pros and cons, Milton decided first to reincarnate and then simulate his true body. The next moment, Milton's consciousness found itself within the reincarnation space. In the reincarnation space, Milton looked at the different colored light clusters beneath him, eventually focusing his attention on the black light cluster where his previous reincarnation took place. This reincarnation simulation, Milton had prepared for it early on. He was eager to understand the secrets of this world and naturally would not give up on the opportunity reincarnation presented. Milton concentrated and the consciousness in the reincarnation space started gradually merging with the black light cluster. Moments later, Milton's consciousness was engulfed in darkness. At the same time, a light cluster that no one could see was flying at an extremely high speed towards a world incredibly far from the wizard realm. Time always slips away when you least notice it. Milton's consciousness gradually regained clarity. What is happening? Milton was somewhat perplexed after regaining clarity. He had regained the mystery of his past, but had no memories of this life, a situation he was encountering for the first time. Not only that, but he was also surrounded by complete darkness, with no light in sight. Milton explored his memories, finding that they were blank, completely empty. This was entirely different from his previous reincarnation into this world. It seems I'm surrounded by darkness. Milton murmured to himself. He began trying to move his body. But the next moment, he astonishingly realized that he did not have a body. He could not see, hear, and only his thoughts were functioning normally. Could it be? Did I reincarnate to become one of the hatchlings? At this moment, Milton suddenly remembered something. Even though he was not a hatchling during his last reincarnation, he was far from unfamiliar with them. His current state perfectly matched the hatching stage of a hatchling. During the hatching stage, hatchlings do not manifest any consciousness, but due to Milton's uniqueness, he had developed consciousness early on. He could think clearly, but he wasn't able to move like a normal person. This was without a doubt tormenting, but his mind, tempered through countless simulations, was extraordinarily resilient. This situation, therefore, did not trigger any specific emotions in him. The hatching stage for hatchlings can be long or short, with some hatchlings undergoing this stage for tens of thousands of years. Regaining consciousness early might not necessarily be a good thing for Milton. After all, he couldn't do a thing right now. So right now, I should be in the incubation sea in the divine realm. Milton pondered to himself. Being in complete darkness, Milton couldn't sense the passage of time at all. At this moment, Milton remembered the first time he was reincarnated in this world. During his first reincarnation, the simulation had ended even before he had a chance to break through the mystery of the womb. Looking back, that simulation might have resulted in him reincarnating as a hatchling. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a complete lack of memories. Doesn't this mean that the hatching stage for hatchlings has its dangers? Upon thinking this, Milton didn't ponder any further. Even if there was danger, he was helpless. Apart from having consciousness earlier than usual, he was no different from the other hatchlings right now. He couldn't control his body or even perceive his own form. At the moment, he seemed more like a consciousness. Time flowed, maybe for a year, or perhaps hundreds or even thousands of years. Time always slips away when you're not paying attention. Milton's concerns might have been unfounded. Although he couldn't perceive the specific passage of time, he could vaguely sense its flow. He could be certain, it had been at least 40 years. But during this time, he didn't encounter any danger. His current state was no different from what he was like just after breaking the enigma of the womb, still incapable of perceiving his body, still engulfed in complete darkness. When will the hatching stage end? There isn't even a specific reference. Milton pondered in his idleness. Considering this type of situation, among the entire hatchling population, he might be the only one in existence. Other hatchlings would never develop memories during the hatching stage after all. No one cares about how long the hatching stage lasts. Just like a normal child wouldn't care about how long they stayed in their mother's womb. They wouldn't be able to form memories in their mother's womb after all, regardless of how long they stayed. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years passed. In the darkness, Milton suddenly experienced an unexplainable emotion. He tried opening his eyes in the darkness, but ultimately failed. However, when he attempted to move his body, he felt something special. It was as if he was swimming in a vast ocean, and he could vaguely perceive that he had a physical existence. This realization took Milton by surprise. He started swimming in the ocean with his body. After a while, it seemed like his body had collided with something. The next moment, Milton felt something flowing into his body. Chapter 308. Milton Cheney had a feeling that he had become even more powerful. Is this? Have I devoured the other hatchlings? Milton Cheney mumbled to himself. This thought appeared inexplicably in his mind. He didn't even know if he had devoured the other hatchlings. After arriving at this seemingly correct yet uncertain conclusion, Milton Cheney did not rashly mobilize his body anymore. Since hatchlings can devour each other, if he moves recklessly and bumps into a stronger hatchling, he could be devoured in return. This was absolutely unacceptable to Milton Cheney. Having endured the darkness for hundreds of years, if the simulation ended before he could hatch, it would be a big loss. Milton Cheney somewhat understood why his first reincarnation in this world ended with the simulation before he could break free from the hatching stage. Perhaps it was because he was devoured by other hatchlings during the hatching stage. Time flew by, and this time, a full few thousand years passed. In the darkness, Milton Cheney's body was swimming in the incubation sea. His body occasionally pauses, which suggests that another hatchling in the hatching stage has been devoured by him. This was not actually Milton Cheney's intention. But he found that as time went on, his body became increasingly uncontrollable. Even if Milton Cheney did not actively mobilize his body, it would still naturally swim in the incubation sea. Suddenly, Milton Cheney felt as if his body had undergone a slight change. This was the first time he felt the flow of air since he reincarnated into this world. He could hear it, the noise of the world flooding his ears in an instant. He could also see now. Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes, and all of the world reflected in his pupils. Milton Cheney subconsciously surveyed his surroundings. The surrounding environment reflected in his eyes. Is this place the divine realm? Milton Cheney pondered in his heart. The hatchlings can only be born in the divine realm once they have fully hatched. The next moment, countless new memories flooded Milton Cheney's mind. These memories burst into Milton Cheney's original sea of memory. Fortunately, he had accumulated ample memories through countless simulations, so these suddenly appearing memories were digested by him after a short while. These memories included ones about entering and exiting the divine realm. There were also memories about nurturing believers. Even more of these memories were about the primordial God rank. I have no believers, but I have a primordial God rank. Primordial God rank? I never heard of it during my last reincarnation. Milton Cheney was a bit confused. Although this world was only his third reincarnation, it was definitely not unfamiliar to him. Cheney had some understanding of the primordial God rank. The primordial God rank is a symbol of faith from the believers in the true God's divine title. The primordial God rank is typically self-named by the hatchling, and upon being accepted by the divine realm's rules, it becomes the hatchling's primordial God rank. But Milton Cheney's situation seemed a bit unusual. Milton Cheney made a move with his hand, and a blue water bubble appeared in his hand. The next moment, this bubble of water disappeared from his palm. I didn't give my primordial God rank a name, so why does my memory say I am the god of the ocean? Primordial God rank? A rank obtained as soon as one is born. Milton Cheney's thoughts intertwined in his heart. What's the difference between the primordial God and an ordinary hatchling? Milton Cheney realized, even though this was his third reincarnation in this world, there was still much he didn't know about it. At least some secret situations, he still didn't know. Just like the primordial God rank he now owns. Before coming to this world, Cheney's plan was to hang on if he didn't become a hatchling. If he became a hatchling, he would continue down the path of the god of wizardry. However, plans often can't keep up with changes. This so-called primordial God rank had disrupted his original plan. He didn't dwell on it, for he now had a primordial God rank, but without believers, he was still just an ordinary hatchling. Not a demigod, let alone a true god. Following his memory, Cheney mobilized the power of hatchling at his heart. A dark light appeared in front of him, then turned into a transparent portal. Without any hesitation, Cheney stepped into the portal. What he has to do now is to leave the divine realm, gather believers, gather power of faith. The current divine realm was still too dangerous for him. Although this world held many secrets for him, these secrets did not necessitate him understanding them all at once. After all, it's impossible to eat a fat man in one gulp, things have to be taken slowly. As for whether this world is the future or past of his last reincarnation, and who Caroline is. As long as the simulation proceeds smoothly this time, he will eventually know. Milton Cheney's face was somewhat grim, but he soon regained his composure. The reason for his momentary grimace was simple. Because after he stepped into the portal, he did not appear where he was supposed to. He ended up in a palace. The moment he saw the palace, he knew something was amiss. Because he had seen this palace before. The last time he reincarnated in this world, his simulation ended in this palace. Although he became a demigod when the simulation ended last time, Cheney disliked anything that exceeded his planning. This reincarnation has undeniably gone beyond his plans again. Caroline. Milton Cheney said with a calm expression. Chapter 309. This time, the Caroline standing in front of him didn't hide her face. A faint smile crossed her stunning features when she heard what Milton Cheney said. That you can call my name proves that this isn't your first time returning to this world. Caroline spoke softly. Her refined eyes met Milton's gaze, as if trying to discern something from his. What is it this time? Don't tell me it's to send me out of this world again. Milton rubbed his temple and said. Upon seeing Caroline, he already knew that this simulation might not go as he had imagined once more. You have come too soon. The divine realm consciousness has its eye on you, returning to this world so soon could easily lead to uncontrollable situations. If it gets severe, it might even affect your real body. Caroline spoke softly. Hearing her words, Milton did not respond immediately. From her words, he was able to infer certain things. Did Caroline mean that the divine realm consciousness of this world was aware of his presence? Was she trying to protect him from the influence of the divine realm consciousness? That would be Milton's interpretation. A main god could instantly find him the moment he reincarnated in this world, not to mention the divine realm consciousness. But the simulator had supposedly shielded him from the world rules of this world, so how could the divine realm consciousness still find him? If it wasn't the simulator's doing, then it must be the fault of his future self. Milton felt somewhat helpless. The feeling of being blamed for everything even when he hadn't actually done anything wasn't pleasant. Moreover, his understanding of everything was still very fragmented, which made it even more unbearable. This was the first time he felt uneasy about the reincarnation simulation feature since he obtained the simulator. He could only hope this situation was an exception, that it only exists in this world. Otherwise, if he had to face the so-called schemes of his future self every time he used the reincarnation simulation, it would be unbearable. You need to leave this world. Of course, if your real body is strong enough to defy the divine realm consciousness of this world, then you can stay here. Caroline spoke again as Milton pondered. In the end, Milton reluctantly nodded. He definitely won't reincarnate in this crappy world anytime in the near future. It pained him to think that the reincarnation simulation that he could only use once every 2 years was wasted just like that. Even though he had gained some secrets, the reward was not proportional to the efforts he made. He had even endured thousands of years of darkness in the incubation sea for this. He felt like he had made a substantial loss, a huge loss. I know you feel aggrieved. You have inherited the rank of the primordial god. If you become a true god in this world, you would be completely trapped here. I don't know how you managed to reincarnate into this world, but doing so is quite risky, isn't it? If you really want to try, I can protect you and help you become a true god. It seemed as if Caroline had noticed Milton's discontentment, and she handed the decision over to him. Hearing this, Milton was taken aback. Given what he knew, he definitely couldn't stay in this world. Caroline was right. Even if he trusted the simulator, he wouldn't take a risk at this time. Chapter 310. When Milton Cheney awoke, he found himself in the reincarnation space of the simulator. The next instant, his consciousness was expelled from the reincarnation space, and familiar surroundings appeared before his eyes. In the room of the Golden Lion Palace, Milton slowly opened his eyes. A few mechanical voices echoed in his mind. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained simulated reincarnation memories. Host is detected to be unaffected by the memory of reincarnation. Simulator memory protection function has not been activated. Would you like to activate it now? No need to activate memory protection. Listening to the voice in his mind, Milton felt a touch of helplessness. For this reincarnation simulation, he had thought he'd be able to excel. However, he didn't anticipate it would end so quickly. In that world, Milton won't be choosing reincarnation simulation for the next few years. After all, if the reincarnation simulation still chooses that world, the final result is likely to be a wasted simulation count. Milton cares a lot about the number of reincarnation simulations. Collecting his thoughts, Milton called up the attribute panel again. A transparent light screen once again appeared before his eyes, and Milton focused on the last row of the light screen. During this period, out of the accumulated 3 simulations, the last one remained. The text simulation and the reincarnation simulation had already been used. The only remaining opportunity was a true body simulation. Milton looked at the panel. True body simulation count, 1. Would you like to start a true body simulation? Yes. Milton declared in his mind, without any hesitation. The next moment, the moment Milton chose to start the simulation, the transparent light screen disappeared from his sight. True body simulation, initiated. Milton's expression remained unchanged. His surroundings, everything remained the same. But having experienced several true body simulations, Milton knew that no matter how real the world he was in, it was all within the simulation. Milton's figure moved, leaving the Golden Lion Palace. The next moment he appeared, he was already beside Arthur. Fortunately, Arthur had gotten used to Milton's sudden appearances and wasn't startled. After saying goodbye to Arthur, Milton departed from the Kassan subcontinent. This true body simulation, Milton actually had a plan. He wanted to take the path he thought he'd take in the future and see the eventual outcome. If any problems arose, the real him could better evade these issues. Back in the Guardian Sea, Milton didn't linger in the pure White Sea region, but went directly back into the Wizard Tower. This true body simulation, the vast majority of time is bound to be somewhat tedious. After all, even in the simulation, Milton wouldn't neglect practicing the meditation technique. Compared to the automated-like practice in the text simulation, the practice of meditation technique during the true body simulation was more real. Because in the true body simulation, other than death being able to end the simulation, there weren't any differences from reality. Wizard Tower, top floor. Milton sat at the array center, closed his eyes, and started running the meditation routes. Spiritual power began to surge from Milton's spiritual sea and hovered around him. As his meditation routes operated, he slowly gathered this spiritual power back into his spiritual sea. Time passed and in the blink of an eye, 5 years vanished. In the Wizard Tower, Milton slowly opened his eyes. The spiritual power that was enveloping him flowed back into his spiritual sea as he stopped operating the meditation technique. During these 5 years, Milton only left the Wizard Tower once to replenish the resources consumed by the practice of meditation technique. The rest of the time was spent practicing the meditation technique in the Wizard Tower. Milton, who'd originally believed a long period of practicing the meditation technique would be boring, didn't feel that way at the moment. Because during his reincarnation simulation in the incubation sea, he experienced thousands of years of darkness. So, the long practice of the meditation technique was just child's play to him. Even if he had to practice the meditation technique for thousands of years in a row, Milton could easily get through it. During these 5 years, he couldn't say there was a significant advancement. After all, compared to a level 5 wizard, his practice of meditation during this time was just a drop in the bucket. But saying there was no improvement at all would naturally be impossible. The progress during this period was quite significant for Milton. At least the change in spiritual power could be clearly and directly felt. If he were to practice somewhere else, even after 5 full years of practicing the meditation technique, he might not feel any change in his spiritual sea. After ending this practice of meditation, Milton stood up. Spiritual power emerged from his spiritual sea, forming a spatial portal in front of him. Milton stepped through the doorway, departed from the Wizard Tower, and left the Guardian Sea. In the true body simulation, although Milton would not neglect practicing meditation technique, but he could not possibly only practice meditation technique all the time. After all, he could practice meditation technique at any time, but he only accumulated one chance of true body simulation every 4 years. So, during the true body simulation, he would also verify some conjectures in his mind. Of course, validating these guesses did not present too much danger for him. Even if there were some risks, with the life-saving puppet as a buffer, there wouldn't be any life-threatening danger. Especially since he currently wasn't just a level 4 wizard, but also had rules gems that represent chi cultivation 4th stage and demigod in his spiritual sea. At present, he could already be considered among the upper echelons of the wizard realm. Chapter 311. Only the top level 4 and level 5 wizards, who have been cultivating for who knows how many years, are stronger than him. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 12 years have passed. In the void beyond the region of the Guardian Sea, Milton Cheney's figure suddenly appears within this void. Looking at the spatial rift in front of him, a touch of emotion arises in Milton Cheney's heart. In these 12 years, he has left the wizard realm and gone to another world. Some suspicions in his heart have been confirmed. In the next moment, Milton Cheney moves and enters the third rift of the wizard realm. Appearing above the pure white sea region, Milton Cheney looks down at the pure white sea beneath his feet, moves his figure, and leaves this place. When he appears again, he is already inside the Wizard Tower. In reality, Milton Cheney has never been away from the Guardian Sea for so long. The true body simulation and reality are not very different. However, when he returned, the Guardian Sea was unchanged. 12 years might have been a long time for Milton Cheney. But for the Guardian Sea, the largest white wizard organization in the wizard realm, 12 years is but a blink of an eye. After all, from the founding of the Guardian Sea to now, it has already existed for hundreds of thousands of 12-year cycles. Inside the Wizard Tower, Milton Cheney sits cross-legged at the array center. Slowly closing his eyes, he puts away his chaotic thoughts, suppressing some ideas in his heart. Milton Cheney once again executes the meditation routes and begins to practice the meditation technique. After leaving the Guardian Sea, his practice of the meditation technique has become somewhat lax. Practicing the meditation technique in other places is simply too ineffective. So ineffective that Milton Cheney could not feel the slightest improvement. Under such circumstances, practicing the meditation technique was undoubtedly a waste of effort. The years of cultivation always pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, 20 years have passed. It has been 20 years since Milton Cheney returned to the Guardian Sea from the Soul Realm. During this time, Milton Cheney has rarely left the Wizard Tower. He has devoted almost all his time to practicing the meditation technique, except for a small part. The increase in spiritual power is significant, at least Milton Cheney feels so. If there wasn't any improvement, he wouldn't meditate for such a long period. However, the magic stones have been exhausted, and there aren't many resources for cultivation left. The current Milton Cheney, if he continues to practice the meditation technique, his progress will still continue, but the pace will slow down. Inside the Wizard Tower, Milton Cheney slowly opens his eyes, stopping the practice of the meditation technique. With his current level 4 wizard's cultivation, earning magic stones is quite easy. After stopping the meditation technique, Milton Cheney moves and leaves the Wizard Tower. This time, his destination is the void battlefield within the Wizard Realm. If one had to say where the fastest way to earn magic stones now would be, it would undoubtedly be the void battlefield. The void battlefield of the Bloody Sea Realm is still somewhat dangerous for him. Milton Cheney would not risk his life for some cultivation resources, so he ultimately chose the void battlefield within the Wizard Realm, specifically the 7th void battlefield that he is familiar with. Time passes, 6 years later. In the void battlefield outside the Wizard Realm, Milton Cheney's spiritual power touches the spatial treasure floating in the spiritual sea, and he checks the magic stones inside the spatial treasure. He nods satisfactorily in his heart. Moving his figure, he comes to the place in the battlefield where tasks are turned in, completes his final mission, then Milton Cheney leaves the void battlefield. After returning to the Guardian Sea, Milton Cheney first goes to Sir Thompson to exchange for some cultivation resources used by level 4 wizards. Then he returns to the Wizard Tower. The Wizard Tower, top floor. Milton Cheney sits cross-legged at the array center, slowly closes his eyes, executes the meditation roots once again, and starts practicing the meditation technique. Without the influence of other factors, this round of cultivation is undoubtedly extremely smooth. Milton Cheney does not feel any boredom. As long as he can feel the improvement in power, Milton Cheney won't find it boring. If he were to meditate for a long time without any effects, perhaps Milton Cheney would find it boring. But such a situation does not exist at this time. After replenishing his cultivation resources, Milton Cheney's practice of the meditation technique progressed smoothly. Time slowly passed, and it felt as though Milton was unaffected by its passage, devoting his days to practicing the meditation technique. In true body simulation, there were no external plugins, so he had to rely on himself. Time passed quickly, and a decade had gone by in a blink of an eye. In the Wizard Tower, Milton stopped practicing the meditation technique and slowly opened his eyes. However, Milton, who had stopped his meditation, didn't immediately rise to his feet. His spiritual power returned and condensed within the depths of his spiritual sea. The next moment, the Book of Truth floated in front of him and flipped open automatically. A beam of white light emerged from the Book of Truth and Milton's consciousness appeared in an unknown space. This was an unfamiliar place, it was the task space of the Guardian Sea. What is destined to come will eventually arrive, there is no escaping it. It had already been about 60 years since he became a level 4 wizard. It was time to undertake the regular mission of the Guardian Sea. The moment Milton appeared in the task space, a drifting beam of white light hurtled directly at his consciousness. Milton did not deliberately avoid it. The next moment, Milton's consciousness was kicked out of the task space. In his mind, he gathered a memory of another mission. This mission is the first mission of the Guardian Sea he needed to complete after becoming a level 4 wizard. After completing the mission, he would have to complete the next mission every 60 years. This rule also applied to level 4 wizards. As for whether level 5 and level 6 wizards needed to complete missions from the Guardian Sea like this, Milton wasn't sure. After all, he wasn't a level 5 wizard yet. The answer to this question may only be revealed when he became a level 5 wizard. Having digested the memory of this mission in his mind, Milton felt no other emotions. Just as he thought, this Guardian Sea mission hadn't changed just because he was using true body simulation. This mission was exactly the same as the one he had previously accepted while running text simulation in reality. He had already stored the detailed information about this mission, which had to be carried out in the stellar realm, from events past. In text simulation, he had completed this mission more than once. Aside from it consuming a lot of time, Milton hadn't encountered any accidents during this mission. If everything went smoothly this time, there wouldn't be any issues either. Stellar Realm. Milton thought about the place where he was to perform this mission. This world can definitely be considered as the only one that has a good relationship with the wizard realm among all the worlds surrounding the wizard realm. The wizard realm, being a significant realm, is surrounded by countless other realms. Since the birth of the wizard realm, numerous other worlds have tried to wage inter-realm wars against it. But the stellar realm, being one of the few closest realms to the wizard realm, has never initiated an inter-realm war against the wizard realm. Moreover, the stellar realm can certainly be considered a significant realm. Its unique stellar path to transcendence is not inferior to the wizard's cultivation within the wizard realm. In the reincarnation simulation, Milton had also previewed this world. The light cluster representing this world was slightly smaller than the wizard realm and radiated a faint blue light. At the moment, although Milton had become a level 4 wizard, if he wanted to cross realms, he still needed the help of the world passage. With nothing more to consider, Milton disappeared from the spot with a flicker. After all, he had completed this mission several times already, albeit in text simulation. In the void beyond the wizard realm. I haven't congratulated you yet on becoming a level 4 wizard. Your pace on the wizard path is truly astonishing. A voice echoed in Milton's ears. Milton looked at the smile on Odom's face and returned a slight smile, nodding in thanks. Which realm are you heading to this time? Based on the timing, have you accepted the mission from the Guardian Sea? Yes, the stellar realm. I appreciate your help. Milton replied. Odom nodded in acknowledgement. He didn't ask about the specifics of Milton's mission and straightaway summoned the Book of Truth to assist Milton in opening the world passage. Chapter 312. Chapter name blocked. Stellar Realm, the 10,000 Stars Island. This is the largest island within the stellar realm. Yes, while this world is called the stellar realm, all the land masses within it are actually islands. These islands are all located on top of the star ocean of the stellar realm. 10,000 Stars Island, as the largest island in the stellar realm, is equivalent to a vast continent. Milton Cheney has been in the stellar realm for 20 years already for the task assigned by the Guardian Sea. As soon as he came to the stellar realm, Milton settled in a temporary residence on 10,000 Stars Island, waiting for the right opportunity. Although Milton has experienced text simulations and completed this task several times within the simulations, even though he possesses clear memories of how he accomplished the task, he was unable to complete it shortly after arriving in the stellar realm. This is because this task is not instantaneous, it is a time-intensive mission. Generally speaking, the tasks assigned by the Guardian Sea, if they are safe, then the task timeline will be quite extensive. On the contrary, if a task holds high risks, then the task cycle tends to be short-lived. The task Milton has undertaken within the stellar realm is, generally speaking, not deemed as perilous. This implies that to complete this task, Milton must spend a considerable amount of time here. Even with a memory that could shorten the timeline of this task, he will need to stay in this world for at least 150 years. At the edge of 10,000 Stars Island, within an inconspicuous tower. This tower is Milton's temporary residence in this world. In the following days, he will spend most of his time here waiting for an opportunity to complete the task. After all, only 10,000 Stars Island holds his task target, which generally appears around every 200 years. The fact that he arrived on this island as soon as he entered this world has saved him a lot of detours. The first time he completed the task in text simulation, he spent nearly 400 years. This is the amount of time it took for him to complete the task when everything was still unfamiliar. 400 years, even for a level 4 wizard like Milton, is quite considerable. Let alone such a long time was spent on a task assigned by the Guardian Sea. Furthermore, such tasks should be undertaken every 60 years. This is because the tasks for level 4 wizards are difficult. For level 3 wizards, the mission cycle is even shorter. Usually, they need to take on a task from Guardian Sea within less than 10 years. Although the Guardian Sea, as the largest white wizard organization in the wizard realm, does not have many members. Due to its uniqueness, it does not conquer other planes. One might assume that the survival rate of members of this organization should be extremely high. But quite the opposite. Within the Guardian Sea, 40% of members do not die of personal mishaps, rather they perish while on a mission issued by the Guardian Sea. Milton's spiritual power flowed out from his spiritual sea, attaching to a plant-like creature in front of him. In front of Milton, on the potted plant, there was a pale blue flower similar to a morning glory. When Milton's psychic power attached to it, the pale blue morning glory swayed slightly. This is the bait Milton needs for his task this time. When mature, it can help him attract his mission's target. As time passes, Milton retracted his spiritual power after feeding the morning glory. After reclaiming his spiritual power, Milton sat cross-legged on the bed. He then began to practice the meditation technique along the mindfulness path. Since the mission timeline is long, Milton naturally wouldn't be wasting other time. While completing the task, he, of course, would not slack off from practicing the meditation technique. After all, even if this true body simulation is incredibly close to reality, it remains a simulation after all. Being a simulation means everything he achieves in cultivation during the simulation will be carried into reality when the simulation ends. Therefore, Milton will seize every opportunity to practice the meditation technique. After all, practicing the meditation technique now would mean a greater increase in his real stats after the simulation ends. Actually, the speed of practicing the meditation technique in the stellar realm is not slow at all. It is even much faster compared to the speed of practicing the meditation technique in the void battlefield outside the wizard realm. This is why he chose to continue practicing the meditation technique during the task period in the text simulation. The stellar realm, having a similar environment to the wizard realm but fewer wizards, is like a natural mystic realm for wizards. However, the progress of practicing the meditation technique in the stellar realm, while not slow, does not happen quickly either. One can only say it's not without any progress. If it's purely based on the speed of practice, here is surely incomparable to the wizard tower of the Guardian Sea. Practicing here for 300 years is roughly equivalent to practicing in the wizard tower for 100 years. Although this is a ratio of 3 to 1, it's already quite a high rate. If one were to compare the void battlefield of the wizard realm with the wizard tower of the Guardian Sea, then practicing for 100 years in the wizard tower of the Guardian Sea is roughly equivalent to nearly 1,000 years in the void battlefield. This discrepancy is indeed an immense one. As time passed, 50 seasons have already gone by. Stellar Realm, the 10,000 Stars Island. In the blink of an eye, Milton has already spent 70 years on 10,000 Stars Island in the Stellar Realm. Chapter 313. Milton Cheney resided on the distant edges of 10,000 Stars Island, near the Star Ocean, and thus rarely encountered people. Not encountering many people did not mean encountering none at all. Fearing interference from others in his mission, Milton Cheney had already laid out a magic array in advance. That's why his location could not be discovered by anyone. Inside a place of residence, Milton Cheney, as usual, fed the chi orchids with his spiritual power. After feeding them, he withdrew his spiritual power back into the spiritual sea. The chi orchid doesn't need daily feeding, once every 5 days is sufficient. Feeding them with spiritual power enhances their growth cycle. Maintaining a feeding cycle every 5 days would cut the flower's maturity cycle by half, to around 100 years. Without the use of spiritual power, the chi orchid would take at least 300 years to fully mature. To ensure the speedy completion of his mission, Milton would of course not neglect feeding the chi orchid. By now he had been in the stellar realm for more than 70 years, feeding the chi orchid ever since he arrived. If the wizard realm were a suitable environment for the chi orchid to live in somewhere, then, had Milton known about his mission ahead of time, he definitely would have prepared it during his time in the wizard realm. That way, if things went smoothly, he could have completed this mission instantly upon arriving in this world. Of course, in theory, even without the chi orchid, the mission could still be completed. Milton happened to complete his first mission luckily without relying on the chi orchid. If this mission is likened to a game, then the chi orchid would be a prop to clear the game. This prop is optional, but using it would definitely simplify the game. Besides, a fully matured chi orchid is an extremely rare treasure. There is hardly such a treasure in the wizard realm. Milton had purchased the chi orchid seeds from Sir Thompson at a considerable cost in magic stones. Milton rested the chi orchid back in the corner of the room. He then sat on his bed, resumed the operation of his meditation routes, and began practicing his meditation technique. The most vital rule for such long-term missions is to refrain from impatience. Fortunately, even though Milton was physiologically young, his mental age was extremely mature. Thus, even after staying alone on 10,000 Stars Island for 70 years, he did not feel restless, but rather calm. He had stayed in even worse and darker environments. And for thousands of years at that, compared to this, his current situation was child's play. Not to mention, he spent the majority of his time each day practicing his meditation technique. So, 70 years was nothing. Even if he had to stay here alone for 700 years, Milton wouldn't feel restless. Last time, experiencing thousands of years in the hatching stage of a reincarnation simulation had seemed like a rehearsal to Milton. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 2 decades had passed. Stellar Realm, 10,000 Stars Island, the residence. During this time, Milton had never left 10,000 Stars Island. Nor did he take the initiative to contact the rest of the people in this world. Milton had some knowledge about the attitude towards wizards in this world. However, even if this world did not reject wizards, Milton had no interest in becoming entangled with it. Milton was well aware of the power of the butterfly effect. If he encountered any conflicts in this world that ultimately affected his mission, it would definitely be a loss rather than a gain. Milton might come to experience the local customs of this world if he gets the chance in the future. But not now. Because this time, he was here to complete a mission from the Guardian Sea and did not want any complications. Milton moved his gaze to the chi orchid in front of him. At this moment, the chi orchid had just been fed by Milton using his spiritual power and was gently swaying. Compared to 80 years ago, the overall form of the chi orchid had not changed significantly. There was no change in size. The only difference was the color of the chi orchid. 80 years ago, the immature chi orchid was light blue. But now, the surface of the chi orchid was deep purple. This was the hallmark of a fully matured chi orchid. A moment later, the chi orchid stopped swaying and emitted a refreshing fragrance. An entire chi orchid naturally fell into the pot on its own. Upon seeing this, a certain satisfaction appeared in Milton's eyes. It's finally matured. The blooming of the chi orchid represented that his hundreds of years of waiting and nurturing have not been in vain. Similarly, it also indicates that his current mission is about to conclude. In the coming period, he likely will not have time to practice the meditation technique anymore. He needs to focus on completing the mission. The sooner he completes the mission, the sooner he can leave this world. The next moment, Milton Cheney mobilized his spiritual power from within his spiritual sea. The spiritual power swirled around Milton Cheney, and a thread of it surged towards the chi orchid. This spiritual power successfully enveloped the chi orchid and immediately transformed into an orb emitting white light, floating in front of Milton Cheney. Milton Cheney's silhouette flickered and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already above the star ocean. This time, his mission's target was a creature in this star ocean. If this mission was compared to fishing, then the chi orchid floating before him was the finest bait. It could greatly enhance his chances of accomplishing the mission. Floating above the sea region, a thread of spiritual power burrowed into the star ocean. After entering the star ocean, this spiritual power became a pair of eyes. At the same time, the scenery of the star ocean appeared in Milton Cheney's mind. Although the bait has been prepared, the key to successfully completing the mission is not related to the quality of the bait. It hinges upon whether he can find the mission target. In the following time, Milton Cheney will remain above the star ocean until he completes his mission and leaves. As time gradually passed, Milton Cheney showed no signs of anxiety. There is still plenty of time, and Milton Cheney is fully prepared now, so completing the task is just a matter of time. Above the star ocean, the figure of Milton Cheney would occasionally disappear, then reappear. The eye of truth freely inspected the scenery within the star ocean. Although this method was not efficient, it was indeed the best approach. After all, he had no assistance, the completion of the mission relied entirely on him alone. This mission was not difficult in essence, so Milton Cheney naturally didn't need assistance. One person was enough. As time passed, 7 years later. Stellar Realm, at the heart of the star ocean. Milton Cheney's spiritual power, hovering above the star ocean, suddenly erupted. A large stream of spiritual power gushed forth from his spiritual sea, transforming into a large spiritual hand and slapped down onto the surface of the star ocean beneath him. Boom! The clash of the spiritual power against the surface of the star ocean created a colossal sound. The creatures inside the star ocean scattered and fled. Milton Cheney didn't resort to magic, but purely called upon his spiritual power. After all, the power of magic was too great, which might lose more than gained. The next moment, the chi orchid, enveloped by the glyceric spiritual power, flew into the star ocean. The chi orchid entered the star ocean, feeling extremely heavy, and sinking slightly. The next moment, the spiritual power that had been enveloping the chi orchid was returned by Milton Cheney. The chi orchid began to float upwards. At this moment, a shadow flashed past, and the chi orchid disappeared in an instant. The moment he saw this shadow, a light flashed in Milton Cheney's eyes. It has come. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. He naturally would not stay idle. The spiritual power turned into spatial chains, and restrained the space around him. But in the confined space, there was nothing. Milton Cheney wasn't fazed. Just because he couldn't see it doesn't mean it didn't exist. He had kept the related memories of mission completion after his previous text simulation, so he was naturally very familiar with this mission's target. Therefore, without any further words, Milton Cheney drew a pitch-black diamond gem from his hand. The next moment, everything that had been sealed by his magic in this space was drawn into the diamond gem in Milton Cheney's hand. For an instant, there was a gap in the star ocean, but it was immediately filled by the surrounding sea water. It's done. Milton Cheney packed away the diamond gem, and his silhouette hovering above the star ocean disappeared. Chapter 314. Outside of the wizard realm, beyond the third rift. Milton Cheney swiftly moved into the third rift. The mission to the Guardian Sea has taken him a total of nearly 150 years. In comparison to the time it took him to complete this task when he performed text simulation, this was a significant reduction. Upon his return to the Guardian Sea, the Book of Truth floated in front of Milton. A beam of white light flickered, and the Book of Truth began to flip pages automatically. It stopped at a certain page. As the Book of Truth ceased to flip, a trace of Milton's consciousness appeared in the task space once again. The moment his consciousness appeared in the truth space, it seemed as though he perceived something. A faint luminescence detached from him, dissipated within the task space. In the next moment, this consciousness was expelled from the task space. The mission was completed and submitted. For the next 60 years or so, Milton did not need to worry about the missions from the Guardian Sea. Although 60 years might seem a long or a short duration depending on the perspective. But for Milton, 60 years still represented a significant amount of time. Even though he has already become a level 4 wizard, these 60 years would still be quite substantial for him. After all, in reality, although Milton had mastered magic, he had not spent more than 30 years in the true wizard realm. This time frame might sound incredible, but that was the reality. However, if Milton spends all these 60 years practicing meditation technique in his wizard tower, then, the 60 years would seem to quickly pass. Because advanced level wizards could enter a deep state of meditation and each session could last for 6 months to a year. 60 years would only be a few dozen meditation technique sessions, and time would apparently fly by. However, it was obvious that Milton would not spend all these 60 years in his wizard tower practicing meditation technique. After all, he could also practice text simulation meditation technique, which might even be more productive than true body simulation. True body simulation, in most cases, would help him to see the way forward, discern the future, and avoid erroneous paths. Hence, in a true body simulation, besides meditation, Milton would also test some conjectures that could not be effectively executed during text simulation. The conclusions from these conjectures would directly determine some of Milton's future choices. Wizard Tower, top floor. Milton's figure instantly appeared here. The moment he appeared here, Milton evaluated the top floor of the wizard tower. After leaving for nearly 150 years, there were no significant changes in the wizard tower. Because of the special materials of the wizard tower, there was no dust here. For 150 years, it had been operating normally. The moment Milton returned to the wizard tower, he could continue practicing the meditation technique seamlessly. An unfamiliar yet familiar feeling. Milton murmured to himself. Although Milton possessed memories of countless simulations. But memories are different from re-experiencing them. Milton hadn't undergone a true body simulation for almost 6 years. Having not returned to the wizard tower in 150 years, Milton couldn't help but feel a mix of strangeness and familiarity. But this mood was only momentary. The next moment, Milton adjusted his emotions and his expression returned to normal. Milton walked to the center of the top floor of the wizard tower and sat cross-legged. After sitting down, Milton slowly closed his eyes and began to practice meditation technique. After cultivating the meditation technique for over 100 years in the stellar realm, Milton felt pretty good to be practicing it again in the wizard tower. His feeling was entirely reasonable. After all, practicing meditation technique in the wizard tower of the Guardian Sea is much faster than that in the stellar realm. Therefore, it was natural for Milton to feel good. This feeling came from the speed of the meditation technique's cultivation and the gradual elevation of spiritual power. Once the meditation technique cultivation began, time appeared to pass much faster. This was because if Milton devoted himself entirely to the cultivation of meditation technique, time for him would seem to run very fast. A single long meditation session could take him as much as 3 years. Time passed quickly, and 22 years passed in the blink of an eye. 22 years have passed since Milton completed his first task as a level 4 wizard. During this time, Milton stayed in the wizard tower of the Guardian Sea, never leaving it once. Actually, he had spent these 22 years on the top floor of the wizard tower practicing meditation technique. 22 years have passed, and Milton's meditation technique has been cultivated for 22 years. Milton didn't just spend over 100 years in the stellar realm doing nothing. He did not have a shortage of cultivation resources. Therefore, after returning to the Guardian Sea and the wizard tower, Milton first spent 22 years practicing meditation technique. There were only less than 40 years until the commencement of his next task. 40 years might seem neither short nor long for Milton. If he dedicated himself to the cultivation of meditation technique and was not bothered by anything else, then these 40 years would go by quickly for him. In the wizard tower, on the top floor. Milton exhaled gently, slowly opening his eyes. Chapter 315. This round of meditation spanned 2 years. After stopping this practice of the meditation technique, Milton Cheney did not immediately start his next session of meditation as he usually did. Instead, he rose and stretched his body slightly. In truth, his body was not stiff or numb. At most, he just felt like moving around after sitting for too long. If it was the old Milton, he would have dismissed this feeling and continued his practice of the meditation technique. However, this time Milton chose to move his body, which had been seated for 20 years. After all, practicing the meditation technique for 22 years was indeed a long period, and it was time for Milton to leave the Guardian Sea again. There were some places he wanted to visit and some conjectures he wanted to verify. However, all these activities would definitely pose some risks. But to the now level 4 wizard Milton Cheney, these risks were not particularly severe. At most, they represented potential dangers. Of course, if he truly fell into an unanticipated danger or accident. With his life-saving puppet as insurance, Milton could safely return to the Guardian Sea. This special situation resembled his experience in the void battlefield of the wizard realm when he encountered the old level 5 wizard he had only seen in simulations. In fact, even now, Milton couldn't be certain if it was a coincidence or a test. In the next moment, the Book of Truth floated in front of Milton. Milton's spiritual power poured out of his spiritual sea and attached itself to the Book of Truth before him. The pages of the Book of Truth turned automatically, and after it stopped on a certain page, a faint glimmer lit up on the page. This glimmer, mixed with his spiritual power, enveloped Milton's body. In an instant, Milton's body disappeared from the top level of the wizard tower. After attaining level 4 wizard, Milton could directly enter some other planes through the Book of Truth. Of course, these planes that could be directly accessed through the Book of Truth were only a small portion of all planes. To enter the other planes, even as a level 4 wizard, one still had to pass through a plane channel. This time, leaving the Guardian Sea, Milton chose to visit other planes and worlds. After all, there were just too many conjectures he wanted to confirm in reality, so he decided to take it slow. He had nearly 40 years until the start of his next mission. If spent purely on meditation, this period would pass rapidly. However, it wouldn't take too long to visit other worlds and planes and familiarize himself with them. It could be said that as a level 4 wizard, even if Milton visited a world as large as the wizard realm, it would take him less than a year to roughly explore every corner of this world. It sounded perhaps a little exaggerated. Because the wizard realm was simply too large. Even for Milton now, he still hadn't actually explored all the wizard continents in the wizard realm. After leaving the Guardian Sea, Milton reappeared in a small plane. Time still flowed, and without noticing, 35 years had just passed. In the wizard realm, on a wizard continent. In the center of the continent, stood a strangely shaped building. Naturally, this building was constructed by Milton. In the next moment, the building disappeared and Milton's figure appeared where the building had been. It's over. The 9232nd wizard continent. After storing the building, Milton mused a bit. After leaving the Guardian Sea, he had visited more than 40 planes within a year. Later, Milton spent almost 3 decades visiting 6 worlds around the wizard realm. The detailed memories and experiences of these 6 worlds were now etched into Milton's mind. Experiences and memories are the most important things in the true body simulation. In the true body simulation, it's irrelevant whether he had the slightest increase in spiritual power, what's necessary is an increase in experience and memory. Otherwise, there would be no difference between this true body simulation and a total waste of time. After all, compared to the reincarnation simulation, it's like reincarnating in another timeline. Text simulation can conserve 3 years of memories. Compared to these two types of simulations, true body simulation has a huge advantage. That is, it can keep all memories intact, which is undoubtedly very beneficial for Milton Cheney, who lives in the wizard realm. Milton is well aware that the knowledge in books is superficial. So, only by witnessing, hearing, and undergoing personal experiences, can Milton rest assured. The experiences and memories of these planes and the worlds around the wizard realm might play important roles one day. After having experienced these planes and worlds, another idea arose in Milton. Since he has traveled to other worlds, why not also explore the wizard realm? You know, even though he was born in the subcontinent of the wizard realm, most of Milton's time wasn't actually spent in the wizard realm. Most of his time was spent in the Guardian Sea. The Guardian Sea, located in the spatial rift of the wizard realm, technically belongs to the wizard realm. But Milton knew very well that the Guardian Sea was far from the wizard continent in the real wizard realm. Being a powerful spiritual level 4 wizard, Milton significantly shortened this distance. If it were a level 1 wizard, the wizard continent of the wizard realm and the Guardian Sea in the third rift would be separated by an insurmountable chasm. Milton thought carefully. He realized he hadn't thoroughly explored the wizard realm. So, after returning to the Guardian Sea, Milton decisively returned to the wizard realm. He set out from the Kassan subcontinent and traveled to more than 9,000 wizard continents in 5 years. Initially, Milton thought he could travel around the wizard realm in at most 1 year. But when he actually began, Milton realized he was indeed right. However, this would mean he has to visit hundreds of wizard continents in a single day. Although this wouldn't be many, it would merely be a superficial visit, a cursory experience which held no significance for him. Thus, it took Milton a total of 5 years to thoroughly explore the wizard realm. 9,232 wizard continents. Just this number alone is enough to reflect the vastness of the wizard realm. Of course, these wizard continents varied in size. The smaller ones were regular level 1 wizard continents. The larger wizard continents were even up to level 5. Level 5 wizard continents, yes, continents that host level 5 wizards. Indeed, some realm-level wizards organization may not have level 7 wizards, perhaps only one level 6 wizard. However, the quantity of level 5 wizards even surpasses that of the Guardian Sea. In the wizard realm, the strongest realm-level wizards organization doesn't necessarily have a clear definition. But, the Guardian Sea can definitely rank within the top 5, or top 3. Of course, Milton spending 5 years can't be considered as thoroughly exploring the entire wizard realm, as Milton has not visited many more subcontinents in the wizard realm. It's not that Milton looks down on these smaller subcontinents, but, precisely because there are too many and varied smaller subcontinents to walk through all the subcontinents and understand all their detailed aspects, Milton certainly wouldn't have enough time. So, the task of exploring all the subcontinents in the wizard realm will have to be postponed to after the completion of the next mission. After all, he's only 3 years away from the second mission. In the coming time, Milton will have to return to the Guardian Sea to make some early preparations. In the countless previous text simulations, his first and second missions were always the same. This made Milton can't help but suspect that there weren't many missions related to the Guardian Sea and level 4 wizards. Finally, after glancing at the wizard continent one last time, Milton took off. Chapter 316. Once back within the Guardian Sea, Milton Cheney did not immediately accept the mission from the Guardian Sea. After all, there were still 3 years left until the time limit for accepting the mission, and Milton could use these 3 years for preparation. Once all the necessary preparations were completed, Milton would then accept the mission within the given time limit. Time flew by, and the 3 years vanished in a blink of an eye. During these 3 years, Milton left the Guardian Sea to devote himself to preparations relevant to the upcoming mission. After all, it was highly likely that the current mission was the one he had already completed several times inside the text simulation. Above the pure White Sea region, Milton summoned the Book of Truth. The Book of Truth floated before him, automatically turning its pages once Milton's spiritual power connected with it. After a moment, Milton's consciousness entered the task space within the Guardian Sea. Just like the last time, upon his consciousness entering this space, a wandering beam of white light shot towards his consciousness. At the moment when the white light merged with his consciousness, Milton felt no discomfort. The next moment, his consciousness was ejected back from the task space. Milton's mind was filled with detailed memories related to the upcoming mission. As expected, it's the same mission, without the slightest change. Milton muttered to himself, feeling the memories that he had already assimilated. Despite he was beginning to undertake the task nearly 200 years early. The task he was about to undertake was identical to those he had undertaken several times within the text simulation. The mission had not changed because he was accepting it ahead of time. This indicated that his prior preparations were useful, thus confirming a speculation in his heart. That is, in reality, the task that he was to undertake was likely identical to this one in the true body simulation. Unless enormous changes had occurred to him in reality during this period. For instance, if he had become a level 5 wizard in reality when he undertook the second mission. In which case, the so-called second mission from the Guardian Sea would naturally no longer exist. Of course, even so, he couldn't dodge the mission in this true body simulation. After double-checking the memories inside his mind and confirming their accuracy, Cheney left the Guardian Sea. Time flowed like a river, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Outside the Bloody Sea realm, within the void battlefield. Fourth ring magic subspace annihilation. Milton's spiritual power condensed into a subspace, obliterating everything before him. In the next moment, Milton reconvened his scattered spiritual power back into his spiritual sea, then moved his figure and left the place. The void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm and that of the Wizard realm were radically different. The destination of Milton's current mission was within the void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm. Compared to the void battlefield of the Wizard realm, this place was obviously far more dangerous. However, thanks to Milton's prior preparations, and his experience from successfully completing similar missions several times within the text simulation, Milton had learned some tactics which would allow him to complete the mission more smoothly. After all, experiencing it firsthand and being completely unfamiliar were two totally different things. Still, Milton didn't rashly complete the second mission from the Guardian Sea while he was here. After all, on the premise of completing the mission, his primary goal was self-preservation. Although there were time limit restrictions for completing the mission, the time limit was quite long. As long as Milton could complete the mission within 500 years, there wouldn't be any issues. Of course, this mission certainly wouldn't need 500 years to complete. Milton was well aware that in less than 500 years, this inter-realm war would be over. The sign marking the end of the inter-realm warfare was the total consumption of the Bloody Sea realm. If I want to destroy 3 large blood pools, I need to be patient with my planning. Cheney returned to his pre-arranged residence within the void battlefield and murmured to himself. In fact, for Milton, this mission wasn't all that difficult. If the mission's destination was within the void battlefield of the Wizard realm, Milton could have easily completed the mission within a matter of a few decades. However, this was not possible within the void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm. Because in this place, destroying a large blood pool would grab the attention of the entire void battlefield. If that happened, his subsequent attempts to destroy other large blood pools would undoubtedly be more challenging. So, he had to wait for an opportunity, the best possible moment when he could consecutively destroy 3 large blood pools. According to Milton's memories, such opportunities did exist, although the optimum opportunity wouldn't present itself until 400 years later. That was way too long. Even for Milton, waiting 400 years just for an opportunity was inconceivable. However, aside from that distant opportunity, Milton could still wait for others to emerge. Or, he could create an opportunity himself. After all, most opportunities can be created, not just waited for. After pondering for a while, Milton stopped thinking any further. There was still plenty of time, and this mission wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. Even if he intended to create his own opportunities, it wouldn't be something that could be achieved within a few years. Hence, it required long-term planning. As time passed, in the blink of an eye, 24 years had slipped away. 20 years had passed since Milton accepted his second mission and stepped into the void battlefield within the Bloody Sea realm. Over these 20 years, Milton did not act rashly. Not because he did not have good opportunities. On the contrary, during these 20 years, there were many opportunities for him to easily destroy a large blood pool, but Milton chose to hold back and not to act rashly. Chapter 317. He wasn't very familiar with this void battlefield yet. He must become completely familiar with this void battlefield and then thoroughly formulate a plan of action. Only then could he maximize his safety. After all, This wasn't the void battlefield of the wizard realm, this was the void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm. To be accurate, this place was the territory of the Bloody Sea realm. Milton Cheney didn't want to lose his life-saving puppet in this simulation, so he had to prepare comprehensively. The time is about right. Within his residence, Milton Cheney contemplated. Although the plan was a bit rough, Milton Cheney was already very familiar with the fourth void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm which he was currently in. His familiarity with the environment would increase the feasibility of his plan. If it weren't for the fact that large blood pools would move at any time, Milton Cheney would have started destroying them already. Because of the characteristic of the large blood pools not being fixed in one place, the plan Milton Cheney set has many uncertainties. However, there is no perfect plan, his plan also isn't 100% guaranteed to succeed. This was already the limit of what Milton Cheney could do, there was no need to wait any longer. If he continued to wait for an opportunity, the eventual result might be worse than acting immediately this time. After making up his mind, Milton Cheney moved, leaving his temporary residence. Milton Cheney took action fast. Once he made up his mind, there was no hesitation in executing his plan. His plan was simple. To destroy 3 blood pools in a short period of time, his actions must be swift and discreet. He must destroy at least 2 large blood pools while the other blood descendants in the void battlefield don't react in time. If not, by the time the Bloody Sea realm pursues him relentlessly, the difficulty of destroying large blood pools will surely skyrocket. The Bloody Sea realm will definitely react. What Milton Cheney had to do was to quickly destroy 3 large blood pools before the Bloody Sea realm reacts. Of course, this isn't easy, it's even quite challenging. But there was no better method than this. Even if he can't destroy 3 large blood pools before the Bloody Sea realm reacts, he should at least destroy 2 of them. If not, it would be troublesome. After the void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm detects him, it would be tough for him to destroy 2 more blood pools under the Bloody Sea realm's early defenses. If that happens, the time he would take to complete his mission might be significantly extended. He might even consume his precious life-saving puppet. Looking at the blood descendant flood that blocked out the sun in the distant sky, Milton Cheney sighed inwardly. The next moment, Milton Cheney moved, his spiritual power emerged from the destroyed blood pool and surged back into his spiritual sea. It has to be said, that Milton Cheney's execution was absolutely strong. Destroying 2 large blood pools didn't take much time for him. However, he was discovered. In fact, he was found out as soon as he destroyed the first large blood pool. Small blood pools aren't a big deal, but large blood pools are completely different for the Bloody Sea realm. Whether in the Bloody Sea realm or in its void battlefield, the number of small blood pools that are destroyed every day is considerable. But large blood pools are different in the void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm. From the start of the inter-realm war between the Wizard realm and the Bloody Sea realm until now, the number of large blood pools that were destroyed could be counted on one hand. So, Milton Cheney was instantly discovered when he set out to destroy the first large blood pool. However, Milton Cheney acted so swiftly that he had destroyed the second large blood pool in his plan before the void battlefield could even react. But now, it was somewhat impossible to continue forcibly destroying the third large blood pool. Because at this point in the void battlefield, all the large blood pools were ready. If he took any forceful action now, he would definitely face a swarm attack. He might even provoke a level 5 blood descendant. So, Milton Cheney decided to put the plan on hold for now. If he were to continue forcibly destroying the blood pools now, it would undoubtedly be irrational. He had already destroyed 2 blood pools, and there was only 1 more left for him to reach his mission objective. So, he could now take his time. After all, as long as he catches an opportunity, it wouldn't be too difficult to destroy another large blood pool. Though he is on high alert in the current void battlefield. What about 50 years later, or 100 years later? Surely, they can't be on guard forever. All Milton Cheney has to do now is to hide from the blood descendants of the Bloody Sea realm and wait for another opportunity. At present, what Milton Cheney is best at is space magic. Staying hidden in the subspace of magic, it would be a fool's dream for the blood descendants of the Bloody Sea realm to find him. So what to do next is rather straightforward. He just needed to be patient and wait for one of the big blood pools in this void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm to completely let down its guard, then it would be an easy kill. This time, he had destroyed 2 blood pools in a very short span of time, leaving just 1 target for his mission. This gave Milton Cheney a huge margin for error. If Milton Cheney still had to destroy 2 large blood pools to achieve his mission, it certainly wouldn't be as easy as it is now. 60 years passed in a flash. Milton Cheney vanished from the subspace, only to reappear again on the void battlefield. Of course, this wasn't the first time Milton had left the subspace in 60 years. In fact, before this, Milton had already returned to the void battlefield multiple times to observe the conditions of the other large blood pools. It was somewhat different than what Milton had imagined. These large blood pools had not gradually slackened their vigilance. Perhaps it was due to Milton's thunder-like destruction of 2 large blood pools. Even after several decades, the remaining blood pools still had a 100% defensive stance. Milton reappeared this time to see if there were any big blood pools that had let down their guard. Upon his arrival in the void battlefield, Milton, unaffected by his surroundings, channeled his spiritual power and left the place. Because large blood pools would not always stay in the same spot. Therefore, for Milton Cheney to want to look over every large blood pool in this void battlefield, it would take a lot of time. However, to Milton Cheney, time wasn't of much concern. What Milton lacked the least was patience. A few dozen, a few hundred years were all worth the wait, so a few more months was nothing. Several months later, in the void battlefield, not far from a blood pool, there seemed to be a flash of transparent eyes. It was a real flash, very fast, the special eye of truth magic, a fusion of spiritual power and the power of faith, didn't arouse any attention from the blood descendants. In a subspace not far from this blood pool, Milton slowly opened his eyes. A hint of brightness flashed in his eyes. A few months of time has finally not been wasted. It seemed like it was a good idea to decide to look over all of the large blood pools in this void battlefield once again. The opportunity is here. Milton murmured in his heart. The next moment, he disappeared from the subspace and appeared above the large blood pool. 4th ring magic subspace annihilation. Boom! Almost in an instant, the formerly serene large blood pool was lashed into a stormy sea. It was almost destroyed by Milton's magic. This type of magic that mixed Milton's limits of spiritual power and the power of faith, was unimaginable. However, even then, Milton could not completely destroy this large blood pool in one hit. That was normal, but the badly harmed blood pool naturally wouldn't be able to withstand the next magic attack from Milton. The ending was as Milton had expected. After destroying the blood pool in this place, Milton didn't plan to collect any spoils of war and left the void battlefield straight away. It was the exact same method as 60 years ago. This time, he truly attracted the higher-ups of the blood descendants, those stationed in the 4th void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm, the level 5 blood descendants. Chapter 318. Milton Cheney successfully returned to the Guardian Sea. Upon his return, even a level 6 bloodline, pursuing him to kill, would now dare not cross the rift into the territory of the Guardian Sea. Naturally, Milton was not unprepared. From the start of this mission, he had been planning how to leave when it was completed. So, after completing the task, Milton quickly returned to the Guardian Sea, his speed much faster than that of the void battlefield. After this mission is completed, the next mission is filled with uncertainty. Milton murmured to himself after returning to the Guardian Sea. During his contemplation, Milton returned to practicing his meditation technique within the Guardian Sea. In his previous text simulations, the first 2 tasks were the same. But starting from his 3rd task, it was filled with uncertainty. Almost every 3rd task in the text simulations was different. Milton didn't know why there was such uncertainty. But he knew that this kind of uncertainty was not a good thing for him at this time in the simulation. Under such uncertainty, Milton could not spend time preparing for the next task, he could only let it be. Of course, if the task he took this time was not any of the tasks in the previous text simulations, then it would be enough to explain the issue. Milton pondered for a moment, then slowly stopped his contemplation. Thinking too much about the next task didn't have much significance. After all, even though he had just completed a mission, he was not far from the next mission. 60 years may be a long time in reality for him. Because in this reality, he has to go through countless simulations in these 60 years. But for the true body simulation Milton, this time is not particularly long. Since this time is not particularly long, Milton naturally no longer thinks about the next task. After all, when the time comes, he can naturally find out about the next task. Milton slowly sat down in the center of the Wizard Tower's top floor. The Book of Truth hovered in front of Milton. Milton's spiritual power surged out, attaching itself to the surface of the Book of Truth. The Book of Truth gradually opened, stopping at the page representing the task space. The next moment, Milton's consciousness moved, and a consciousness appeared in the task space of the Guardian Sea. The moment Milton's consciousness appeared here, a white light surged out from his consciousness and then merged into this space. This represented the task space acknowledging his mission fusion. Whether in the text simulation or this true body simulation, Milton was already familiar with completing tasks. So this scene couldn't make Milton feel any special emotions. The next moment, Milton's consciousness was ejected from the task space. Milton, sitting cross-legged at the top of the wizard tower, slowly opened his eyes. The task was successfully handed over, there was nothing to worry about this mission anymore. The next task is 60 years later, this interim 60 years are Milton's own time. After completing the task, Milton did not immediately get up and leave the Guardian Sea to go to the wizard realm, or to other planes or other worlds. He had just destroyed 3 large blood pools on the void battlefield, standing in the eye of a storm. Leaving the Guardian Sea now is not a wise decision, who knows if the level 5 blood descendant from the Bloody Sea realm is waiting for him outside the wizard realm. Milton sat at the array center without any action, his face unchanged. A moment later, Milton slowly closed his eyes. As he closed his eyes, his body began to be enveloped by spiritual power. Milton started running the meditation technique and began cultivating his spiritual power. Since he can't leave the Guardian Sea during this time, Milton wouldn't be wasting time for nothing. Practicing the meditation technique is the best plan. After all, in the true body simulation, his practice of the meditation technique would ultimately be reflected in reality. That is to say, the more he practices the meditation technique now, the greater the benefits for him when the simulation ends and he returns to reality. So Milton naturally wouldn't miss any opportunity to practice the meditation technique. Especially since he can't leave the Guardian Sea right now, plus the environment for practicing the meditation technique is so good. The Wizard Tower in the Guardian Sea. It's the best place for Milton to practice the meditation technique now, without a doubt. Here, with the help of the magic array of the Guardian Sea, it provides Milton with the best conditions for practicing the meditation technique. No other place could possibly have these conditions. Of course, some big realm-level wizard organizations might have this capability. But even if they do, they're for their core members to use, they wouldn't possibly let Milton use it. So currently, the best place for Milton to practice is the Guardian Sea. Time passed, and 20 years flew by in a moment. Milton, sitting cross-legged at the array center of the wizard tower, stopped practicing the meditation technique. After stopping the practicing the meditation roots in the meditation technique, the spiritual power surrounding Milton partly dissipated, and partly returned to Milton's spiritual sea. Milton slowly opened his eyes, no longer continuing the meditation technique. Huff. Exhaling a stale breath, Milton stood up and moved his slightly stiff body. Chapter 319. Even as a level 4 wizard, if Milton Cheney stayed still for several decades, his body would still stiffen momentarily when he suddenly rose. However, this stiffness had no effect on Milton Cheney. For the past 20 years, Milton Cheney had been meditating in the wizard tower, barely moving. He had been continuously practicing meditation for 20 years, never left the top of the wizard tower, not even to stand up. It had been 20 years since he completed his last mission, and Cheney believed that the dangers left by the previous mission had now subsided a bit. But there was no need for Cheney to take any risks. He did not stop his meditation practices to leave the Guardian Sea and venture out. After all, it involves the strong beings from the Bloody Sea realm, and Cheney wasn't clear how their minds worked. But he knew, for those beings, 20 years were merely a flicker of an instant. Even for Cheney, 20 years was nothing, let alone for the level 5 blood descendant. 20 years, even 60 years, meant almost nothing to those beings. The actual reason for his break from meditation wasn't complex. The first reason was that he had been practicing meditation for 20 continuous years, so he stopped to stretch his body. The second reason was that he needed to replenish his cultivation resources, as the resources from the last replenishment were almost depleted. The good news was that he didn't lack magic stones now. He just needed to convert the magic stones to corresponding cultivation resources, which was a straightforward process. He didn't need to leave the Guardian Sea, as all the steps could be completed within the Guardian Sea. After leaving his wizard tower, Cheney paid a visit to Sir Stanhope Thompson's wizard tower. Cheney's choice of the wizard tower as his unique building when he became a level 4 wizard was in part influenced by Sir Thompson. After all, in the Guardian Sea, the only unique building he had seen was the wizard towers. Fortunately, the architectural style of wizard towers appealed to him, so he simply adopted it. Having exchanged for the necessary cultivation resources at Thompson's place, Cheney left Sir Thompson's wizard tower and returned to his own. Back in the wizard tower, Cheney began to engage in the meditation routes and resumed the practice of the meditation technique. There was still a long time left in this true body simulation. At least for the next 60 years, Cheney wouldn't risk leaving the Guardian Sea before the next mission arrived. Although he knew about the future course of the Guardian Sea. Still, for Cheney, the Guardian Sea undoubtedly served as the best sanctuary. Here in the Guardian Sea, apart from his missions, he didn't need to worry about anything else. That included the currently fierce inter-realm war between the realms of wizards and the Bloody Sea. This war, which enveloped the entire wizard realm, seemed to concern all wizards in the realm. But it couldn't affect Cheney, who was currently in the Guardian Sea. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, 40 years had gone by. In the Guardian Sea, in the wizard tower, at the top, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes, ending his meditation practice. The spiritual power that lingered around him was summoned back into his spiritual sea. The Book of Truth started to turn pages automatically, and Cheney's consciousness appeared in the task space. The moment his consciousness appeared in the task space, a ray of white light rushed towards his consciousness. Cheney neither resisted nor dodged, he naturally merged with the white light. The next moment, his consciousness was bounced away from the task space. At the same time, a memory of this new mission appeared in his mind. Sure enough, it's another unfamiliar mission. After digesting the memory of the mission, Cheney muttered to himself. Just as he had imagined, this mission was different from any previous mission in the text simulation. However, this mission was similar to the third mission he received in the text simulation. This so-called Level 4 Wizard's mission was simple. It could even be said to be easily executable. If the previous two missions were key missions in a game, then this mission was just like a daily task. The difficulty was not on the same level. For Cheney, he could successfully accomplish this mission even as a Level 3 wizard. Could it be that the difficulty of the third mission will decrease for everyone after becoming a Level 4 wizard? And each mission is different because the times are different, and those identical missions don't exist at this time. Contemplating this mission, Milton Cheney puzzled over why such a situation had arisen. After mulling it over for a moment, Milton came up with a plausible explanation. Still, he couldn't be sure if that was indeed the case. After all, he was no stranger to the task space of the Guardian Sea. However, he didn't quite understand how precisely this task space operated. Dismissing further thoughts, Milton vanished from the wizard tower. This mission was something he could easily accomplish. Hence, Milton wouldn't procrastinate. The sooner he completed the mission, the sooner he could return. By the time this mission was over, it would almost be time for the final battle between the wizard realm and the Bloody Sea realm. That period would undoubtedly be fraught with danger, hence, Milton Cheney had to ensure that he remained in the safest place during this time. And where was the safest place? It was self-evident it was within the Guardian Sea. At least for 1,000 years after Mansair had devoured the Bloody Sea realm. As long as Milton didn't take unnecessary risks, the Guardian Sea would indeed be the safest place for him. Time passed, and 7 years swiftly flew by. Even for Milton, 7 years was not a long time. However, 7 years later, Milton had completed the third mission he had undertaken in the Guardian Sea. The mission wasn't just simple in words, it was truly simple. In the void space beyond the wizard realm, Milton shook off his pursuers and, in one swift movement, entered the third rift. The moment he returned to the Guardian Sea, Milton instantly summoned the Book of Truth to accept his completed mission. After completing the mission, Milton moved and left the pure white sea region, making his way back to his wizard tower. The inter-realm battlefield of the wizard realm and the Bloody Sea realm had reached a crucial juncture. At this point, except for Milton, most other wizards had no notion of how this inter-realm war would end. No wizard could have guessed. Mansair, who had always played an invisible role in this inter-realm war, would be the ultimate and sole victor. Of course, even if Milton knew this, he couldn't have casually revealed it. The true body simulation had virtually become indistinguishable from reality. Milton's actions in the true body simulation were no different than in the real world, always cautious and deliberate. After returning to the wizard tower, Milton Cheney continued to cultivate the meditation technique using his meditation routes. Time, at some point, seemed to have pressed the fast-forward button. 10 years, 50 years, 100 years. Until 320 years had passed. The Inter-Realm War came to an end that year, also marking the 150th anniversary of the Bloody Sea Realm's consumption. That year also marked the 10th year since the Guardian Sea officially declared war on all realm-level wizard organizations in the Wizard Realm. Nearly 400 years had passed since he completed his second mission. Guardian Sea, Pure White Sea Region. A figure appeared out of thin air here, his facial expression unchanging. No looking left or right, he simply appeared here for a moment and then vanished again. Within the Wizard Tower, the figure of Milton Cheney materialized. By the time he arrived, there was already someone there. The only one with unfettered access to Milton's Wizard Tower was a single person. "Mentor, how did it go?" Milton saw no surprise on Bane's face and asked him. Bane looked serious and shook his head slightly. "It's not ideal, the task space can no longer accept missions properly." Hearing this, Milton Cheney nodded slightly. Chapter 320. Ever since the Guardian Sea declared war on all the realm-level wizard organizations in the Wizard Realm, the task space of the Guardian Sea gradually stopped working properly. When the task space is not available, it means the members of the Guardian Sea cannot accept tasks from the Guardian Sea anymore. Milton Cheney hasn't taken and completed any tasks for the Guardian Sea in nearly 100 years. Of course, this is also somewhat a blessing for Milton Cheney. But the absence of missions doesn't mean he can meditate peacefully in the Guardian Sea. Even though he is not taking any tasks from the Guardian Sea, there are still plenty of issues at hand. Although the Guardian Sea has declared war on other realm-level wizard organizations, Mansair has not appeared so far. Therefore, a stalemate continues between the Guardian Sea and other realm-level wizard organizations. After countless simulations, Milton Cheney knows that Mansair might already be a level 8 wizard at this point. Or maybe not, after all, it takes time to digest a whole world. 150 years, which may seem a long time to Milton Cheney. But for a level 7 wizard, it's a short time. Whether other people know that Mansair plans to devour the Bloody Sea Realm, Milton Cheney is not sure. However, some of them probably know. After all, since Milton Cheney knows about it, there must be others who have a similar notion. But of course, only a fraction of them. Most people are still in the dark. His mentor Bernard has no clue about it. Bernard only knows the Bloody Sea Realm was devoured, but he doesn't know that Mansair, the person in charge of the Guardian Sea, actually planned all this. Ever since the Guardian Sea declared war on other realm-level wizard organizations at this point, people have begun to gain understanding about it. "Did you go to the 9th Rift?" In the Wizard Tower, Bernard asked. He changed the topic and did not chat much about the task space. Upon hearing this, Milton Cheney nodded. The 9th Rift is the headquarter of a realm-level wizard organization in the Wizard Realm that has a good relationship with the Guardian Sea. Milton Cheney just returned from the 9th Rift of the Wizard Realm. Although the Guardian Sea has declared war on other realm-level wizard organizations in the Wizard Realm. But this declaration of war is not like the imagined constant aggressive action against each other. Declaring war is not necessarily starting a war. At this moment, the Guardian Sea is simply sending a message. The current Guardian Sea is still in a standoff with other realm-level wizard organizations. During this period, not all realm-level wizard organizations are against the Guardian Sea. If that were the case, if all realm-level wizard organizations in the Wizard Realm united, without the aid from Mansair, the Guardian Sea could not hold on for long. So, any gains? Seeing Milton Cheney nodding, Bernard asked. "No gains, I'm just a level 4 wizard, I don't have much say. I haven't met the Lord of the Red Moon, so I came back after staying there for 2 years. Milton Cheney said, massaging his temples as he spoke. During the text simulation, Milton Cheney knew the general track of the Guardian Sea and other realm-level wizard organizations after the declaration of war. But he didn't know the details of what happened each year. After all, the text simulation only condensed his experiences in the simulation over 1 year into one sentence. However, the true body simulation is different, apart from the fact that he can return to reality after the simulation ends. It is virtually the same as reality. In the true body simulation, Milton Cheney experienced everything in detail. When he watches these things in the third person, he has no feelings, but when he actually experiences them in the first person, he knows how troublesome they are. For example, his trip representing the Guardian Sea to the 9th Rift. Even though he's already a level 4 wizard, and the wizard organization he's going to has a good relationship with the Guardian Sea. But ultimately there was no gain, 2 years can be said to have been wasted in vain. That's normal, ever since the Guardian Sea declared war on most of the wizard organizations in the wizard realm, most wizard organizations that previously had good relationships with the Guardian Sea have gradually started to distance themselves. Don't leave the Guardian Sea for the time being, even though it's just a declaration of war, it's still unsafe out there. Bernard said. Truth be told, Bernard still can't understand until now. Why would the previously unengaged Guardian Sea declare war on other realm-level wizard organizations this time? Even though it's just a declaration of war, not an actual war, Bernard still couldn't wrap his head around it. Prior to this, the Guardian Sea was the largest white wizard organization in the wizard realm. There's been no talk of declaring war on other wizard organizations, let alone conquering a single plane around the wizard realm. This is too big a step forward all at once, isn't it? It's not just Bernard. Apart from Milton Cheney, most members of the Guardian Sea likely can't figure it out either. But there are definitely those who can. One thing Milton Cheney can be sure of is that apart from him, there are definitely others in the Guardian Sea who know the inside story. Such as the Lords of the Four Seas, for instance. Perhaps his ancestral master, Bernard's teacher, also knows the truth. Whether we can continue to stay in the Guardian Sea, our say doesn't matter. It's been peaceful for over a decade, and it would be difficult to keep it that way. Chapter 321. Milton Cheney spoke with a hint of sentimentality, with a profound look in his eyes. Before this true body simulation, Milton Cheney had gone through numerous text simulations. So he knew that the Guardian Sea wasn't just declaring war on the other realm-level wizards organizations. Afterward, the Guardian Sea really went to war with the other wizard organizations. In fact, several of his previous text simulations ended in his death amidst the war between the Guardian Sea and the other wizard organizations. Not to mention Mansar, who might already be a level 8 wizard now. Just the declaration of war by the Guardian Sea was manageable at first, the other realm-level wizards organizations, seeing the Guardian Seas in action, also remained steady. But as more time passed, natural probes from the other realm-level wizard organizations would inevitably come. After all, declaring war isn't just talk, this is no joke. Especially when the one declaring war is the largest white wizard organization in the wizard realm, and it also includes a level 7 wizard realm-level wizards organization. This couldn't possibly be a joke. If the Guardian Sea made no move, the other realm-level wizards organizations would have to act. After all, any realm-level wizard organization in the wizard realm has been standing firm for at least 1 million years. Such entities naturally couldn't remain actionless after being provoked. Several thousand years ago, there were fewer incidents than in the recent few hundred years. Regardless of how long the silence can last, it's better for you to stay in the Guardian Sea as much as possible. Bane spoke helplessly. He had been a part of the Guardian Sea for nearly 5,000 years. He could say with certainty that the events of the previous 4,000 years were less numerous than those of this past 1,000. Milton Cheney's concerns were not lost on him. Once the arrow is drawn, it has to be shot. The war between the Guardian Sea and the other realm-level wizards organizations was unavoidable. It was merely a difference between sooner or later. The wizard realm had just experienced an inter-realm war, just as that war ended, they were about to plunge into a civil war. Even Bane felt somewhat helpless about this situation. The wizard realm had experienced civil wars before. Wizards were inherently not a peaceful group. In the history of the wizard realm, large-scale civil wars far outnumbered inter-realm wars. However, it was exceedingly rare for a top wizard organization like the Guardian Sea to publicly declare war on other wizard organizations. The last wizard organization to do so was the Gospel Masters Order. However, the Gospel Masters Order was forced to wage war against other realm-level wizards organizations. Meanwhile, the Guardian Sea instigated the war against the other realm-level wizards organizations this time. Though the impending civil war, which would engulf almost all realm-level wizards organizations, has not yet begun, it has become inevitable. Mentor, I understand. Milton Cheney heard a hint of helplessness in Bane's tone and nodded in understanding. Even without Bane's warnings, Milton Cheney would not leave the Guardian Sea in the near future. He's gained a lot from this true body simulation. The memories from the start to the current point of the simulation are definitely a valuable treasure. These memories, incredibly detailed, are fully engraved in Milton Cheney's mind. In other words, if he does in reality as he did in the true body simulation, it's equivalent to seeing the future clearly. Of course, Milton Cheney won't follow the exact same path as in the true body simulation. Because there's a key difference. In the true body simulation, he didn't have a simulator. But in reality, he does have one. Even in 100 years, Milton Cheney could have accumulated hundreds of simulations. The accumulation of these hundreds of simulations would undoubtedly be of great help to him. Not to mention 1,000 years, with thousands of simulations in 1,000 years, even at the least, he can be pushed to the level 5 wizard realm. Under certain circumstances, the choices made by a level 4 wizard and a level 5 wizard are completely different. With different choices made, the future cannot be identical. Nonetheless, the true body simulation is indispensable to Milton Cheney. Well, since you're back, it's time for me to leave your wizard tower. Upon seeing Milton Cheney's nod of agreement to stay in the Guardian Sea, Bane announced his departure. The next moment, before Milton Cheney could respond, Bane vanished. Milton Cheney's gaze lingered on the place where Bane disappeared for a brief moment before looking elsewhere. At that moment, many thoughts and ideas whirled in Milton Cheney's mind. But these thoughts and ideas were gradually suppressed by Milton Cheney. Sitting cross-legged in the array center of the wizard tower, Milton no longer pondered. Right now, thinking too much held no significant meaning for him. After all, the course of events would not change even a little because of his thoughts. He was now merely a level 4 wizard of the Guardian Sea. And in the Guardian Sea, there were as many as hundreds of level 4 wizards like him. A level 4 wizard was not weak in the wizard realm. Placed on the wizard continent, he was definitely amongst the top. However, even so, if Guardian Sea were to wage a war against other realm-level wizards organizations, a level 4 wizard would definitely not affect the final outcome of the war. That's why Milton suppressed these thoughts deep within his heart. True body simulation and real imagination were just simulation and not reality. What Milton needed to do now, was to continue enhancing himself. The improvement of spiritual power, at this point, was endless for Milton. The feedback from the end of the true body simulation was not just memory, but also upgrade in the realm. That's why Milton naturally wouldn't waste his time in the true body simulation. Sitting cross-legged, Milton began to practice the meditation technique along the meditation routes. Slowly closing his eyes, his spiritual power began to envelop him. Time slowly passes. To Milton, who was in the middle of meditation, time undoubtedly passes by very quickly. Time flew by. 200 years passed in an instant. The large realm-level wizards organizations in the wizard realm, developing from zero to their standing stature. As short as several 100,000 to 1,000,000 years, and the longest standing even stood for 10 million years. How long does it take for these realm-level wizards organizations to be destroyed? A level 8 wizard could give the answer. No matter how profound the foundation of a realm-level wizard organization was. In the hand of a true level 8 wizard, it could be obliterated in an instant. It was said to be 200 years, but actually, Mansire only took a few moments. The 200 years of time was more for other wizards from Guardian Sea to make their move. You want to leave the Guardian Sea? A voice reached Milton's ears. The owner of the voice had his back to Milton. Milton could clearly hear the voice, but he couldn't see the figure of the person in front of him. Even his memory was somewhat blurry. It was as if 1 second you could remember an individual's identity, but the next second you would forget it, then the next second you would remember again. Milton felt precisely this way at the moment. It must be said that this feeling was absolutely not comfortable. The next moment, a glint of clarity passed in Milton's eyes. It seemed like the person in front of him had blocked this influence, so Milton was now able to think normally. A glint of astonishment also flashed in Milton's eyes as they regained clarity. Level 8 wizard. If it were not for Mansire actively blocking this influence, Milton wouldn't have even been able to think normally beside Mansire. Yes, I want to make a trip to the Soul Realm, to find the path of a level 5 wizard. Milton spoke with reverence. He definitely could not stay in the Guardian Sea. Milton knew that the Guardian Sea was about to start conquering other worlds. If Milton continued to stay in the Guardian Sea, he would certainly face certain death. It's better to find a reason to leave the Guardian Sea. Of course, it is to leave, not to defect. Level 5 wizard. Alright, you can go. Mansire spoke softly. The next moment, Milton blinked, and Mansire was gone. Chapter 322. That easy? Uncertainty surged in Milton Cheney's heart. He had actually prepared himself to be rejected. But to Cheney's surprise, Mansire had agreed so easily. This was the difference between true body simulation and text simulation. In text simulation, although Cheney could still act according to his subconscious thoughts in reality. But it was not easy to execute. This was one of the reasons why he in text simulation couldn't avoid big events in time. If all simulations of the simulator are likened to a game, then true body simulation is like Cheney himself manipulating the game character. But text simulation is just the game character auto-playing. The difference is naturally enormous. After staring at the spot where Mansayer disappeared for a moment, Cheney shifted his gaze away. The next moment, his figure moved and disappeared on the spot too. The pressure that a level 8 wizard brought to Cheney was really too great. Cheney did not expect that Mansayer would really agree to meet him. Actually, Cheney's plan was to follow the Guardian Sea in conquering other worlds if he could not leave the Guardian Sea. Being a level 4 wizard, he was certainly not weak. Moreover, he had many ways to save his life now, so even as the vanguard to other worlds, Cheney was confident that he could preserve his life. After all, true body simulation is not text simulation. In true body simulation, as long as Cheney wanted to be cautious, he had far more means than in text simulation. What's more, he still had a life-saving puppet as a trump card. Having this life-saving puppet, Cheney basically has 2 lives. As long as Cheney was not reckless, he could at least live longer than his longest-lived text simulation. He was confident about that. However, things are different now. Mansayer agreed to let him leave the Guardian Sea. This meant that Cheney didn't have to participate in the War of the Guardian Sea conquering other worlds. Going to other worlds. The Soul Realm could definitely be said to be one of the safest worlds for Cheney. It is predictable that this time in true body simulation, Cheney could live a very long time. At least breaking his previous survival record in simulation would not be a problem. Guardian Sea, over the pure white sea region. Cheney's figure suddenly appeared above the sea region. There was still some time before the Guardian Sea began to conquer other worlds. Cheney estimated that it was within 30 years. This time was just a possible time that Cheney calculated based on the previous text simulation. It would only be longer, not shorter. Although there was still some time, Cheney did not intend to wait any longer. The longer the delay, the higher the probability of accidents. Cheney returned to the Guardian Sea first. Although he did not intend to stay in the Guardian Sea for a long time, Cheney still had to come back once. After all, he couldn't travel to other worlds on his own now. He had to rely on the world passage of the Guardian Sea. However, if he were a level 5 wizard, he would not need to use the world passage to go to other worlds. As long as he has the world coordinates, he can go to other worlds at any time. However, Cheney was still a level 4 wizard now, and there was still a considerable distance from level 5 wizard. Even if he spends a lot of time cultivating to the limit of his spiritual power, unowned rules are still out of reach. Even the most common unowned rules are not what Cheney can hope for at this time. Besides, Cheney's goal is not those common unowned rules. The potential limit for common unowned rules is level 5 wizard. And Cheney definitely wouldn't limit his potential to the realm of level 5 wizard. Even though level 5 wizards are at the top of the pyramid in the wizard realm. But Cheney's goal is far more than that. After all, if his goal was just a level 5 wizard, he wouldn't have refused the unowned rules his ancestral master Lan gave him. At that time, Lan had placed an easily obtainable unowned rule in front of Cheney, and Cheney still refused it. Because once he agreed, it would mean his limit on the white wizard path in the future would be a level 5 wizard. However, acquiring unowned rules without potential limits is certainly not an easy thing. The route to level 5 wizard in the soul realm that Cheney and Mansayer mentioned was not completely made up by Cheney. Within the soul realm, there is an unowned rule. Many people in the wizard realm know this news. But as to what rule this unowned rule is, whether it's a common rule or a rule without potential limits, no one knows, not even Cheney's ancestral master Lan. This unowned rule is located in the first organization of the soul realm, the Soul Academy. Cheney was not unfamiliar with this organization. Because when he was only a knight, he had received favor from this organization. Even in one of his text simulations, his final choice was to join the Soul Academy. This is why Cheney could affirm that there are unowned rules within the Soul Academy. Because in text simulation, he had joined the Soul Academy. One of the 3 years of memories he retained then contained memories of unowned rules. Chapter 323. However, the relevant memories were just a minute portion. Milton Cheney only knew that Soul Academy had unowned rules. As for the details, Milton was undoubtedly a stranger. His mind was entangled with thoughts, pouring out. After a moment, Milton pushed these thoughts and ideas to the bottom of his heart. Now was not the time to contemplate these matters. After all, he is still a long way from being a level 5 wizard. His spiritual power was far from reaching the limit of a level 4 wizard. He still had a long way to go. After suppressing these thoughts and ideas, Milton summoned the Book of Truth. The Book of Truth appeared in an instant, floating in front of Milton. The next moment, his spiritual power surged from his spiritual sea, attaching itself to the Book of Truth. The pages opened and an array of white light emerged from the Book of Truth. The white light enveloped Milton's body. A moment later, Milton's body disappeared above the pure white sea region. By the time his figure emerged again, he was already within the void space. Milton, who suddenly appeared in this place, showed no change in his complexion and did not look around. He just walked deeper into the void. After all, it was not his first time coming to this void. Not to mention in the simulation. Even in reality, Milton had used the world passage to travel to other worlds more than once. So everything here wouldn't spark any special emotions in Milton. "It's you, where are you going this time?" Odom, seeing Milton suddenly appear before him, showed no surprise, as Milton often came here. Milton came and went more often than Bane. "I'm not using the plane channel this time. I need to go to the soul realm, so I need to activate the world passage. Sorry for the inconvenience," Milton said. Most of his previous visits to Odom were through the plane channel. Although after he became a level 4 wizard, he didn't need to use the plane channel to go to some minor planes. But if he wanted to go to some special planes, or some major planes, he would also need to use the plane channel. Hearing Milton's words, Odom nodded in understanding. He didn't ask why Milton was going to the soul realm. "No problem, but you will have to wait. Due to some reasons, opening the world passage now would be more troublesome than before, and it would take longer," Odom said. As his words fell, he brought out his Book of Truth. Because of his role in guarding the space passages, his Book of Truth had more functions than Milton's. "How much longer?" Milton asked. "Because of some reason?" Milton asked Odom with a hint of confusion in his heart. It had been a while since he'd used the world passage, so he wasn't aware of the change. Last time he used it, Odom had activated it almost instantly. The fastest would be 10 days. "Of course, if you're in a hurry, I can open it for you now. But if I help you to open the world passage directly now, the passage opened might not be very stable." Odom operated the Book of Truth and explained at the same time. 10 days? Hearing this number, Milton let out a sigh of relief. 10 days was all right, not a very long time. When Odom mentioned needing to wait a moment earlier, Milton thought he might have to wait for several years. As the time spent in the true body simulation became longer and longer, he increasingly felt the rapid passage of time. "Don't worry, I can wait for 10 days. Milton said with a faint smile. After his words fell, Milton found a place to sit cross-legged within the void. To Milton, 10 days was equivalent to just one meditation session. It wasn't even enough for one. Now, when Milton was practicing meditation techniques in the Wizard Tower, each meditation session took at least several months at a minimum. In the long run, one meditation session could take several years. This was why Milton increasingly felt the passage of time quickening. Time passed and the 10 days passed in an instant. "All right, the world passage to the soul realm has been successfully opened. However, it's a bit unstable compared to the past. Of course, as long as you completely envelope your body with your spiritual power when passing through the world passage, there won't be any accidents." Odom's voice echoed in Milton's ears. Milton, who was meditating, stopped the operation of the meditation technique and opened his eyes. Looking at the illusory world passage before him, Milton nodded. It was no different from the past. "Thank you," Milton said softly. "No need to mention it, it's my duty." While Odom was speaking, Milton stepped into the world passage. Time is like an everlasting gear that never stops turning. 10 years, 20 years, 50 years. In an instant, another 100 years had passed. In the soul realm, within the bright forest, Milton stopped his cultivation of the meditation technique, and the Book of Truth surfaced and hovered before him. "Hey!" After checking the messages in the Book of Truth, Milton exhaled a long breath. What was supposed to come has come. Now, it was 70 years later than Milton had predicted. Milton had expected it to be within 30 years, but he didn't expect Mansair to make his decision after 100 years. Chapter 324. However, none of these matters to Milton Cheney right now. Although he is still a member of the Guardian Sea, he is not tangled in its affairs. Ever since the Guardian Sea declared war on other realm-level wizard organizations in the wizard realm, the members of the Guardian Sea no longer had to complete missions in the task space. Being free from an overwhelming amount of tasks, Milton's life has become much more relaxed. It has been nearly 400 years since Milton last took on a mission from the Guardian Sea. Without contemplating further, Milton recalls the Book of Truth back into his spiritual sea. The path of the wizard and the path of the spiritualist cannot coexist. The challenge of understanding the unowned rule of the Soul Academy is too daunting. Setting the Guardian Sea aside, Milton contemplates within his mind. He hasn't forgotten why he came to the Soul Realm. If he merely wanted to fabricate a false story to distance himself from the Guardian Sea, then there were many places that would provide more safety than the Soul Realm. The main reason Milton ended up choosing the Soul Realm was the information he received about the existence of an unowned rule here. After all, even though Milton is still some way off from reaching the level of a level 5 wizard, it is always beneficial to prepare ahead of time. 100 years have passed and Milton has not stood still. At the very least, he has learned many secrets of the spiritualists. Spiritualists, in fact, share many similarities with wizards. Unowned rules greatly influence not only wizards but also spiritualists. For an outsider like Milton, attempting to investigate the unowned rule of the Soul Academy naturally comes with many challenges. The path of the wizard and the path of the spiritualist are not entirely incompatible. Just as the path of the spiritual wizard can be cultivated alongside the bloodline wizard path, the path of the spiritualist can be cultivated with the bloodline wizard path too. However, if one primarily practices the path of spirit system wizard, or the path of the white wizards, there is no doubt that one cannot cultivate together with the spiritualists. Spiritualists, in essence, cultivate spiritual power. But just like any other transcendent paths that practice spiritual power, the methods the spiritualists use to cultivate spiritual power unquestionably differ from those used by wizards. But in essence, both are cultivating spiritual power, thus they naturally cannot cultivate with white wizards. To put it simply, the worlds in which Milton reincarnated, following the transcendent paths where they cultivate spiritual power, cannot cultivate with white wizards. Even with a simulator, the transcendent paths he cultivates in other worlds ultimately only take the form of rules gems and do not truly manifest within his body. Do I have to abandon my white wizard realm and attempt to join Soul Academy to explore the mystery of that unowned rule? Milton pondered in his mind. However, he quickly dismissed this thought as soon as it arose in his mind. After all, if he really did so, then it wouldn't be any different from that time of the text simulation. A large part of the reason he could join the Soul Academy and learn the secrets of the unowned rule during the previous text simulation is that he had lost his white wizard realm. At that time, although he lost his white wizard realm, he still retained some lifespan. And because he had some association with the Soul Academy, he could eventually join the Soul Academy smoothly. If he were to abandon his white wizard cultivation realm and choose to join the Soul Academy now, setting aside other factors, lifespan is a major issue. He would not attempt it if the resultant gain does not match the input, and especially when the disadvantages outweigh the benefits. After thinking for a while, Milton had a sudden enlightenment. He considered a new thought. His thinking should not be limited. Although this is after the simulation, Milton's thoughts are not only focused on the simulation itself. After all, everything he has advanced in the text simulation or the true body simulation is for his actual being. What about the reincarnation simulation? If I reincarnate into the soul realm in the reincarnation simulation, will I have an opportunity to join the Soul Academy, and explore the unowned rule? Milton pondered in his mind. This sudden thought was the reason for his enlightenment. After all, he now has the option to choose the world in which he wants to reincarnate. He did not intend to reincarnate into the divine realm anytime soon, so would the soul realm be a good alternative choice for reincarnation? After all, the soul realm and the wizard realm have similar time flows. Most likely, when he reincarnates, it will be into the present era. Perhaps during the time of his reincarnation, the wizard realm and the bloody sea realm are still enveloped in the inter-realm war. But that isn't necessarily the case. After all, Milton has also had the experience of reincarnating into the past of a world. Without having truly reincarnated into the soul realm, everything is still unknown. But even if he really reincarnates into the past or the future of the soul realm, Milton doesn't need to worry too much. After all, the Soul Academy has always been the biggest organization in the soul realm since its birth. And the reason the unowned rule in the Soul Academy has been left unfused for such a long time must have something to do with the rules. Even if the reincarnation simulation isn't what Milton had in mind and beyond his expectation, it doesn't matter. After all, what Milton used was just one reincarnation simulation. And one reincarnation simulation can be accumulated with just 2 years of time. Chapter 325. This kind of trial with more pros than cons, Milton Cheney was still very willing to do. After contemplating for a while, Milton restrained this thought. Although the idea was good, it could not be implemented yet. After all, he was still in the middle of the true body simulation, and the matters of reincarnation simulation could be carefully considered after this current simulation ends. Now, he still needed to complete the tasks in the true body simulation properly. After all, after leaving the Guardian Sea, Milton had plenty of lifespan. Even though he couldn't join the Soul Academy, it didn't mean that there weren't any other methods for Milton to observe the unowned rules within the Soul Academy. It may be difficult, but he should still make the effort to try. At this thought, Milton didn't continue with meditation and cultivation, but instead left the original location in a flash. Time passed quickly, and it always unwittingly slipped through the fingers. 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, 100 years. 200 years, 300 years. In a blink of an eye, 500 years had passed. It had also been 600 years since Milton left the Guardian Sea. During these 600 years, Milton had not returned to the wizard realm once. It must be said that in this true body simulation, Milton had spent a longer time in the soul realm than in the wizard realm. While he was in the wizard realm, due to the Guardian Sea's task, Milton's time in the wizard realm was not long. However, in the soul realm, there were no tasks influencing him. Milton had genuinely lived in the soul realm for 600 years. Soul realm, Golden City. In a shop. Milton was lying in an armchair inside the shop. Next to him was an old man with a white beard who was busy with his work. "How's it going? Even for a natural spiritual object, isn't the spirit awakening taking too long?" Milton, who was lying in the chair, spoke up somewhat helplessly. After his words fell, the white-bearded old man did not respond, but continued with his work. "William, can you give me a definite answer? I can't wait another 10 years. Hurry, 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 that's all you know. You've asked around other places too, aren't you already lucky enough to have someone help you with your spirit awakening? Apart from me, only those from the Soul Academy can take on your task. If you could find someone from the Soul Academy, you wouldn't be coming to me." William responded somewhat exasperatedly. All right, take your time, I won't rush you. Milton replied. "That's more like it." William snorted, then went back to his work. After that, Milton naturally didn't continue to rush him. However, shortly after, Milton opened his mouth once more. "William, is there really a chance that the spirit awakening will be successful enough to replace a spiritual sea?" Milton asked. "There isn't much hope. If you still plan on cultivating wizardry and spiritualism concurrently, the chances of success with just the hardcore isn't high. But a simple replacement of the spiritual sea should still be possible. Of course, even if it were successful, there is still an upper limit to it. At maximum, you can only cultivate up to a level 2 spiritualist." William continued his work as he spoke, shaking his head. "What if I want to join the Soul Academy with this? Is there a chance?" Milton asked. Even though he had known William for a while, this was the first time Milton had asked this question. It was not until now that he revealed his ultimate objective. Upon hearing this, William finally stopped his task. He slightly furrowed his eyebrows, as though this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. After a moment of contemplation, William responded. "You'd better not hold out much hope. Although you are a level 4 wizard, the chances are still low. As far as I know, the Soul Academy has never previously admitted a level 4 spirit system wizard. And aren't you a member of the Guardian Sea? Why would you wish to join the Sea of Souls?" At this point, there was a hint of confusion in William's tone. Milton was a member of the Guardian Sea, which William knew. The present-day Guardian Sea could be said to have made a name for itself in the surrounding worlds of the wizard realm. In just 500 years, 2 little worlds had already succumbed to the Guardian Sea. It was rather puzzling for William that Milton, as a member of the Guardian Sea, would wish to join the Soul Academy. Upon hearing William's words, Milton pondered for a while before nodding. Actually, he too was aware that there was not much hope. 500 years had gone by, and it was not as though Milton had done nothing. Over the years, Milton had tried many ways to enter the Soul Academy, but eventually all ended in failure. Milton's goal was not to join the Soul Academy. With his current status as a member of the Guardian Sea, he naturally couldn't join the Soul Academy. His target was only the unowned rules of the Soul Academy. Milton didn't harbor big expectations for obtaining those unowned rules, he merely wished to deeply understand the unowned rules. At the very least, he needed to know whether those unowned rules were ordinary rules or unlimited rules. This point was very crucial. Milton's initial objective was not what he wanted. It's not about joining the Soul Academy, but entering the Soul Academy, such as using their library. Milton stated. William shook his head. It's impossible. Those who are not students of the Soul Academy do not qualify to enter. Of course, you can try to force your way in. But I guarantee you, you will die miserably. Chapter 326. Although the Soul Academy may not compare to your Guardian Sea, it is a spiritualist organization that has stood for 10 million years in the soul realm and should not be underestimated. William shrugged and said. If that's Milton's idea, he wanted to urge Milton to let go of it sooner. Many people in the worlds around the wizard realm knew that the Guardian Sea had produced a level 8 wizard. Hence, William only said that the Soul Academy was not as good as the Guardian Sea on the surface. It seems that it's not going to work. Milton naturally understood the meaning in William's tone and murmured helplessly in his heart. The prospect of exploring the secrets of the unowned rules of the soul realm in this true body simulation seemed overly difficult with little hope. All right, I understand. Don't rush, take your time with the spirit awakening. On the lounge chair, Milton closed his eyes. William shook his head, preparing to continue the action in his hand. But when his hand touched the heart core, he furrowed his brows suddenly, as if he had thought of something. The next moment, he halted his actions and turned to Milton. As I recall, you are a level 4 wizard. You're not eyeing the unowned rule of the Soul Academy, are you? William remarked, his tone filled with speculation. His words momentarily stunned Milton, who was still lying on the lounger. He hadn't expected William to guess his goals so quickly. But this also meant that the unowned rule of the Soul Academy wasn't much of a secret after all. It seems that's the case. So all this fuss is for the unowned rule of the Soul Academy. William stated, somewhat bemused. It seemed he had not expected Milton's target to be that elusive unowned rule. Oh? How so? Is there a problem with the unowned rule of the Soul Academy? Milton asked with interest. He didn't expect his unintentional revelation to bring about unexpected findings. William's tone clearly suggested that he knew a bit about the unowned rule in the Soul Academy. At least, he should know more than novice Milton. If you're after that unowned rule, joining the Soul Academy wouldn't help. The Soul Academy's unowned rule already has a master. William explained. Indeed, he knew a lot more than Milton did. Because he was once a member of the Soul Academy. The Soul Academy differs from the Guardian Sea. Students of the Soul Academy will not have their cultivation abolished even after their departure from the Academy. In fact, a large portion of the Soul Academy students eventually leave the Academy. The unowned rule already has a master. Milton instinctively retorted. William's statement indeed was contradictory. If the rule is unowned, how could it have a master already? Well, this is indeed a secret. But it doesn't hurt to tell you. The unowned rule of the Soul Academy has existed since its inception 10 million years ago. It is a twin rule. Once one rule has been integrated, the other will not disappear. Only until the master of the rule dies can the rule be integrated by another person. And the current master of this unowned rule is the Dean of the Soul Academy. William explained. He was right. This was indeed a secret. But in order to dispel Milton's hopes, he decided to share these truths. Milton almost couldn't hold his expression upon hearing this. He had never heard of such a situation before. But after digesting William's words, Milton realized something wasn't quite right. How did you learn all this? Milton asked. I used to be a student of the Soul Academy, and I was naturally curious about that rule which has existed for tens of millions of years, so I learned a bit about it. William replied. Unlike others, not everyone was interested in such an unowned rule. In fact, the majority of the Soul Academy members had no idea what the rule was. Nobody said a word after William made this revelation. Seeing Milton's silence, William gave him space to reflect and didn't interrupt his thoughts. Of course, he also halted his activities, seemingly waiting for Milton to finish thinking. At this moment, however, what Milton was contemplating was not about giving up on that unowned rule. He was pondering the truth of William's words. From William's words, Milton Cheney had already gathered a lot of information. For example, the master of the rules was the dean of the Soul Academy. This represented that this rule was an unlimited rule, the exact rule that Cheney sought. After all, the dean of the Soul Academy was a genuine level 7 spiritualist, equivalent to the power of a level 7 wizard. If there were a limit to the rules, the dean of the Soul Academy wouldn't have become a level 7 spiritualist. This information was the most crucial for Cheney. The rest was not important. Even if William had joined the Soul Academy and the information about the unowned rules was obtained there. But as for what the rule actually was and whether it could be fused, Cheney must personally verify it himself first. Cheney had decided to reincarnate into the soul realm in his next reincarnation simulation. Reincarnating into the soul realm, then joining the Soul Academy was the best way to verify if the news was true or false. If this rule, as William said, could not be fused, then all Cheney would have lost was just one reincarnation simulation opportunity. However, if this rule actually supports fusion, then Cheney would hit the jackpot. After all, he would then have a target. A target that was an unowned rule with no upper limit. At least until Cheney became a level 5 wizard he would have something to do. Having thought up to here, Cheney suppressed his thoughts deep down, not thinking any further. After all, he could not verify it at this moment and could only temporarily believe this message to be true. The instant Cheney stopped his thinking, William's voice came over. "So, do you still need help with the spirit awakening of this heart core?" William asked. In his mind, since Cheney already knew the details of the unowned rules, he should not continue with the spirit awakening of the heart core. "Please, continue," Cheney said. The spirit awakening had already started and the money had already been paid. To end the spirit awakening now seemed somewhat inappropriate. Despite in the end, even if the spirit awakening was successful, Cheney could not enter the Soul Academy solely by virtue of the heart core. Seeing that Cheney had finally made his decision, William said no more, just nodded and continued to help with the spirit awakening of the heart core. Time passed quickly and in the blink of an eye, another 400 years had passed. In the Soul Realm, Soul City. This was definitely the largest single city in the Soul Realm. It was even comparable to the size of several wizard continents. Moreover, this was the #1 organization in the Soul Realm, the location of the Soul Academy. Unlike the Guardian Sea, the Soul Academy of the Soul Realm was directly located within the Soul Realm, not within the World Rift. There were also world rifts within the Soul Realm. A tower, not far from the Soul Academy in Soul City. This was Cheney's residence in Soul City. At this moment, in the tower, Cheney had a slight frown on his face. The Book of Truth was open and floating in front of him. After leaving the wizard realm for 1,000 years, what should come, had come. 1,000 years, and in the end, I didn't manage to see that unowned rule with my own eyes. Cheney muttered to himself. He was somewhat helpless. It wasn't that Cheney didn't attach importance to the unowned rule in the Soul Academy. On the contrary, Cheney attached great importance to it. Over the years, he had tried countless ways to enter the Soul Academy, even to the point of almost barging in. But the result was always the same. 1,000 years apparently, this was the time limit given to him by Mansar. The person contacting him via the Book of Truth this time wasn't someone else, it was Mansar himself. A level 8 wizard personally sent a message to Cheney. It seems he had no choice but to return. In 1,000 years, there were times when Cheney felt the Guardian Sea should have forgotten about him. But it seems that wasn't the case. He was just yet to reach the time limit set by Mansar. It's time to leave. Cheney sighed. The next moment, the Book of Truth floating in front of him lit up with a faint white light. Cheney's body was wrapped in this white light and disappeared from his original spot. Chapter 327. The Sea of Guardians, the City of Four Seas. Once back in the Sea of Guardians, Milton Cheney started to gauge his surroundings unconsciously. This time, he returned to the Sea of Guardians, leveraging the Book of Truth to transport directly there. Milton thought he would appear over the familiar pure white sea region, but once back in the Sea of Guardians, he found that everything around him was uncannily unfamiliar. This doesn't seem to be within the third rift. Milton murmured as he surveyed the surroundings. You haven't returned to the Sea of Guardians in 1,000 years, have you? Suddenly, a voice echoed in Milton's ears. The moment he heard the voice, Milton turned to look at the place where the voice was coming from. Indeed, a familiar figure stood behind him. Mentor. Milton said with a smile appearing on his face. In the 1,000 years since he left the Sea of Guardians, although he often communicated with Bane via the Book of Truth, they hadn't seen each other. This was their first meeting in 1,000 years. A hint of a smile was also visible on Bane's face. Mentor, where are we? Milton voiced the doubt that lingered in his heart. Bane, of course, understood what Milton was wondering and started to explain. This is not the South Guardian Sea. The 4 Guardian Seas are now merged together. This is the City of 4 Seas, located in the first rift of the Wizard Realm. Hearing this, Milton nodded in agreement. I see. The South Guardian Sea has become a thing of the past. However, the merger of the 4 Guardian Seas does not have much impact on Milton. After all, everything that is happening now is part of the simulation, and the real him is far away in time from this moment. What about the pure White Sea region? Milton asked softly. After 1,000 years away from the Sea of Guardians, he was indeed somewhat unfamiliar with the Sea of Guardians at this time. The pure White Sea region has not vanished, it's in the Southern Sea region. The 4 seas have merged, but everything from before still exists, only now it's split into 4 sea regions. Bane explained. Once the words were spoken, Bane's spiritual power gushed out from his spiritual sea, summoned the Book of Truth to appear in front of him. Let's go, I'll take you to the Southern Sea region, where your wizard tower is. Hearing this, Milton did not refuse. Milton allowed the purple light that emerged within Bane's Book of Truth to envelop his body. The next moment, both of them disappeared from the spot. When they reappeared, a familiar scene came into Milton's view. In the sky above the pure White Sea region, Milton's figure suddenly appeared there. Looking around at everything, it was indeed exactly the same as before. The Southern Sea had become the Southern Sea region, and the 4 seas had merged and are situated in the first rift of the Wizard Realm. 1,000 years had passed, indeed, some significant changes had occurred in the Sea of Guardians. The structure of the 4 seas in the Sea of Guardians had managed to maintain itself for 10 million years, but now, a mere 1,000 years had been enough to break this pattern. Milton looked around without saying a word. How does it feel? Bane put away the Book of Truth and turned to Milton to ask. Just like before, no changes. I am not asking about this. I am asking how your journey to the Soul Realm was, did it go smoothly? Bane cut off Milton's words and asked. His tone revealed a hint of curiosity, he seemed eager to know what Milton had experienced over the years. Although Bane and Milton had frequently communicated through the Book of Truth, Milton had seldom spoken about his experiences in the Soul Realm. Therefore, Bane did not know what exactly Milton had been doing in the Soul Realm. Now that Milton had returned, his curiosity had naturally been stoked. Not very smoothly. I learned about an unowned rule, but this rule is in the Soul Academy where I, as an outsider, have no hope of probing. Milton spoke, appearing somewhat helpless. There was no intention of concealing anything on his part. After all, this was the aftermath of the simulation, and his mentor was not one to blabber. Moreover, this was not a major secret. Now that he was back, there was no need for Milton to hide anything from Bane. So, Milton decided to satisfy Bane's curiosity. An unowned rule in the Soul Academy. That's unfortunate. The Soul Academy can be very cliquish. Given that you are a wizard, you indeed have almost no hope. Bane said, a hint of regret in his voice. Even though he hadn't visited the Soul Realm many times, he still had some knowledge of the Soul Academy, the largest spiritualist organization in the Soul Realm. Just as denizens of prominent organizations in other realms of the Wizard Realm seldom lack knowledge of the Sea of Guardians. According to Bane's knowledge, the Soul Academy is an exceedingly exclusive organization. His understanding wasn't wrong, Milton had taken 1,000 years to prove that the Soul Academy wasn't particularly welcoming to wizards. Now that you're back, I'll not stay here for long. Your wizard tower still resides in the original place, unchanged. You need to re-enter the coordinates of the Sea of Guardians. As for tasks in the task space, you can enter the task space to check on your own. The task space of the Sea of Guardians is no longer the same as before. Now, the task space allows you to freely choose tasks and is not bound by time restrictions. After a barrage of kind reminders, Bane disappeared from the spot with a flicker of his silhouette. Milton's gaze lingered on the spot where Bane disappeared for a moment before he redirected his gaze. Chapter 328. Changes in the task space? This thought emerged in Milton Cheney's mind. Because he had not returned to the Guardian Sea in a millennium, Naturally, Milton Cheney had not entered the task space during this period. So, he was unknowledgeable about the changes in the task space that Bain was referring to. However, if what Bain had said was true, that tasks could now be freely selected, and there were no mandatory time limits, then this was undoubtedly good news for Milton Cheney. After all, Milton Cheney wasn't much interested in the flow of tasks. He believed that it was more profitable to practice the meditation technique through the meditation routes at the Wizard Tower than to complete unrewarding tasks. At least the former could clearly enhance his capabilities, while the latter yielded almost no improvement for Milton Cheney. After pondering for a while, Milton ceased further thoughts. Overthinking wouldn't be as effective as verifying it himself. The next moment, Milton mobilized his spiritual power, a flash of white light and his body disappeared in the pure white sea region. When Milton reappeared, he was already inside his Wizard Tower. Even though a millennium had passed, there was not a single change in his Wizard Tower. What it looked like when he left, was exactly what it looked like now, with no changes at all. Back in the Wizard Tower, Milton summoned the Book of Truth. The next moment, the spiritual power flowed from his spiritual sea and attached itself to the Book of Truth floating before him. The Book of Truth opened automatically, and in an instant, Milton's consciousness moved, and it materialized itself in the task space. The moment Milton's consciousness appeared in the task space, it began to examine the task space instinctively. After inspecting it thoroughly, Milton found no difference in the task space compared to what it was like over 1,000 years ago. Except for the fact that no light clusters flew straight at him when he entered the task space this time, nothing had changed. When Milton was pondering in his consciousness, the task space changed. Multiple small light clusters appeared. However, unlike before, these light clusters calmly hovered in the air with no automatic roaming. But when Milton's conscious gaze fell upon the light clusters, snippets of information emerged within his mind. What are these? Milton digested the new influx of information in his mind. Tasks for voluntary selection. After processing the information in his mind, Milton understood the task space of the Guardian Sea in its current state. Sure enough, as Bain had said, tasks were no longer compulsively assigned as before. The light clusters suspended in mid-air within the task space indeed did represent each task from the Guardian Sea. Information regarding these tasks had already surfaced in Milton's mind. He could now freely choose from all the missions from the Guardian Sea that a level 4 wizard was eligible for. No longer did he have to accept tasks obligatorily. Also, there were no imposed time limits for these tasks anymore. Which meant that Milton was no longer required to accept a task every 60 years. One could say that Milton could completely refuse undertaking tasks and dedicate millennia to practicing the meditation technique in the Wizard Tower. The next moment, with a flicker of his consciousness, Milton decided against accepting a task and left the task space. The Book of Truth hovering before him receded back into Milton's spiritual sea. Milton sat in a cross-legged position at the central hub of the Wizard Tower. Since tasks did not have to be compulsively completed, Milton naturally would not look for trouble. Practicing the meditation technique in the Wizard Tower was beneficial. Besides, he could also harness the Guardian Sea's substantial magic array. In the 1,000 years he spent in the Soul Realm, the progress in his meditation technique practice was not as expected. 1,000 years there were in no way comparable to practicing for a mere 100 years in the Guardian Sea's Wizard Tower. So now that he was back in the Guardian Sea with an excellent environment available, Milton certainly wouldn't waste this opportunity. His survival during this true body simulation far exceeded his expectations. Every additional year of existence from now was a bonus. He intended not to waste this extra time. Practicing the meditation technique was undoubtedly a profitable investment. After all, progress made in the practice of meditation technique within the true body simulation would fully transfer into the real world once the simulation ends. Upon sitting cross-legged, Milton began charting the meditation routes to practice the meditation technique. The rate of meditation seems faster than before. Is it due to the merging of the 4 Guardian Seas, or perhaps the influence of the first rift? After embarking on the practice of the meditation technique, Milton realized that the speed at which he traced the meditation routes was significantly faster than before. He was sure about this. Faster was indeed faster. Milton Cheney wasn't sure of the exact reason either. But it's very likely that it's either due to the merger of the 4 Guardian Seas, or him being in the first rift of the Wizard Realm. Beyond these 2 reasons, Milton couldn't think of any others. Time passed, and 400 years were gone in an instant. Milton had left the Soul Realm and returned to the Guardian Sea for 400 years. However, Milton had only spent 200 years in the Guardian Sea. Because 200 years ago, he had already left the Guardian Sea and entered the Shadow World. And his identity was, of course, one of the wizards who had conquered the Shadow World for the Guardian Sea. Shadow World, Black Island. Sure enough, although there were no compulsory missions anymore, there wasn't any less work. Milton even suspected that the cancellation of compulsory missions was just to involve these members without missions in the conquest of other worlds. Milton felt this was even worse than compulsory missions. At least compulsory missions weren't this dangerous. Milton cursed inwardly, but his face showed no changes at all, remaining cold and indifferent. It's not my turn, I've been there 3 times in the last 200 years. Milton said lightly. As his voice fell, the rest of the people standing around him just looked at each other, none of them saying anything. The atmosphere became silent all of a sudden. Leaving Black Island and going to the Shadow Realm again was something Milton would never do again. The last time he went to the Shadow Realm was the 3rd time, he almost lost half his life. It wasn't just clothes, he had indeed lost half his life, as his life-saving puppet had already been consumed. So, it couldn't be his turn this time, no matter what. However, if any of the people here went, it would be their 4th time. The chances of surviving for all of them were the same. Risking a 90% chance of death wasn't an exaggeration. But if nobody went and then got expelled from the Guardian Sea, they could not escape death either. Even Milton now, if his status as a level 4 white wizard was wiped out, would perish in a moment due to lifespan exhaustion. If none of us want to go, then we all have to go together. Don't be so downhearted, it's not a desperate situation. The silent atmosphere didn't last long. A middle-aged man spoke up a moment later. You could tell he was trying to create a more relaxed atmosphere, but it had no effect. Nobody responded or refused when his voice fell. Even Milton didn't refuse, since if the 4 of them went together, his chances of survival would definitely be the highest among them. After all, besides being a level 4 white wizard, he was also a chi cultivation 4th stage cultivator and a wizard demigod. Let's go then. Another person spoke up, his voice laden with fatigue. Conquering the world was definitely not an easy task for the Guardian Sea, an organization that had never even conquered a plane before. In the 1,000 years that Milton had left the Guardian Sea, at least half of the level 4 wizards in the Guardian Sea had died. Milton couldn't understand why Mansar, who was already a level 8 wizard, would want to do this. If he truly wanted to conquer the world, why didn't he take action himself? Was he trying to train the members of the Guardian Sea to become battle wizards? Milton didn't know, after all, it was not easy to guess the thoughts of a level 8 wizard. The next moment, Milton cast away his random thoughts, and a black light enveloped the 4 of them as they disappeared from the spot. True body simulation ends. Realm, techniques, memory preserved. Memories of thousands of years became crystal clear in a moment. Milton slowly opened his eyes. The last scene in his memory still lingered in his mind and did not dissipate for a long time. Needless to say, it's not a pleasant feeling. Chapter 329. The true body simulation has ended. What remained after the true body simulation was not only the memories from the simulation. The spiritual powers that he had developed during his cultivation of the meditation technique in the simulation were also preserved. Cheney experiences no friction in these advancements because they were part of his actual cultivation practice. After all, the true body simulation, having the longest accumulation in the simulator, is almost indistinguishable from reality. Inside the Golden Lion Palace, Milton Cheney did not immediately get up, instead he changed his thoughts. The next moment, a transparent pale blue light screen appeared in front of him. The increase in spiritual attributes is clearly visible on the panel. Name, Milton Cheney. Spiritual power, 42.3, 43.5. Physique, 32.6, 34.2. Spiritual Wizard Realm, Level 4 Wizard. Bloodline Wizard Realm, Level 3 Wizard. Meditation Technique, Guardian Meditation Technique, Perfect. Refining Technique, White Raven Refining Technique, Perfect. Night Skills. Spiritual Magic, Eye of Truth, 4 rings, Time Stagnation, 4 rings, Subspace Annihilation, 4 rings, comma. Bloodline Magic, White Raven True Form, 3 rings, Soul of the White Raven, 3 rings. Simulation Count, 0. Milton Cheney looked at the attributes on the panel. The spiritual attribute increased from 41.6 to 42.3, a total increase of 0.7. This increase is actually quite high. After all, Milton Cheney had only used one count of true body simulation. Now, he can accumulate one true body simulation in 4 years' time. For Cheney, who is already a level 4 wizard, 4 years is not a very long time. Moreover, within these 4 years, he cannot only accumulate one count of true body simulation. He can also accumulate 8 counts of text simulations and 2 counts of reincarnation simulations. If each simulation gave him the same increase as this true body simulation, then it may not take long for Cheney to reach the limit for a level 4 wizard. Of course, this is for Milton Cheney at this time. After all, a few decades doesn't seem like much to Milton Cheney now. After looking at the detailed attributes, Milton Cheney hid the attribute panel. The 3 simulations had completely used up the counts. In a moment, it felt like a lifetime. In reality, it didn't take much time for Milton Cheney to initiate these 3 simulations. But in the simulation, just the true body simulation alone amounted to more than 2,000 years. The true body simulation is not a text simulation, it is Cheney actually experiencing everything. The true body simulation is in the first-person perspective and there is practically no difference from reality. That is to say, only several minutes had passed in reality. But for Milton Cheney, more than 2,000 years had passed. This is a real 2,000 years, as the memories in Milton Cheney's mind can attest to the authenticity of it all. Returning to over 2,000 years ago, Milton Cheney felt a bit out of his element. This feeling is something anyone would have. After all, no matter how strong a person's willpower is, they would not be completely indifferent if they suddenly returned to over 2,000 years ago. If someone could truly do that, it only justifies that there wouldn't be much difference between them and a cold-hearted machine. Milton Cheney is a human, not a machine, which is why he is naturally not without feelings. Even though his cumulative experience in the simulations might amount to several thousand years, he has only been traveling in the wizard realm for a few decades. Even including the simulation experience, 2,000 years is still an exceptionally long time for Milton Cheney. After all, even in the text simulations, he never lived through more than 2,000 years. Especially, this time it was in the text simulation, which completely did not differ from reality. Milton Cheney even had a feeling that if he is immortal, he could one day mistake the simulations as reality. Time is a double-edged sword. Returning to over 2,000 years in the past, it felt akin to a form of rebirth for Milton Cheney. A moment later, Milton Cheney suppressed the tumultuous thoughts in his mind. Although the end of the true body simulation brought about quite a profound impact on Milton Cheney, he accepted these impacts quickly. After all, he had experienced too many simulations. For him, resting for a while would be enough. Besides, the memories from the true body simulation were a cumulative record of his experiences, not something that was pumped into his mind at a moment's notice. Thus, Milton Cheney didn't have any discomfort. This feeling is mostly that of trance and otherworldly. After all, it's quite normal to feel this way when faced with things not seen for over 2,000 years. Without further ado, Milton Cheney got up and left the Golden Lion Palace. Time flew by, 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Milton Cheney spent most of his time with his father and older brother. 3 months had passed and the discomfort that Milton Cheney originally had was completely gone. Given Milton Cheney's strong willpower, even if there was discomfort, it wouldn't last long. Outside the Golden Lion Palace, Milton Cheney bid farewell to his father, Arthur. The next moment, spiritual powers wrapped around Milton Cheney's body, causing him to disappear on the spot. Arthur's gaze didn't dwell on the spot where Milton Cheney vanished, as he had gotten used to his youngest son's sudden appearances and departures. Since he became a wizard apprentice, he naturally understands more about wizards. After becoming more familiar, he realized how exceptional his youngest son is. Not even a few decades old, and he's already a level 3 wizard. Chapter 330. That's a bit over the top. Sometimes he doubts if Milton Cheney is even his son. Not only is he extraordinarily gifted on the path of the night, but he can also blaze a new trail on the wizard path and become an advanced level wizard. Compared to him, his youngest son, even he as an epic knight and a wizard apprentice does not seem to amount to much. When Milton Cheney appeared again, he was already in the void outside the wizard realm. In the void, Milton Cheney conjured up the Book of Truth with a flick of his spiritual power. The next moment, the Book of Truth appeared, floating in front of him. Milton's spiritual power attached itself to the Book of Truth, and it automatically turned its pages, a white light emerging and enveloping Milton's body. However, as the white light from the Book of Truth shrouded his body, a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. It seems that habits indeed are hard to change. Milton muttered to himself. The next moment, he put away the Book of Truth. Milton nearly forgot, the four guardian seas were not merged at this moment, and he did not need to call out the Book of Truth to return to the South Guardian Sea. The South Guardian Sea was still within the third rift of the Wizard Realm. The inter-realm war between the Wizard Realm and the Bloody Sea Realm had just begun only a few decades ago. It would still be hundreds of years until the Bloody Sea Realm was devoured. The conquest of other worlds by Guardian Sea would only happen 1,000 years from now. For the present Milton, all of this was still very far away. And the things that would happen in the future, thousands of years from now, even Milton, who had gone through a true body simulation, would not dare to fully affirm. After all, he knew very well that the future was not static and that it could be changed. His countless simulation experiences had taught him that the future could indeed be changed. 1,000 years is a long time. Whether the future will definitely be changed, Milton does not know. However, he knew very well that his future definitely could not remain unchanged. After all, possessing a simulator and not having one represent completely different futures. But all of this was quite far away from him. Having already experienced 2,000 years, he knew how long 1,000 years is. Just like how he feels right now, memories formed from the real experiences of thousands of years are not something that one can fully adapt to in an instant. For him to fully adapt, he might have to spend some more time. Of course, this time will not be too long. After all, Milton's adaptability is extremely strong. Without overthinking, Milton, who put the Book of Truth back into his spiritual sea, moved and disappeared within the void. When he manifested once again, he was already in the Guardian Sea. The Guardian Sea, a realm of pure white. Milton, who appeared here suddenly, unconsciously surveyed the surrounding environment. It was exactly the same as the pure white sea region 2,000 years later, without a single difference. Milton only glanced at it for a moment before shifting his gaze. After all, he was too familiar with this place, even though he had ended the true body simulation and had returned to the time 2,000 years ago. But the things that still exist in the Guardian Sea 2,000 years later naturally did not stir any emotions in Milton. The next moment, Milton didn't linger on the Guardian Sea. Instead, he activated the coordinates of the Book of Truth in his spiritual sea and returned to his Wizard Tower. The Wizard Tower was still the same Wizard Tower, without any changes. Milton did not look at the environment of the Wizard Tower, but directly sat cross-legged at the array center of the Wizard Tower. When Milton Cheney started to practice the meditation technique using the meditation roots, he indeed had a different feeling. No matter how real the true body simulation is, no matter how similar it is to reality. But a simulation is still a simulation, even if it's similar to reality, it is still not reality. So when Milton was once again practicing the meditation technique in reality, indeed it felt different than during the true body simulation. Of course, this feeling is mainly psychological. After all, by practicing the meditation technique in the Wizard Tower, during the true body simulation, he had already practiced for at least several hundred years. This is the total time he has spent practicing the meditation technique in the Wizard Tower. Although this time is not long compared to the 2,000 plus years in the true body simulation, a few hundred years is not really that long. But in the true body simulation, Milton only spent several hundred years in the Guardian Sea. After all, in the true body simulation, he spent 1,000 years in the soul realm, not in Guardian Sea. Excluding the millennium, much of Milton Cheney's time was spent fulfilling his duties within the Guardian Sea. He spent hundreds of years in the Guardian Sea. During this time, he devoted most of it to practicing the meditation technique in the Wizard Tower. After all, though he'd been a part of the Guardian Sea for a while, he didn't know many people there. Let alone friends, he had practically none. While Milton was in the Guardian Sea, apart from replenishing cultivation resources, the rest of his time was almost entirely dedicated to practicing the meditation technique. And even though the meditation technique wouldn't progress as quickly when he wasn't in the Guardian Sea, Milton never gave up practicing it. So it was quite normal for him to attain the equivalent of several text simulations from this one true body simulation. The pace of practicing the meditation technique is a bit slower after all. These thoughts inevitably arose within Milton's heart after he began practicing meditation technique along his usual meditation routes. The reason for these thoughts was simple. During his true body simulation, the hundreds of years after he returned to the Guardian Sea from the Soul Realm was actually when he progressed the fastest in practicing the meditation technique. That was the time when the 4 Guardian Seas unified. The effect of the wizard spells from all 4 directions was tremendous. Compared to that time, the speed of Milton's current practice of the meditation technique was indeed slower in the wizard tower. But Milton merely sighed. He naturally wouldn't stop cultivating because the pace of practicing the meditation technique had eased off. While practicing the meditation technique, Milton was able to clear his mind of all distractions. Accustomed to 6 months or even a year's worth of meditation time in a single session, this was how Milton practiced his meditation technique in reality as well. After all, a habit formed over thousands of years could not be broken in a mere moment. Time passed and in the blink of an eye, 9 months had gone by. Guardian Sea, Wizard Tower. Milton, who had been sitting cross-legged in the center of the array, opened his eyes. The next moment, the spiritual power swirling around his body surged into his spiritual sea. Hey! He exhaled a breath of turbid air. This round of meditation practices in reality did give Milton the sense of returning to reality. A session of meditation practices took almost a year, approaching a double-digit month's length. If it were the previous Milton, he certainly wouldn't have spent so much time this way. But the current Milton fell into a rhythm where once he began cultivating, he couldn't stop. After all, he could distinctly feel his spiritual power gradually increasing, and that feeling was indeed wonderful. That was Milton intentionally stopping this meditation. If he had fully let himself go and was not concerned with anything else, he could have continued cultivating for even 10 years or so. This was not an exaggeration or a figment of Milton's imagination, it was indeed so. Because in the true body simulation, the longest Milton had ever meditated was a full 12 years. This was the time of a single meditation practice, meaning he continuously followed the meditation routes for 12 years without any interruption. Of course, that was the longest time. Milton generally wouldn't meditate for such long stretches. It was usually around 3 years. This time, Milton had purposely restrained himself. After all, reality was slightly different from the true body simulation. At least there were no visible panels in the true body simulation, nor were there any accumulation of simulation counts. The major reason that Milton willingly ended this meditation practice was that he was able to take part in the simulation again. Milton, sitting cross-legged on the ground, didn't get up. An invisible panel, unseen to anyone but Milton, suddenly appeared before his eyes. Text simulation count, 2. Do you wish to start the text simulation? Yes, a year had passed since the end of the true body simulation. 2 counts of text simulation had accumulated. Yes. Milton hesitated no more and began the text simulation. Chapter 331. Simulation ends. Please select your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 memories. Retain realm. Looking at the black characters that appeared in front of him, Milton Cheney didn't hesitate and chose to retain realm. Despite his spiritual power has increased greatly, it was still slightly far from inscribing a 5th 4th ring wizard in the spiritual sea. However, the gap was not massive. Considering his progress in previous text simulations. After just 2 more text simulations, Milton could raise his spiritual power to the level required to inscribe a 5th 4th ring magic into his spiritual sea. The next moment, Milton's spiritual sea slightly fluctuated, then resumed its calm after a while. Although influenced by his subconscious, his lifespan in the text simulation was still not as long as that in the true body simulation. That was the drawback of text simulation. Milton couldn't truly control his character in the text simulation. Retain the memories at the ages of 82, 320, and 1235. After retaining his realm, Cheney, as usual, chose to keep memories from 3 years. Those 3 memories appeared in his mind. It didn't take long for him to digest these 3 years of memories. In the blink of an eye, Cheney had completely absorbed the retained memories of 3 years, without any discomfort. After retaining the memories, Cheney dismissed the attribute panel hovering in front of him. Sigh. At the end of the 2 text simulations, Cheney let out a sigh of relief, got up, and left the wizard tower. In the first text simulation, Cheney had already retained his memories from the past 2 years. So he knew what would happen later. Sometimes, it's better to prepare earlier. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. In the Bloody Sea realm, within the void battlefield, Milton Cheney, standing above a shattered blood pool, collected his scattered spiritual power and promptly left the area. The next time he reappeared, he was in an open area within the void battlefield. After his arrival, the Book of Truth in his spiritual sea floated in front of him. Having retained the year's memories, Milton naturally knew who was trying to contact him. Not only did he know who was trying, but he also knew the exact content of the message. Even though he knew, he still took out the Book of Truth to verify the message. After ensuring its correctness, Milton sent out a message of his own. In an instant, Milton returned the Book of Truth to his spiritual sea, the spiritual power wrapped around his body, taking him away from this place. Mentor. The instant Milton appeared, he spoke. So soon. Bain turned his head towards Milton as soon as he heard the voice, a trace of surprise on his face. Apparently, he did not expect Milton to arrive this fast. Naturally, he didn't know that when he sent the message, Milton was already in the void battlefield of the Bloody Sea Realm. I just happened to be in the void battlefield of the Bloody Sea Realm, so I came straight over when I received your message. Milton explained. Of course, he knew why Bain had messaged him. Not only did he know, but he also knew that it was going to end up just being a false alarm. But he had to show up for things that were inevitable. Bain didn't ask why Milton was in the void battlefield of the Bloody Sea Realm but turned serious. The next moment, Bain said, "It seems like there's a masterless rules born in the void battlefield." As soon as he spoke this, Bain looked at Milton. Contrary to his expectations, he didn't see any look of surprise or shock in Milton's eyes. Milton looked composed, as if he had expected Bain's words. Impossible. How can a masterless rules be born in a place like the void battlefield? Milton said. Rationally, what he said made sense, but there are always exceptions. Although masterless rules are scarce, they do exist. While there were no previous cases of masterless rules being born in the void battlefield, this did not mean that the void battlefield could not produce masterless rules. Milton spoke so definitively perhaps because he wanted to put Bain's idea to rest. Although this idea was meant for him, the final result was not pleasing. During the first text simulation, when Milton saw the simulated events of the coming few years, he was excited for a moment. He actually thought that there would be some unexpected harvests from this simulation. Regrettably, after 50 years of verification, the final result was that there were no so-called rules born in the void battlefield. The reason Bain thought rules were born was because a scene very similar to when rules are born had appeared in the void connected to this void battlefield. This scene deceived Bain, a level 4 wizard. In fact, if that was all, Milton wouldn't have given up his cultivation to rush to the void battlefield from so far away for this meaningless event. The reality was that Bain wasn't the only one deceived by this phenomenon. The masterless rules weren't just enticing to white wizards. If a rule without a potential limit emerged, even a level 5 wizard would be highly attracted to it. Therefore, in this pointless competition, even a level 5 wizard took part. Chapter 332. During the first text simulation, Milton Cheney had to use his life-saving puppet because of that farcical dispute. Anything is possible, you wouldn't say that if you had seen what happened before. Bain spoke. He was aware that Milton had rejected the rules set by his mentor. So now that such a great opportunity was presented to his student, he naturally couldn't let Milton back away. Even if no rules were truly formed, necessary attempts still had to be made. If one lacked the courage to even try when faced with difficulties, he could never become a level 5 wizard. But what he didn't know was, it's not that Milton was too afraid to try, but that he already had tried. Milton was certainly not someone who feared attempts. However, stubbornly attempting something while knowing the unfavorable outcome wasn't courageous, it was foolish. Hearing Bain's words, Milton felt an unspoken helplessness. Milton knew that his mentor Bain would not back away from investigating this suspected unowned rule because of his plea. But Bain's message was largely meant to guide Milton towards gaining this unowned rule. An unowned rule spontaneously forming within the void space could possibly be a rule without a potential limit. Rules were very difficult to come by after void space, and none had ever been born within the void battlefield. An unowned rule without a potential limit fit Milton's needs perfectly, which is why Bain hurriedly sent him a message. More so, it was due to the rarity and preciousness of unbounded unowned rules. That's why it ended up attracting the attention of level 5 wizards. Alright, then was it just you who noticed the emergence of this suspected unowned rule? Milton asked. This time, he wasn't doubting the possibility of the birth of new rules. Rather, he took it from a different perspective. Milton knew that eliminating Bain's idea would not be an easy thing. However, Milton had to squelch Bain's unfeasible notion. Having gone through it once in the text simulation, Milton, who already knew the outcome, naturally wouldn't waste his efforts in reality again. What's more, the danger this time was not ordinary. And the time duration was extraordinarily long. 50 years was a very long time for the real world's Milton. Upon hearing Milton's words, Bain shook his head. How can that be? The disturbance was too great. All wizards and blood descendants above level 4 in this void battlefield should have noticed. Upon the conclusion of Bain's words, he seemed to have thought of something. Narrowed his brows, Bain looked at Milton, and again asked, "What do you mean?" "Yes, if it were really as you said, teacher, those participating in this battle over the birth of new rules would definitely be many. Even among those above level 4, many would likely be involved, potentially even attracting level 5 wizards. Under such circumstances, even if a new unowned rule were truly born, our chances of acquiring it would be minuscule. I would advise against taking this risk," Milton stated. That was his mindset. If this was the first time he heard Bain's words, perhaps he would be willing to risk it. But having tried and failed before, Milton, who knew the outcome, naturally wouldn't play the fool by wasting his efforts again. Instead of that, he would be better off cultivating the meditation technique in the Wizard Tower of the Guardian Sea. After all, cultivating the meditation technique could still enhance his spiritual power. Taking part in this farcical dispute would not only bring no benefits, but also put half his life at great risk. Assessing the benefits against the risks, Milton knew how to choose. Upon hearing Milton's reasoning, Bain slightly furrowed his brows. He didn't respond to Milton but fell into contemplation instead. In this state, Bain seemed to be weighing something. Seeing that Bain was deep in thought, Milton didn't interrupt. After all, the reason he came to the void battlefield from his meditation technique was to dispel his mentor's impractical idea. Otherwise, if Bain didn't see him and acted alone, not only would it hold up the completion of their mission, but it would also multiply the level of danger. Bain had absolutely nothing bad to say about his student, and Milton wasn't an unappreciative person. Naturally, he wouldn't stand by and watch Bain venture into danger. As time passed, after a while, Bain's frown relaxed. Bain looked at Milton, and began to speak. "Wouldn't it be a waste to give up such a good opportunity outright? You haven't used your rules yet, and you've finally encountered a good opportunity. It would be a shame to let it go. Who knows how long we'll have to wait to encounter such an opportunity again?" Bernard's tone carried a hint of reluctance. Although he had no hope of becoming a level 5 wizard himself. If his student, however, could become a level 5 wizard, it would definitely be a matter of great pride for him as well. That's exactly why he felt this way. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. This clearly isn't a good one, Milton Cheney said. Naturally, Cheney could detect the hint of bitterness in Bernard's tone. At the same time, Cheney himself breathed a sigh of relief. Bernard's tone had confirmed that his mind had been swayed by Cheney. Bernard nodded, finally giving up the idea. What he didn't realize was that if he had continued to insist, Cheney would have been straight to the point. The current Cheney merely guided Bernard with his persuasion. If Bernard had persisted, then Cheney perhaps would have been more direct. He did not mention that the rules for this void battlefield were due to a simple reason. He had not truly witnessed the scene at the time. If he spoke of it directly, it would provoke doubt in Bernard. So, Cheney refrained from stating this outright. "It's a pity. I hope you won't regret this afterward." Finally, Bernard sighed lightly and spoke. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Cheney's face. He responded, "I won't." Bernard gave Cheney a deep look. He knew his student well. Cheney definitely wasn't one to settle for the status quo. Yet, he decidedly gave up such a good opportunity. Bernard was left wondering if Cheney knew something in advance. Suddenly, as though remembering something, Bernard queried. "You said you were previously in this void battlefield. Did you witness the event?" Bernard asked with a degree of curiosity. Hearing the question, Cheney shook his head. From beginning to end, he had never witnessed the so-called scene of the rule's birth that Bernard mentioned. The version of him within the text simulation arrived even later than he did in reality, so naturally, he hadn't seen the event either. Thus, the memories Cheney retained had no relation to the incident. Hearing Cheney's response, an expression of "so it's like that" appeared on Bernard's face. "That figures. If you had seen the event, you definitely would have changed your mind," Bernard stated. Hearing that, Cheney felt a bit helpless. As expected, Bernard was still somewhat reluctant. But what Bernard didn't know was that even if Cheney truly had witnessed the event, he definitely wouldn't have changed his mind. Yet, Cheney was somewhat curious about what sort of scene could convince his mentor, a level 4 wizard for thousands of years, so definitively. Cheney was certain that the anomalous void and the scene of the birth of the rules were uncannily similar. It was even possible that it was identical to the void as it was when the rules were born. After all, if it wasn't convincingly real, it wouldn't have attracted existences on the level of a level 5 wizard. The judgment of a level 4 wizard was far from that of a level 5 wizard. Even level 5 wizards misjudged the situation. It was no surprise that Bernard was so certain. After all, in the text simulation, even with the subtle influence of Cheney's subconscious, the version of him within the simulation had participated in the fruitless scramble. This was sufficient to illustrate the immense allure of an unowned rule to Cheney. If it wasn't for the fact that Cheney already knew the outcome, he would likely take the risk. We shouldn't get involved in this matter. However, mentor, you can use this void battlefield incident to complete your mission earlier. Cheney said, shifting the topic. Chapter 333. Inside the Wizard Tower, at the Guardian Sea. Milton Cheney is seated in a meditative posture at the array center of the top level of the Wizard Tower. However, right now, he isn't practicing the meditation technique. Instead, he's responding to a message in the Book of Truth. At this point, Milton has already returned from the void battlefield in the Bloody Sea realm. After responding to Bernard's message, Milton recalled the Book of Truth back into his spiritual sea. Just as he'd suspected. He'd been away from the void battlefield for only a few months, but the dispute over the alleged rules born out of the void battlefield has already begun. However, only some level 4 wizards and level 4 blood descendants have entered the fray so far. No level 5 wizards have participated yet, as most people are still trying to verify the truth of this news. Most people are adopting a wait-and-see approach. Of course, as more discoveries are made, the scale of this fruitless struggle will only get bigger. Until even level 5 wizards personally enter the competition. The higher the hope, the bigger the disappointment. Milton shook his head silently, mourning these people for a second. Apart from warning his mentor Bernard, Milton did not want to get involved in this dispute. He has no obligation to warn others who have no connection with him. Moreover, even if Milton did release the news, people would likely not believe it and would instead think it's a smokescreen thrown out by competitors. He wouldn't do something that does not benefit him in any way. Because Milton gave him a warning, his mentor Bernard has also decided to avoid getting tangled in this matter. Rather, for Bernard, quickly completing the mission at the Guardian Sea in this muddle was a win-win situation. However, it's a pity for the high-level wizards who would lose their lives in this dispute. Having experienced a fruitless dispute in the text simulation, Milton knows that at least a dozen level 4 wizards would lose their lives in this situation. To cultivate up to a level 4 wizard, one would have practiced cultivation for at least thousands of years. Dismissing the thought from his mind, Milton decided not to think about it anymore. After all, this issue was none of his business now, and the wizards involved made their own choices. As long as his mentor Bernard doesn't get involved, Milton wouldn't concern himself with the others. The next moment, Milton slowly closed his eyes and started his practice of the meditation technique. He still had several decades left before the compulsory mission of the Guardian Sea. He, of course, wouldn't waste this time. Although practicing the meditation technique in reality does not yield high returns, Milton will not give up practicing real-world meditations. The meditation roots began to operate, and all miscellaneous thoughts in Milton's mind gradually disappeared. During meditation, time flies by quickly. When Milton is practicing the meditation technique, he barely feels the passage of time. A session of meditation takes at least a few months. Time passed, and in a blink, 7 months passed. During this time, Milton did not interrupt the meditation routes, but continued practicing the meditation technique. 7 months for him at this stage were just a blink of an eye. After all, speaking in terms of life expectancy, Milton could live for at least nearly 10,000 years at this point. Compared to 10,000 years, 7 months really are a blink of an eye. At the top level of the Wizard Tower, Milton, who was practicing the meditation technique, slowly opened his eyes, stopping this session of meditation. The spiritual power floating around him was absorbed back into his spiritual sea. Milton deliberately interrupted this meditation session. Because a year has passed since his last text simulation. He has accumulated 2 instances of text simulation once again. Not just that. It's been 2 years since the last true body simulation ended. A new reincarnation simulation instance has also accrued. Milton interrupted his meditation practice in order to use the accumulated simulation instances. 2 text simulations and 1 reincarnation simulation. These 3 simulations could bring him significant progress. Milton doesn't have the habit of accumulating simulation instances, so he would use up these 3 simulation instances all at once. The next moment, by Milton's mind, a decision is made. A light blue, transparent light screen floats before Milton. Milton's gaze passes over the attribute bar on the panel and lands on the simulation count at the bottom of the panel. Text simulation count, 2. Reincarnation simulation count 1. Milton focuses on the text simulation row and makes a decision in his mind. The next moment, a line of black text appears before Milton's eyes. Do you want to start a text simulation? Yes. Milton didn't hesitate and started the text simulation. The moment the text simulation began, the panel changed, and lines of black text started appearing on it. Milton turned his attention to these lines of black text. Age 43, you are practicing the meditation technique in the Wizard Tower at the Guardian Sea, without leaving it. Age 48, you continue to diligently practice the meditation technique. Your mentor Bernard sends you a message again, which you persuade him not to get involved. Age 75, you halted your practice of meditation technique to purchase resources needed for cultivation, and then return to the Wizard Tower to continue your practice. Age 78, you're practicing the meditation technique. Your mentor Bernard finishes the mission and returns. Chapter 334. 95 years old, you interrupted your practicing meditation technique and undertook the first compulsory mission after becoming a level 4 wizard. 97 years old, you left the Guardian Sea and headed to the Stellar Realm for the mission. 282 years old, waiting for the right time to complete the mission, you haven't slacked in your practicing meditation technique during this period. 293 years old, although the progress of practicing meditation technique isn't fast, you are still persisting in it. 352 years old, you completed the mission in the Guardian Sea successfully, but you didn't return to the Guardian Sea straight away. Instead, you went first to the Wizard Realm to earn some magic stones. 385 years old, you left the Wizard Continent and returned to the Guardian Sea to hand over the completed mission. 443 years old, you stopped practicing meditation technique, accepted another mission, and once again left Guardian Sea, heading to the Bloody Sea Realm this time. 475 years old, at this time, the inter-realm war between the Wizard Realm and Bloody Sea Realm was particularly intense. You silently lurked in the Bloody Sea Realm, waiting for the chance to complete the mission. 633 years old, with the inter-realm war about to end, you have also completed the mission, leaving the Bloody Sea Realm, a place of disputes. 654 years old, the inter-realm war ended, with the Bloody Sea Realm being devoured. However, this didn't involve you, practicing the meditation technique in the Wizard Tower. 732 years old, the Guardian Sea declared war against other inter-realm wizard organizations in the Wizard Realm, a conflict you could not avoid. 786 years old, the internal war hadn't begun yet, you seized the time to diligently practice the meditation technique. Before the war arrives, power is the most important thing. 938 years old, the internal war within the Wizard Realm began, and you were forced to leave Guardian Sea towards the Wizard Realm. 992 years old, a wizard of the maximum level 4 level attacked you. You were severely injured and returned to the Guardian Sea. 1225 years old, Mansair intervened and ended the civil war. The Guardian Sea suffered heavy losses, and you found Mansor's motives somewhat incomprehensible. 1259 years old, practicing meditation technique in the Wizard Tower, without the interference of missions, you are ceaselessly practicing the meditation technique. 1433 years old, the Guardian Sea starts wars against other worlds, and as a level 4 wizard, you also had to participate. 1545 years old, your life trajectory was severed, and you died. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 segments of memory. As the text simulation ends, the black characters in front of Milton Cheney gradually began to dissipate. Until he saw the last line of black characters, there was no change in Milton Cheney's expression. But when Milton Cheney saw the last line of the text simulation, he was taken aback inside. Life trajectory was severed? What made him shocked was not only because he unlocked another new way of death, but more because it was an unexpected unknown. Because, when he died this time, he did not trigger the life-saving puppet. The life-saving puppet has always been his biggest trump card, undoubtedly his second life. But after this text simulation, he died without triggering the life-saving puppet. Moreover, it was a way of death that he had never experienced in the simulation before. But this shock was just momentary. The next moment Milton Cheney cast away the distractions from his mind. Retain realm. Retain the memories of being 1543 years old, 1544 years old, 1545 years old. Milton Cheney contemplated in his heart. Retaining the realm was a given. In this text simulation, the majority of his time was spent practicing meditation technique. Even if he really mastered a new magic in this text simulation, Milton Cheney would still choose to retain the realm. As for retaining memory, Milton Cheney simply wants to know what exactly happened in the last 3 years of his life. What exactly was his final moment of life like? By retaining these memories, he would have an approximate understanding of his new way of death. So, Milton Cheney decisively chose to retain the memories of the last 3 years. The next moment, Milton Cheney's spiritual sea rippled slightly, but it returned to calm in an instant. 3 segments, representing the memories of his last 3 years in the text simulation, appeared in his mind. After a while, Milton Cheney opened his eyes, with a slight realization in them. So, that's how it was. After digesting 3 years of memory, Milton Cheney understood exactly how he died. Actually, it was quite simple. The method of severing his fate trajectory was somewhat similar to his star-picking master techniques, only more advanced. Essentially, it was the same. His fate in this world was completely stripped away, making the world consciousness see him as an outsider. No matter how many life-saving puppets were there, the world consciousness could easily deal with Milton Cheney. Such a method is too exaggerated, it must come with a cost. Having understood the cause of his death, Milton Cheney murmured to himself. Such a method, extravagant and harder to understand than magic techniques, already existed. Could such a cultivation path exist in a little world? If it was a form of cultivation path, then Milton Cheney wouldn't possibly be ignorant of it. Most likely, it was the effect of a very special treasure similar to a magic artifact. If this method could be used unlimitedly, then no matter how many level 4 wizards were sent, they wouldn't be able to conquer that little world. So, his death this time could be considered as an unexpected accident? Milton Cheney pondered it over in his heart. This was absurd. Milton Cheney had to figure out what was really happening. He didn't want his future in this world to come to an abrupt and unexplained end. As time passed, and as he was thinking over the simulation, a sudden thought appeared in Milton Cheney's mind. Does this method have any effect on the real me? This was the sudden thought that appeared in Milton Cheney's mind. This didn't appear in Milton Cheney's mind without a reason. This simulation reminded him of a reincarnation simulation from the past. In that reincarnation simulation, his memory was tampered with, and a simulator that never appeared in the simulation appeared once. The reason that the simulator appeared was because the memory in the reincarnation simulation was connected to reality. This was enough to prove that the simulator definitely had some hidden functions. These functions were just not discovered by Milton Cheney yet. The severing of the fate trajectory in the text simulation would not affect the real him. But, if it was the real him, would his fate trajectory be severed? After all, the fundamental difference between the real him and the him in the text simulation is that the latter didn't have a simulator, but the former did. However, this thought only appeared in Milton Cheney's mind for a moment before he dismissed it. Even if the method of severing the fate trajectory didn't work on him, Milton Cheney would not risk his life to try it in reality. So this thought could only remain as a thought and be suppressed in Milton Cheney's heart. After all, even if the simulator brought immeasurable help to Milton Cheney, he couldn't possibly bet everything on the simulator. The next moment, Milton Cheney cleared his mind of all distracting thoughts and focused on the light blue screen in front of him. Text simulation count 1. Commence text simulation. Begin. Without any hesitation, Milton Cheney began the second text simulation that had been stored up over the year. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You may choose to retain 3 segments of memory. Retain realm. Retain memories of 440 years old, 623 years old, 624 years old. The realm was retained once more. This time, the change in Milton Cheney's spiritual sea was even greater than the change during the first simulation. Now I can inscribe the fifth four-ring magic technique in the spiritual sea. Feeling the increase in spiritual power, Milton Cheney muttered to himself. Milton Cheney digested the 3 segments of memory, and before the panel came to view, he summoned the Book of Truth. Chapter 335. The Book of Truth floats in front of Milton Cheney. The next moment, a thought flashes through Milton's mind, and the Book of Truth automatically opens its pages in front of him. Words begin to appear on the Book of Truth. These words are all data regarding the trajectory of destiny recorded in the Guardian Sea. Milton purposely carries out a search in the Book of Truth. Previously, he had never experienced his destiny being severed. Moreover, there were too many books stored in the Guardian Sea, so Milton's understanding was minimal in this regard. This time he tentatively conducts a search in the Book of Truth. Surprisingly, quite a lot of relevant content appears on the Book of Truth. Milton looks at the Book of Truth in front of him and memorizes the information on the pages in his mind. A moment later, the Book of Truth closes again and is recalled by Milton into the spiritual sea. River of Fate. After recalling the Book of Truth into the spiritual sea, Milton murmurs to himself. The related information recorded in the Guardian Sea gives him a simple understanding of the trajectory of destiny. Although there isn't much recorded about destiny in the Guardian Sea, at least, Milton is not completely ignorant now. The River of Fate that only level 6 wizards can access, I didn't expect to encounter it in the text simulation. This luck, he does not know if it's good or bad. Milton can't help but sigh. The next moment, he clears some random thoughts from his mind. After all, he is still far from the grand realm of destiny. This text simulation is more of an accident. Now that he clearly understands this, Milton does not dwell on it anymore. The next moment, Milton calls up the panel once again. The transparent light blue screen appears once again in front of Milton. Milton's gaze is fixated on the last column of the transparent panel. He has already used the 2 text simulations, but has not yet used the reincarnation simulation opportunity accumulated over 2 years. This is a good chance to use it. As Milton thinks, a string of black text appears in the transparent screen in front of him. Reincarnation simulation count 1. Do you want to start the reincarnation simulation? Start? Without hesitation, Milton responds in his heart. The next moment, Milton's consciousness is in the reincarnation space. Having experienced numerous reincarnation simulations, Milton no longer experiences the thrill he did the first time he attempted the reincarnation simulation. The moment his consciousness appeared in the reincarnation space, Milton focused his attention on a white light cluster not far from the purple one representing the wizard realm. This white light cluster, similar in size to the purple one representing the wizard realm, emits a faint white light. Soul realm. Looking down on this white light cluster, the name representing this world immediately enters Milton's mind. Indeed, this white light cluster represents the soul realm. This time, he won't consider reincarnation in the divine realm for the reincarnation simulation. The variables are too numerous. Although 2 years of accumulating the reincarnation simulation does not seem like a long time to Milton now. But wasting the reincarnation simulation opportunity is not in Milton's nature. If he were to liken the reincarnation simulation to a game, then this dungeon in the divine realm is too advanced for Milton now, it's not suitable for him. Excluding the divine realm that Milton is familiar with, he still has many choices for the reincarnation world. Should he continue to play blind boxes like before, or choose a world he is familiar with for reincarnation? That is what Milton is confused about now. If it were the old Milton, he would probably continue to play the blind box. After all, this was the choice he always made in the past. Every time he chose the world for reincarnation it was a new, unfamiliar world. However, the true body simulation from 2 years ago left Milton somewhat hesitant. While pondering, Milton's gaze moves over the various colored light clusters under him. His glance lingers for a moment on the cluster representing the divine realm, but quickly moves away. In the end, Milton makes up his mind. He will reincarnate in the soul realm. This is also his first time choosing to reincarnate in a world he is familiar with in the real world. Milton's gaze remains on the white light cluster representing the soul realm. This time he does not look away. The next instant, Milton's consciousness stirs. His consciousness descends and flies into the white light cluster representing the soul realm. At the moment of contact between Milton's consciousness and the white light cluster, Milton's consciousness darkens. In darkness, Milton became conscious. Where am I? This is the first thought Milton has when he becomes conscious. His memory has no issues, but Milton quickly becomes aware of an anomaly. That is, he has no memory of the riddle of the womb embodied within him currently. Moreover, his current state is somewhat different from when he broke through the riddle of the womb before. He has absolutely no memory of this world now. It's as if he's never been in this world before. This feeling is somewhat similar to his first reincarnation in the divine realm, yet completely different. However, in the next moment, Milton understands his circumstance. Am I, yet to be born? Milton's heart skips a beat, but quickly realizes his situation. This situation, even for Milton who has undergone countless reincarnation simulations, is baffling. Has the simulator not been updated? This situation is a first in the reincarnation simulation. Having previous life memories before birth, doesn't that mean he doesn't need to break through the womb's riddle anymore? Chapter 336. Isn't this a complete reincarnation? If the simulator is ignored, isn't Milton Cheney completely reincarnating to another world at this moment? Just when Milton wanted to continue pondering, a strong sense of exhaustion came over him. Milton fell back into a drowsy state. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. Soul Realm, Soul Continent, Northern Continent, Morning Breeze Region, Breeze Town. In a not rich, yet big yard. Milton was lying in the courtyard, basking in the sun. Even though he was just a child, his demeanor did not resemble a child's at all. This reincarnation simulation was indeed unexpected for Milton. Unbelievably, he inherited all his past life memories before he was even born. The current Milton, even though he was only 4 years old, he had nearly 10,000 years of memories in his mind. For the first time, Milton felt that pretending to be a kid could also be tiring. Why did this situation occur, and the simulator didn't give any prompts? Milton, whose eyes were slightly closed in the deckchair, was pondering in his mind. This thought has appeared more than once in his mind over the past 4 years. Milton has had the simulator for more than a year or two, and this kind of change related to the simulation without any prompt is the first time. Usually, such changes in the simulator would only occur after the simulator is updated. This simulator has not been updated, but it seems to have changed. This was the first time Milton encountered it. Although this reincarnation simulation, where one does not need to unravel the mystery of the womb, brings him quite a lot of benefits. But the reason for this situation appearing, Milton was very curious. Could it be because my consciousness is already so strong that I don't have to rely on unraveling the mystery of the womb to merge into the new world? Milton, lying on the deckchair, was contemplating. Over these years, he has thought of many possibilities, but he felt that something was missing in each of them. After all, if his consciousness becomes so strong that reincarnation simulation is not affected. If this is the case, there should also be a gradual process. The last time Milton did a reincarnation simulation, it was only after 8 years that he unraveled the mystery of the womb. This time in the reincarnation simulation, he inherited all the memories without having to unravel the mystery of the womb. Isn't this gap a bit too wide? There is absolutely no gradual process. After pondering for a while, Milton still couldn't come up with a specific answer and stopped thinking about it. After all, a reincarnation simulation doesn't represent anything. Milton didn't know whether this situation was an accident or if he would inherit all the memories of his past life before he was born every time he was a reincarnation simulation. If he really inherits them every time, then it's definitely good news for Milton. After all, that way, if he reincarnates to a world he is unfamiliar with, he can greatly reduce the probability of dying young by relying on his 10,000 years of memories. This can maximize his gains in each reincarnation simulation. Of course, this requires Milton to validate with multiple reincarnation simulations. A single one is certainly not enough. After all, Milton still needs to verify whether it's only when he reincarnates to a world he is familiar with in reality that he will inherit all the memories of his past life ahead of time. If it's only when Milton reincarnates to a world he is familiar with in real life, he will inherit all the memories in advance. Then this is a hidden feature of the simulator. Just like when during a reincarnation simulation, the simulator suddenly blocked him from modifying memories. If it's not, then it's very likely to be caused by Milton himself. After all, although Milton in reality is only a level 4 wizard, he has 10,000 years of memories. His consciousness can even match that of a level 5 wizard. Under these circumstances, it's normal for his consciousness to reincarnate to other worlds without breaking the mystery of the womb. Anyway, All of this requires Milton to use the simulation count to verify. This reincarnation simulation does not represent all. After clearing his mind, Milton remained lying on the deck chair without getting up. He is still too young right now, not to mention the road of spiritualists, even the wizard path is something the current Milton cannot access. However, this time when he reincarnated into the soul realm, even if Milton had the talent of a wizard, he would not choose the wizard path. Because when he reincarnated into this world this time, he has only one goal: to join the Soul Academy. There was no doubt that the pure spiritualist path of the Soul Academy was the most suitable for Milton Cheney. The soul realm and the wizard realm had one significant difference. The soul realm was a complete continent. Specifically, the soul continent, a world where the sky is round and the earth is square. Inside the soul continent, there was not only the Soul Academy as a spiritualist organization. However, as the largest spiritualist organization in the soul realm, the Soul Academy established many branches all over the continent. Naturally, Milton could not join the Soul Academy straight away. His current aim was to join one of its branches. There was still plenty of time. Although Milton was unsure of the era of the soul realm at this point in time. As long as the Soul Academy existed, he would keep taking steady steps towards his goal. Time flew by, and suddenly, 10 years had passed. In the Morning Breeze region, Breeze Town, at the Merlin estate. Milton removed the jade slip from his forehead, knitting his brows slightly. Which era of the soul realm is it now? Why are there no data about the wizard realm in this world? He held the jade slip in his palm, pondering. During these 10 years, Milton had not once left the Morning Breeze region. The farthest place he went was the closest town to Breeze Town. It wasn't Milton didn't want to leave, he was still too young, and his parents in this world wouldn't naturally let him leave Breeze Town. Moreover, the Milton of this life didn't possess a strong force. Although Milton didn't plan to become a wizard, being a wizard apprentice wouldn't hinder his journey as a spiritualist. However, when Milton attempted the wizard path, he found out that he couldn't cultivate his familiar meditation technique from his memory. As a result, even Milton himself didn't know what level of talent he was in this life. Furthermore, in the soul realm, there is no such thing as a talent test. So, even till now, Milton was merely an ordinary person. 10 years passed. Milton's understanding of this world had increased considerably. However, the more he comprehended the era he was currently in, the more he felt a sense of confusion. These 10 years, he had looked up information from many other realms. But there was absolutely no information about the wizard realm. He could find information about the stellar realm, bloody sea realm, but not the wizard realm. It was as if the wizard realm did not exist. But Milton's real life was in the wizard realm, and he was also a member of the largest white wizard organization in the wizard realm. So he definitely knew a considerable deal of information about the wizard realm. The wizard realm was born before the bloody sea realm, its age even surpasses the guardian seas. It was impossible to find information about the bloody sea realm and yet not find any about the wizard realm. Without information about the wizard realm as a guide, Milton couldn't figure out in which era the soul realm was in. Currently, he was just an ordinary person amongst the myriad of people in the soul realm, and only had access to limited information. And he couldn't leave Breeze Town until he became an adult. Joining the Soul Academy was not as easy as Milton had imagined. Only after turning 16 and becoming an adult could he try to join one of the branches of the Soul Academy. After contemplating for a moment, Milton suddenly thought of something. Indeed, I have reincarnated to the past, at least 10 million years ago. This thought came to Milton. The reason why this thought occurred was simple. Milton remembered a legend about the wizard realm. Before the wizard realm became truly powerful, it seemed it never encountered other worlds' invasions. Only after the wizard realm had become powerful. When other worlds initiated the inter-realm war against the suddenly emerged wizard realm, did they realize how astonishing a suddenly emerged world could be? And this was merely a legend. So, Milton didn't think of it before. But it seemed now, this was not a legend. It's reality. The wizard realm, was it hidden? Was it intentional? Or was it the doings of the world consciousness? Chapter 337. Time always slips away inadvertently. Just like that, 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. It had been 16 years since Milton Cheney was reincarnated into the soul realm. This day marked his official coming of age. Becoming an adult meant that Milton could now choose the path of a spiritualist. Although he retained his memories at birth during this reincarnation into the soul realm. Some things could not be accomplished merely by having memories from previous life. Like the training for the transcendent path of the spiritualist. Despite having all his past life's memories, Milton was unable to walk the path of a spiritualist due to age restrictions. Fortunately, 16 years had passed. From now on, the soul realm would be a boundless world for Milton. The Morning Breeze region, Gale City. Gale City was the central city in the Morning Breeze region, making it the largest city in the region. Milton paused to look at the enormous city gate before him and then turned to the middle-aged man beside him, saying, "Mr. Dorian, I am ready." As Milton finished speaking, Mr. Dorian gave a nod. "A slot in the Wind Spirit Academy has been arranged for you. You won't be able to leave the academy or see your parents for the next 4 years. Are you certain you're prepared?" Dorian will said calmly. However, his words didn't change Milton's expression at all. Milton nodded slightly. Of course, he was ready. Just a beginner's academy after all. If possible, Milton would prefer to join the Soul Academy directly. But after reincarnating into this world, as Milton learned more and more about it, he found that the Soul Academy wasn't as simple as he had imagined. It wasn't 10 million years later. The Soul Academy now was more powerful than it was 10 million years later, and almost everyone in the Soul Realm knew about it. If the Soul Realm was likened to the Azure Star where Milton lived in his previous life, then, the Wind Spirit Academy would be equivalent to a primary school on Azure Star, while Soul Academy would compare to the most famous college there. But in reality, the Soul Academy's status in the Soul Realm was significantly higher than the most famous colleges on the Azure Star. After all, the Soul Realm was a world possessing transcendent powers. The Soul Academy was in command of that transcendent path leading to the highest level. The leap between the two was undoubtedly immense. Even with all the memories from his past life, Milton couldn't directly join the Soul Academy. One couldn't get fat with just one gulp. Milton knew he had a lot of time, everything could be taken slowly. "Since you've made up your mind, I won't say much more. I know your talent is high, but the world is vast, there are countless individuals with greater talents. If you aim to join the Soul Academy, besides your talent, you will need to put in 100 times more effort than the rest," Dorian said softly. "I understand," Milton responded. At his words, Dorian remained silent. He then nodded subtly, indicating that Milton could proceed into Gale City. Milton nodded back, refraining from looking back, and walked towards the city gate. The city gate guards merely glanced at Milton without any unnecessary actions. Milton took out the prepared jade plaque and handed it to the guard. The guard took the plaque and examined it briefly. After a moment, the guard respectfully returned the jade plaque to Milton. "Please enter." "Thank you." Milton took back the jade plaque and stepped inside Gale City. Upon entering Gale City, Milton instinctively began to survey the surroundings. Currently, he had no transcendent power. To understand his surroundings, he naturally had to rely on his original method's observation. As the largest city in the Morning Breeze region, first-time visitors would undoubtedly be amazed by Gale City. But Milton had seen too much. To him, Gale City was just another ordinary city. Therefore, it couldn't invoke any special emotions in him. After a brief survey of the city, Milton made his way towards the city center. It would be impossible to reach the Wind Spirit Academy on foot. Gale City, in spite of being just a city, was extremely vast. If one were to compare Gale City with the Wizard Realm, it would be approximately half the size of a minor wizard continent. This was such an exaggeration considering it is just a city. However, since enrolling in Wind Spirit Academy had been pre-arranged, Milton didn't have to worry. All he needed to do was to go to the gathering place for the new students, and there was no need for him to worry about how to get to Wind Spirit Academy. A little while later, Milton stopped in front of a significantly towering building. He didn't linger, but followed the flow of people into the building. Once inside, Milton was bombarded by the noise. Wind Spirit Academy. After a brief survey of the surrounding environment, Milton muttered to himself. The Wind Spirit Academy, it was the first step in his plan for this life. Time slowly passed, and 2 years slipped away rapidly. In Gale City, within the Wind Spirit Academy. At a secluded garden, Milton was seated cross-legged under a pavilion. A pale yellow round bead was floating above his eyebrows, radiating a few streams of airflow. These airflows were absorbed into Milton's forehead the moment they emerged. Chapter 338. The cycle repeats. After a moment, Milton Cheney opened his eyes. The round bead hovering between his eyebrows fell into his open hand. That was too fast, too astonishing. With this speed, it seems I may truly be able to achieve a triple leap. Milton Cheney placed the spiritual bead into his spatial spiritual object, reflecting on his impressive progress. Indeed, the path of cultivation for a spiritualist was easier compared to a wizard's. While Milton Cheney had anticipated his talent in the path of spiritualists in this life, he didn't expect it to be this great. It wasn't clear whether it was because he didn't solve the mystery of his previous life, but had directly inherited his previous memories. In this life, Milton Cheney's talent for cultivating as a spiritualist was extraordinarily high. This level of talent was best described after Cheney had taken the talent test at the Wind Spirit Academy. The only dean of the Wind Spirit Academy personally came back from the ether region to meet him, and more than once at that. He was provided with a significant amount of resources from the academy to nurture his cultivation, including free access to spiritual beads and spatial treasures. He had his own garden and a personal mentor. No place could ever be utterly fair. Milton Cheney's talent allowed him to enjoy a treatment unlike any other students at the Wind Spirit Academy. In merely a year and a half, Milton Cheney crossed the 9 basic realms and became a bona fide level 1 spiritualist. It is noteworthy that the dean of the Wind Spirit Academy was only a level 2 spiritualist. Moreover, the dean of the Wind Spirit Academy had been cultivating the spiritualist path for almost 500 years. Even Cheney himself was in awe of his extraordinary talent. If this happened because he didn't solve the mystery of his previous life and directly inherited his memory instead, then did that mean all his later simulations could potentially start with top-tier talent? If this was indeed the case, then he would surely pave his own transcendent path. After all, with the cultivation paths of countless worlds stacked together, there was a possibility of growing beyond his realm. However, this idea was still just a notion for now. Whether it is so or not would need further confirmation by Milton Cheney himself. Level 1 Spiritualist. For this year's recruitment in the North 33 region by the branch of Soul Academy, I might just stand a chance. Milton Cheney, seated cross-legged in the pavilion, toyed with the spatial ring in his hand, deep in thought. The North 33 region was simply a nickname. Clearly, the entire northern continent of the Soul realm comprises of more than just 33 realms. In reality, the northern continent had at least 3,000 realms of various sizes. The North 33 region was just the 33 regions surrounding the Morning Breeze region. Among the thousands of regions in the northern continent, there were several dozen branches of the Soul Academy. The North 33 region was merely one of the regions under the jurisdiction of these branches. The next instant, Cheney's cogitations were interrupted. A young man entered Cheney's garden, causing him to remove the garden's privacy barrier. He turned his attention towards the young man approaching him. "Dean," Cheney greeted. Indeed, the young man was the dean of the Wind Spirit Academy. Although he appeared young, centuries-old age-restricting methods were at play. The dean of the Wind Spirit Academy was at least 500 years old. "Looks like I chose a good time to visit." A smile spread across Pierce's face. "I considered what you told me, and I think this year might be too soon." Pierce then adopted a slightly more serious expression. Once Pierce finished speaking, Milton Cheney immediately understood why he had come. So, without interrupting Pierce, Cheney listened quietly. Although he was already a level 1 spiritualist, admission to the Soul Academy's branches required Pierce's assistance. After all, sometimes, a formidable talent did not account for everything. Just as Dorian had stated. In this world, there are definitely those who can match Milton Cheney's talent, and they are not few. After all, this world is too vast, and there are too many people. And there is only one Soul Academy. If you really want to join the Soul Academy branch, the best opportunity is actually 2 years later. Bear in mind, a level 1 spiritualist is merely the threshold, and those who compete with you are from large academies. Your talent is the highest I've ever seen, and I'm sure that even among the people of Soul Academy main campus, half of them are less gifted than you. But it's still too early. You have only recently stepped onto the wizard path 2 years ago, although your realm is sufficient, your experience is still lacking, particularly in such intense competition. Pierce voiced his thoughts. Indeed, he had taken Milton's words seriously. If Milton really decides to join the Soul Academy branch this year, then he will not refuse. He is quite happy that the recommendation card in his hand is of some use. After all, this recommendation has been with him for so long that he almost forgot about it. After Pierce finished speaking, Milton seemed to fall into deep thought. Of course, this was an intentional display by Milton. Milton can obviously tell from his conversation with Piers that Piers is not trying to suppress him, but sincerely hopes he can wait for 2 more years. In Piers' eyes, Milton is nothing but a greenhorn. At most, he is a highly talented greenhorn. Simply put, in Piers' eyes, Milton is just a child. Young and passionate, naturally wanting to impulsively accomplish some impossible tasks. But only the wearer knows where the shoe pinches. Although Milton is only 18, he has nearly 10,000 years of memories stored in his head. Without exaggeration, what he has experienced is more than 10 times what Piers has experienced. Competition? That's what he is least afraid of. Experience? He has more than enough of it. If the Soul Realm were to be compared to a major dungeon, then the position Milton is currently in would be the beginner village. The Milton who wants to clear the game naturally can't always stay in the beginner village. However, Piers' words do hold some reasoning. At least, there's not much of a difference to Milton whether it is this year or 2 years later. Milton can wait these 2 years. Moreover, he will officially graduate from Wind Spirit Academy 2 years later. It would be completely appropriate for him to join the Soul Academy branch then. This is, of course, also an advantage for the Wind Spirit Academy. Piers didn't mention it, but Milton knows that Piers must have had this reason in mind when he came to talk to him. Piers thought Milton couldn't think that far, but Milton has lived so many years, added up through countless simulations. He certainly wouldn't miss that hint of personal bias in Piers. However, even if Milton sees it, he doesn't reveal it. All right, Dean, I understand. I'll wait 2 more years. After thinking for a while, Milton spoke softly. The Wind Spirit Academy has been really good to him, meeting his demands to the fullest. So for Piers' small request, Milton naturally won't deny it. Actually, even if Milton were to join the Soul Academy branch this year, he is confident that he could break through all the difficulties and enter the Soul Academy branch. But since Piers said so, Milton wouldn't disgrace him. You've made the right choice. Piers' smile returned to his face and he continued speaking. I once tried to enter the Soul Academy too, but I was finally expelled. However, I am familiar with the Soul Academy's examination, and I will train you specifically for the next 2 years. I can guarantee that 2 years from now, as long as you play your usual standard, there is no reason you can't enter the Soul Academy branch. Hearing this, Milton nodded and said, Thanks for your help, Dean. Milton didn't refuse Piers' kindness. Actually, he is also a bit curious about what the enrollment examination for the Soul Academy is like. Once he saw Milton agreeing to participate in the Soul Academy branch entrance exam 2 years later, Piers didn't linger any longer. He bid Milton farewell, and left the pavilion. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, 2 years had gone by. Chapter 339. Within the Wind Spirit Academy, in a courtyard. Piers saw Milton Chaney in front of him, a solemn look in his eyes. Milton's talent was extraordinary high, but 2 years was a little too short. Despite Milton having access to countless resources in the Wind Spirit Academy, after 2 years he still remained a level 1 spiritualist. The path of a spiritualist is a bit similar to the wizard path. At least in terms of difference, there is a massive gap between a level 1 spiritualist and a level 2 spiritualist. So, to break through from a level 1 spiritualist to a level 2 spiritualist, the difficulty is naturally quite high. Even if Milton possessed exceptional talent, 2 years was still too short. However, although Milton did not break through to a level 2 spiritualist, it was already sufficient. Now, he was a strong existence among the level 1 spiritualists. He was still unafraid when facing the examination of the Soul Academy branch. However, in the eyes of Piers, Milton still seemed somewhat uncertain. After all those who competed with Milton were level 1 spiritualists, without exception. In his eyes, Milton showed extraordinary talent in cultivation, almost unrivaled. But in the aspect of academy examination, since he chose to skip levels, the competitors he faced had climbed step by step. Moreover, Milton had no experience in academy examinations, so Piers thought Milton might be at a disadvantage. How is it, do you have confidence? After a moment, Piers spoke. He asked this question after some hesitation. But when he asked this question, he knew he had asked something wrong. As the individual who had interacted with Milton the most over these 4 years, Piers believed he had some understanding of Milton. So, he clearly knew what Milton's answer would be. His question seemed somewhat foolish. As expected, a smirk crossed Milton's face upon hearing these words. "Don't worry, Dean. It's just the Soul Academy branch," Milton spoke. His words were somewhat arrogant. But Milton deliberately spoke in this manner, he wanted to let Piers know about his confidence. After all, 4 years have passed, and it was natural for Milton not to want to stay in a junior academy to cultivate. This wasn't because he had any complaints about Wind Spirit Academy, neither was it because Milton was selfish. It was simply because he was no longer suitable to stay here. Just like a person in a previous life who has mastered all university knowledge, would they stay in primary school? No, because the primary school can no longer help him. Milton was in such a situation. That's why he spoke with such confidence. After all, if Piers worried too much about him being unable to pass the Wind Spirit Academy examination and asked him to wait a few more years, that wouldn't be good. Now, the earlier he joined the Soul Academy, the possibilities of his future investigation of the unowned rules within the Soul Academy would be higher. Milton hadn't forgotten what his initial purpose was when he reincarnated into the Soul Realm. If it wasn't for the unowned rules within the Soul Realm, that could potentially be of great help to his reality, Milton would probably not choose to reincarnate in this world. Because honestly, the path of cultivation in this world wasn't really fitting for Milton. If the Soul Academy did not possess these unowned rules, Milton would likely choose to reincarnate in an unknown world. After all, the unknown represents opportunity. However, now that Milton chose to reincarnate into the Soul Realm, he must steadily aim for his goals. "I can sense your confidence. In that case, I can only wish you good luck. In these 2 years, all the experiences I could have imparted to you, I've already shared them. I've informed you about all the examinations and steps that I encountered when I faced the Soul Academy. Whether or not you can skip 3 levels to enter the Soul Academy branch, it all depends on this time. You need to understand, you only have one chance and you must be sure that you are truly ready." Piers did not lose the grave expression on his face due to Milton's confidence. He spoke seriously, in a long speech. Milton solemnly nodded. Truthfully, the extra 2 years Milton spent in the Wind Spirit Academy weren't solely for cultivating his transcendent path as a spiritualist. In these 2 years, Piers had imparted all the experiences he knew to Milton. The current Milton was no longer completely unfamiliar with the examinations of the Soul Academy. In fact, he was much more familiar than many others. Because of this, that's why Milton was aware that he has 100% confidence. If a person with nearly 10,000 years of memories also understands the examination process of the Soul Academy and possesses high cultivation talent and youth, all these combined, if he still couldn't pass a branch examination, then he might as well go die. If you fail to pass the examination of the Soul Academy, the doors of the Wind Spirit Academy are always open for you, Piers spoke. Upon finishing those words, Piers took out a token. Naturally, Milton could hear the lack of resentment or malice in Piers' words. If after 4 years, Milton could not discern a person's true character, then his near 10,000 years of experience would have been in vain. Piers' words may have been quite direct, but Milton knew that they were heartfelt, and that was enough. Milton nodded slightly. Seeing Milton nod, Piers didn't continue saying more. Instead, he gripped the token in his hand, a surge of airflow flowing from his palm into the token in his hand. Chapter 340. The token glowed with a faint luminescence. Almost instantly, the token left Piers' hand and hovered in mid-air. Time slowly passed, neither Piers nor Milton Cheney said anything. Milton, who had some understanding, naturally knew what the token in front of him represented. This token represented an opportunity, but an opportunity was just that, an opportunity. Whether he could seize it was up to Milton himself. Of course, Milton would not let an opportunity slip through his fingers. Time slipped away bit by bit, the silent atmosphere enveloping both Piers and Milton. However, this atmosphere didn't last long. After a short while, the silence was broken. And it was the hovering token that broke the silence. Bang! The token exploded, producing a not insignificant sound. The next moment, an illusory circular door appeared where the token had exploded. The moment the illusory circular door appeared, a middle-aged man stepped out from it. As the middle-aged man appeared, his gaze lingered briefly on Piers before shifting to Milton. When Milton saw the man's eyes, his heart tensed. In reality, Milton didn't display any particular emotions. After all, he had been through many grand occasions. A level 3 spiritualist was hardly enough to trigger any unique emotions in him. His clenched heart was merely a subconscious bodily reaction. It seemed Milton's nonchalance had aroused the man's interest. After the man's gaze lingered on Milton for a moment, he spoke. "Not bad." The man's voice was very calm. But his words brought a touch of joy to Pierre's face. He knew that the man summoned by the activation of the token was actually an examiner from the Soul Academy. The examiner had a good first impression of Milton which, although wouldn't directly influence the final results, might still indirectly affect it to an extent. After all, first impressions matter a lot. You have 32 days until the examination begins. Would you like to leave now or wait until just before the examination starts? If there are matters you need to attend to, I can come collect you again in 32 days. The middle-aged man naturally knew that Milton was the one scheduled to take the examination this year, and so he asked Milton. "I'll leave just before the examination begins." Milton replied. He did indeed have some matters to take care of. He hadn't seen his parents in this world for 4 years, and naturally, he needed to visit them this time. After all, the fact that he had been able to grow up safely and successfully enter the Wind Spirit Academy in this life was largely due to his parents from this world. Milton wasn't someone to disregard everything for the sake of his reincarnation simulation goal. Since the circumstances allowed it, Milton naturally wouldn't leave without saying goodbye. Moreover, given the high probability that he would be away for a long time after going to the branch of the Soul Academy, he felt he should visit Breezetown one last time. "That's fine, take this. Activate it after 30 days and I will come to take you to the examination." After hearing Milton's decision, the middle-aged man nodded and spoke while producing a round bead, which he casually tossed to Milton. Milton caught the bead, which felt very cool to the touch. Other than that, he didn't feel anything else. However, Milton knew that this bead too was a spiritual object, just not a natural one. "I understand." Milton pocketed the bead and responded. What is your talent?" Seeing Milton put away the bead, the middle-aged man seemed to have no intention of leaving right away. Perhaps Milton's composed demeanor had piqued his curiosity. The middle-aged man casually asked this question as if making small talk. Upon hearing this, Pierre, who had been silent, perked up. He glanced at Milton, then refocused his gaze on the middle-aged man. Pierre was curious to see how this level 3 spiritualist would react when he learned of Milton's talent. 8.5 grids. Milton replied truthfully. This was not really a secret. Since the level 3 spiritualist in front of him wanted to know, it did no harm for Milton to tell him. After all, the talent test was also part of the forthcoming Soul Academy examination. Therefore, Milton did not hold back, and simply told the truth. The spiritualists in the soul realm and the wizards in the wizard realm both possess this concept of talent. However, the way to distinguish talent is not the same. The wizard realm uses level 5 talent to confirm the quality of a wizard's talent. Above level 1 quality, there are also special qualities. However, a wizard's talent and a spiritualist's talent have significant differences. There are many paths in the wizard realm. While talent is important, it's not as important as one might think. After all, if one doesn't have high spiritual power talent, they could choose the bloodline wizard path. Or they could choose the white wizard path, or the dark wizard path, or even become a magic device wizard or a magic array wizard. But the soul realm is different. A spiritualist's talent is divided into 9 grids. Whether it's now, or 10 million years ago, or 10 million years later, spiritualist's talent is divided in this way. And in the soul realm, there is only one transcendent path, that of the spiritualist. So, talent is of particular importance. In the assessment of the Soul Academy, talent is the first item assessed. And it's the simplest one. After all, those with the confidence to participate in the Soul Academy's assessment must absolutely not have talent that is too mediocre. How much? Upon hearing Milton Cheney's words, the middle-aged man was taken aback. Then, seemingly reflexively, he asked again. This counter-question made Milton feel something stir within him. With his countless experiences, Milton naturally understood what it meant for a level 3 spiritualist to counter-question this way. It meant that the first reaction in the level 3 spiritualist's mind was to not believe in his words. Why wouldn't he believe? If there were quite a few people with 8.5 grid talent in the Soul Academy, then the level 3 spiritualist standing in front of him would definitely not have this kind of reaction. At this moment, Milton seems to have discovered that his so-called highly talented talent might not be as simple as he thought. 8.5 grids. Even though some thoughts had arisen in his heart, Milton didn't allow them to show on his face. In fact, it wasn't just Milton whose mind was teeming with thoughts. Seeing the middle-aged man's reaction, Piers, who had been focusing his gaze on the middle-aged man the entire time, was also taken aback. He also didn't expect a level 3 wizard to have such a big reaction to a person's talent. Before this, Piers thought that the middle-aged man would at most be surprised and then move on. Sometimes, the farthest someone can see is decided by their own sight. Piers was only a level 2 spiritualist and hadn't entered the Soul Academy, much less its branch academy. So, he naturally couldn't understand what 8.5 grid talent represented. Although Milton had many experiences, this was his first reincarnation in this world. Even if you add his understanding of this world when he was in the wizard realm, it would still only cover a very small part of the world. Therefore, Milton knew his talent was high, but it would be incorrect to say that Milton had a deep understanding of a spiritualist's talent. After all, in Milton's mind, he would instinctively compare a spiritualist's talent to a wizard's. Milton considered that his 8.5 grid talent was probably equivalent to a level 1 wizard's talent in the wizard realm. 8.5 grids. The middle-aged man muttered to himself, seemingly digesting this information. Would you mind if I tested your talent now? The next moment, the middle-aged man spoke up. He didn't say anything else and just asked Milton a question. No, I don't mind. Milton also did not refuse. After all, his talent was obvious and not something he feared testing. A short while later, when Milton's talent was tested on the spot, the middle-aged man stared at the talent column in his hand. On the talent column, which had a total of 9 grids, more than 8 grids had lit up with a red light. To be honest, I have lived for more than 2,000 years and this is the first time I'm seeing a spiritualist talent of more than 8 grids. You don't even need to take the assessment. The Soul Academy has a hidden rule where spiritualist seeds with over 8 grid talent can directly enter the Soul Academy. And it's the Soul Academy's headquarters at that. The middle-aged man, with a hint of nostalgia, put away the talent column in his hand. Upon hearing this, Milton instinctively looked at Piers, who was beside him. That's because Piers hadn't told him about this privilege of having talent over 8 grids, resulting in Milton's preparations for the assessment. But all Milton saw was a puzzled Piers. Chapter 341. The middle-aged man observed the doubts on Milton Cheney and Piers's faces, then turned his gaze towards Milton. He then started to speak. This rule does really exist within the Soul Academy. I have no reason to deceive you. When the middle-aged man finished speaking, Piers seemed to react similarly, and spoke out. Why haven't I heard of a rule that allowed those with talents exceeding 8 grids to directly enter the Soul Academy headquarters, even though I had participated in the assessment of the Soul Academy before? Piers's doubts were reasonable. He had not lied to Milton. He indeed participated in the entrance examination of the Soul Academy when he was young. He also underwent a talent test, but he had never heard of any privileges granted due to talents. So he was taken aback when he heard what the middle-aged examiner said. Because he was actually not aware of this, if he had known, he wouldn't have had to go to such great lengths. That is the Soul Academy headquarters we are talking about. The number of people who join it every year in the entire Soul realm is very limited. Anyone who can join the Soul Academy headquarters would at the very least become a level 3 spiritualist, and most of them could even become level 4 spiritualists. The concept of a level 4 spiritualist is one who can establish an advanced academy and become the dean of the advanced academy. The reason is that your talent is not sufficient. Even if this rule was told to you, it wouldn't change a thing. This is a hidden rule. It is meant for those who are truly talented spiritualist seeds. Generally, such people would only appear in the examinations of Spiritualist Central Academy, and they are still quite rare. To be frank, in the last 1,500 years, I have only seen one person whose talent exceeded 7 grids. As for those with more than 8 grids, other than you, I have never seen any before. The middle-aged man began to speak. Thank you for your explanation. Milton nodded and spoke after hearing these words. Don't worry about it, you will eventually know. You don't have to participate in the examination. You can leave here anytime to go to the headquarters of the Soul Academy. Just activate the communication bead that I gave you once you've settled all your affairs. Of course, it's all right if you want to delay a bit. The middle-aged man began to speak. Milton nodded to show his understanding. An unexpected surprise. This was really an unexpected surprise. Although the previous Milton knew that his talent was not weak, he didn't expect that 8.5 grids of talent would give him the privilege to directly access the Soul Academy main campus. This was completely unexpected for Milton, who originally intended to only step up one level, but he ended up advancing 10 levels all at once. Milton originally thought that he would need to overcome numerous difficulties to move from the branch of the Soul Academy to the headquarters. Maybe it would take 10 years? Or maybe 20 years. But now he doesn't have to worry anymore, because the qualification of the Soul Academy main campus is already in front of him. Joining a branch of the Soul Academy and directly joining the Soul Academy headquarters are naturally different. Milton has not forgotten that his purpose in this reincarnated soul realm was to join the Soul Academy headquarters. The ultimate goal is that unowned rule in the Soul Academy headquarters. As long as Milton joins the headquarters of the Soul Academy, half of his reincarnation goal will be completed. The remaining half cannot be rushed. Milton needs to plan slowly. Fortunately, what Milton lacks the least is patience. Countless simulations have made Milton extremely patient. As long as his lifespan allows, he can wait for an opportunity indefinitely. Just as Milton was thinking, the middle-aged man spoke again, and Milton's train of thought was naturally interrupted. "You don't seem to be quite familiar with spiritualists' talents?" the middle-aged man tentatively asked. He discovered that when Milton Cheney declared himself to have 8.5 grid talent, he didn't show any pride or arrogance. Instead, he showed great indifference, as if it was taken for granted. On the other hand, him, a level 3 spiritualist, did not behave like one, but more like a greenhorn. Even the level 2 wizard next to Milton, did not show any surprise when he heard that Milton had 8.5 grids of talent. Therefore, the middle-aged man could declare that Milton wasn't really aware of how high his talent was. After he finished, Milton looked at Piers. At the same time, Piers looked at Milton, appearing a bit embarrassed in his eyes. It seemed like he was apologizing for misleading Milton all these years. Of course, Milton naturally wouldn't dwell on this. The next moment, Milton shifted his gaze from Piers and looked at the middle-aged man. 8.5 grids of talent should be rather high. However, as the largest academy in the Soul Realm, the Soul Academy should have quite a few people with this type of talent. Milton began to speak. He was indeed very indifferent, without any display of pride or arrogance. Because after all, this was his reincarnated world. Why be self-satisfied about his 8.5 grid talent? It's not like it was the highest talent. Even if it was the highest talent, Milton wouldn't have any pride or arrogance. Such feelings, he hadn't had for a long time. Milton thought that although his 8.5 grid talent was high, it didn't seem particularly high. After all, above this talent level there was still the 9 grid talent. In the wizard realm, first-class talent wizards were everywhere, but only a few of them could become level 4 wizards. So talent does not determine everything. If a person has only talent and no meditation technique, nor opportunities, eventually becoming a wizard would be a luxury. Chapter 342. There are definitely people in the wizard realm who possess extremely high talent but haven't even become wizards, and they are not a few. So, talent is just a stepping stone. Add to this the fact that the talent of Milton Cheney's actual self in the wizard realm is not high, so he naturally won't care too much about talent. Upon hearing Milton's words, the middle-aged man let out a bitter smile. It turned out to be exactly as he had imagined. Milton's understanding of talent was entirely based on his own speculation. But that's not surprising. It's normal for someone from a small place to know so little. Furthermore, understanding spiritualist talent is indeed some secret in the soul realm. It's not surprising that Milton doesn't know about it. There's one thing you said correctly, that is, 8.5 grid talent is indeed high. But not just high. Extremely high. I advanced to level 3 spiritualist 300 years ago. Do you know how many talent grids I possess? With a sudden change of topic, the middle-aged man asked Milton a question. Milton thought for a moment, and then said in a quiet voice, 7 grids, 7.5 grids. Milton gave his 2 answers. These 2 were the most reasonable guesses. After all, the Soul Academy requires 5 grids of talent. The middle-aged man standing before him was able to cultivate up to level 3 wizard, so 7 grids of talent was the most likely possibility. However, as soon as Milton finished speaking, the middle-aged man shook his head. The next moment, the talent column appeared in his hand. Moments later, 6 red lights appeared on the talent column. I only have 6 grids of talent. Among spiritualists, the variance in talent is minimal, but the difference from one talent level to another is extremely huge. The middle-aged man said. Once he finished this sentence, worried that Milton might not understand, he was ready to go on explaining. However, Milton naturally understood the meaning of his words. Although he understood what the middle-aged man meant, he did not interrupt, because it was necessary to confirm whether his understanding matched his speculations. Also, Milton didn't have the habit of interrupting others. To put it simply, for spiritualists, the talent is nearly identical. Most have 4 grids of talent, while 5 or 6 grids are a little less. 7 grid talent is even rarer, 8 grids are extremely rare, and 9 grid talent is almost non-existent. But the impact of even a half-grid difference in talent on the spiritualist is extremely significant. The middle-aged man spoke aloud. Though it sounded complicated, it was very easy to understand. Milton nodded his head since what the middle-aged man said was what he had considered. If the limit of 6 grid talent is a level 4 spiritualist, then the limit of 8.5 grid talent is limitless. Or you could say that no one in the soul realm has discovered where the limit of 8.5 grid talent is. In other words, no matter what realm you cultivate to, there will be no bottleneck. The middle-aged man continued to say. There was a clear note of envy in his voice. However, talent is innate, his envy was pointless. Plus, by recruiting Milton with his 8.5 grid talent for the Soul Academy main campus, the resources he could earn would be enough to keep him supplied until he became a level 4 spiritualist. No bottleneck. Upon hearing this, Milton was also taken aback. This plain was too exaggerated. If the talent of the wizard in his real world could be so extreme, then, with the aid of the simulator, wouldn't he possibly be a level 6 wizard by now? Yes, there are absolutely no cultivation bottlenecks. You should be able to feel it, that from the time you cultivated the heart technique till now, the speed at which you absorb soul energy has never slowed down. After you became a level 1 wizard, your cultivation speed didn't decrease even though your realm improved. The middle-aged man said, then paused before continuing. If we compare the realm to a bucket of water, then talent would be the ladle used to pour the water. For a 5-grid talent person, as their realm improves, the bucket for storing water gets bigger, but the ladle for pouring the water gets smaller. But for someone with 8.5 grid talent, while the bucket for storing water gets bigger with an improved realm, the ladle for pouring the water doesn't shrink. That is to say, no matter whether you are a level 1 spiritualist or a level 4 spiritualist, your cultivation speed will not slow down. Furthermore, there will be no bottlenecks in your realms. This is the impact of talent. The middle-aged man paused. He looked at Milton Cheney to gauge his reaction to this news. Regardless of Milton's reaction, the middle-aged man would not be surprised. Euphoria? Shock? Disbelief? Any of these responses would be within expectation. If it were him, he would have reacted with incredulous joy. Surprisingly, Milton Cheney didn't seem to have any particular response. He just quietly nodded. Milton did feel a touch of exhilaration, but that was about it. While talent is indeed important to spiritualists, for Milton Cheney, it was not the be-all and end-all. Milton knew how to prioritize. In his reincarnation to the soul realm, the unowned rules were of utmost importance to him. Milton did not show any other emotions. On the other hand, Piers, who was hearing this news, was struck silent by shock. He had never heard before that such an outrageous amount of talent could be contained in 8.5 grids. He knew that he might have misled Milton, but what he didn't expect was how big a mistake he had made. Almost everything he had communicated about talent was wrong. What shocked him even more was that Milton, whom he had known at the Wind Spirit Academy for 4 years, was now on the verge of joining the Soul Academy headquarters. It all seemed a bit surreal. With such talent, coupled with your modesty, your future is beyond my imagination. I have been here long enough. Activate the communication spiritual bead once you have finished with your business, and I will take you to the Soul Academy headquarters. With a final sigh, the middle-aged man left. All he could conclude was that Milton was innately calm. After all, he did not know that Milton had nearly 10,000 years of experience to keep him composed. Once he was done speaking, the middle-aged man turned and walked through the illusory circular door. As soon as his body disappeared, the illusory circular door vanished from its place. Once the middle-aged man had left, Piers looked at Milton with complex emotions. He knew that from now on, they would be on distinctly different paths. Even though he was a level 2 spiritualist and Milton just a level 1 spiritualist, they were no longer on the same level. Dean, I won't forget the Wind Spirit Academy and the cultivation you've bestowed upon me, said Milton, aware of Piers's thoughts. These were not idle words. Having spent 4 years at the Wind Spirit Academy, he had received considerable resources from both the Academy and peers due to his talent. This had helped Milton a great deal. Milton was no ingrate. Since his acceptance into the Soul Academy headquarters was already set in stone, he felt inclined to assist the Wind Spirit Academy in the future. Although, to him, this world was just a place he had reincarnated into and he was merely a passerby. But for peers, all of this was real. In fact, everything in this world was indeed real. Even after the simulation ended, Milton would leave a mark in this world's history. Thus, he had no objection to helping the Wind Spirit Academy in the future. Hearing Milton's words, Piers responded with a solemn nod. Although he didn't know if Milton would keep his word. Just having those words was enough. Time passed, and half a year whizzed by in the blink of an eye. Morning Breeze Region, Breeze Town. Milton said goodbye to his parents in this world, then activated the communication spiritual bead in his hand. Almost instantly, the familiar middle-aged man appeared before him. Let's go. Chapter 343. Soul Realm, Central Mainland. Besides the 4 continents of East, West, South, and North in the Soul Continent, there is another separate conduction mainland, which is the central mainland of the Soul Realm. This place can also be considered the true Soul Continent. As for why this place is sectioned separately, even distinct from the East, West, South, and North continents. Reason is simple, the headquarters of Soul Academy is situated here. And at this moment, in the Soul Realm, within the Soul Academy, Milton Cheney stands atop a high platform, where you can nearly overwatch half of the Soul Academy. Of course, not only Milton Cheney is standing here. Standing next to Milton Cheney is an old man with hair and beard, which are totally white. The old man seems to be extremely old, but his eyes were still sparkling. Your spiritual talent is definitely 8.5 grids, but it feels like you are lacking something in your talent. A moment later, the old man spoke. He obviously called Milton Cheney here for a reason. Hearing this, Milton Cheney was stunned. He has only joined the Soul Academy headquarters for a few days, but he was aware of the identity of the old man in front of him. One of the vice-deans of the Soul Academy, a legitimate level 6 spiritualist. This kind of existence would not speak without reasons. What he said must have grounds. Milton Cheney was in his life's first encounter with what the old man said about his talent being somewhat deficient. What was missing? What's missing? Milton Cheney asked the same question. Upon hearing this, the old man slightly furrowed his eyebrows, stroked his white beard, then shook his head. I am not sure, the talent column can't be faked. But I have seen you cultivate the heart technique, and it doesn't look like you have the standard 8.5 grid talent. You indeed have an 8.5 grid talent, but it seems that you have not fully displayed your talent. The old man said. His words were ambiguous. But, Milton Cheney understood. What he was saying is that although he indeed has an 8.5 grid talent on the surface, but his actual cultivation method seems not to have achieved the level of 8.5 grids. After hearing this, Milton Cheney kept silence for a moment, without immediately responding. He knew that the old man standing in front of him was a level 6 spiritualist. That a level 6 spiritualist made such an ambiguous statement indicated that this was the first time the old man had encountered a situation like Milton Cheney's. Did you come in contact with any strange people in your childhood? Or have you ever encountered any strange objects, or had any peculiar experiences? Seeing that Milton Cheney did not speak, the old man continued asking. Same as Milton Cheney had imagined. This was indeed the first time the old man had encountered such a talent in Milton Cheney. Clearly, he tested with an 8.5 grid talent, but during the cultivation of heart technique, he did not reach the level of 8.5 grid talent at all. Even during the cultivation of heart technique, the speed of absorbing the spiritual bead was not even as fast as his own, one with an 8 grid talent. Others may not see it, but he could see it. Because his own talent was an 8 grid, so he naturally knew what an 8 grid talent should be like. Upon hearing the old man's questions, Milton Cheney shook his head. No. Milton Cheney said. But just as he finished his sentence, several thoughts suddenly emerged in Milton Cheney's mind. He knew himself clearly. He knew that this world was his reincarnated world. And he only reincarnated into this world as a consciousness. If his talent was indeed affected, it was most likely because he was reincarnated into this world as a consciousness. This possibility was very high. Perhaps that is the reason. However, although Milton Cheney had this thought, he did not say it out loud. After all, reincarnation was his biggest secret in this world, and he obviously couldn't disclose this secret to others. Of course, even if his talent was somewhat affected, his talent must still be high. Otherwise, he would not have been able to join the Soul Academy headquarters as usual. He knew that the person who ultimately approved him to join the Soul Academy headquarters was the old man standing in front of him. No, then why is your talent much weaker than a normal 8.5 grid talent? It's strange. The old man spoke as if he was talking to himself. Having said that, the old man spoke again. But you don't need to worry too much, although I don't know why your talent appears this way, there is one person who definitely knows. As the words fell, Milton Cheney nodded. In fact, the old man was overthinking. Milton Cheney was never worried about his talent in this world. Having a high talent was naturally good, but if the talent was slightly lower, it didn't matter either. Because the biggest reason why he chose to reincarnate in this world was to understand the specific information of that unowned rules in the Soul Academy of this world. The biggest hindrance to understanding the unowned rules in the Soul Academy was not talent, but how to join the Soul Academy. But now, he has joined the Soul Academy. He wasn't far from his ultimate goal, so Milton Cheney was already very satisfied. However, the words of the old man did bring a moment of tightness to Milton Cheney's heart. Although the old man did not explicitly state it, that person who definitely knew, according to the old man. Without thinking, Milton Cheney knew who it was. Anyone who could make the Vice Dean of the Soul Academy and a level 6 wizard in front of him so confident had to be very important. Chapter 344. In the realm of the soul, other than the Dean of the Soul Academy who seems to have merged with a rule, it could be no one else. Of course, the tension within Milton Cheney only lasted for an instant. After all, Cheney was somewhat confident about the simulator. Since the simulator stated that anomalies won't be detected during reincarnation simulation, then there certainly won't be any anomalies detected. So even if the Dean of the Soul Academy did check on him in the end, Cheney wouldn't panic. When the Dean returns, I will let him examine your case. As for the matters within the Academy manual records it very clearly, so don't forget to read it. If there's anything you can't handle, you can always contact me. But you'll only be officially accepted as a student when you become a level 3 spiritualist. Seeing Cheney nodded, the old man knew that Cheney understood who he was talking about. Therefore, he simply came out with it. After his words fell, he didn't linger on the platform for long, he disappeared as soon as he moved. Cheney's gaze lingered on the spot where the old man disappeared for a moment before he took his gaze back. Time flew by, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. It has been 5 years and a few months since Cheney officially joined the headquarters of the Soul Academy. During this period, Cheney had always stayed in the Academy. Compared to the central of the entire Soul continent, the Soul Academy wasn't very large. But if you compare it to the other academies of the Soul realm, the Soul Academy was incredibly vast. So, even after 5 years, Cheney hadn't even visited all corners of the Soul Academy. Naturally, if he had chosen to roam the Soul Academy over these 5 years, he would have covered every corner by now. However, for the majority of these 5 years, Cheney had been cultivating his heart technique and absorbing knowledge. The number of books in the library of the Soul Academy was even more outrageous than that of the Guardian Sea in the Wizard realm. 5 years had passed, and the number of books Cheney had generally read in the Soul Academy had already reached a massive count. But it was still just a drop in the ocean when compared to the entire collection of books in the Soul Academy. Inside the library of the Soul Academy. Found it. Milton Cheney, who was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the library, opened the book in his hands, his eyes sparkling. Cheney had read a great variety of books over the past 5 years. Of course, this was a reading habit he had intentionally fostered. He read a lot of miscellaneous books, so it didn't seem strange when he read books describing rules. If he only read books related to rules, it would be too obvious. Cheney's aim was the rule in the Soul Academy that had no master. Although this was his first reincarnation into the Soul realm, Cheney still didn't want any unforeseen situations. Steady progress, he still had plenty of time. Thus, over these 5 years, Cheney wasn't overly anxious. Thus, even though 5 years had passed, his understanding of the rule in the Soul Academy that had no master was still 0. Not because he didn't want to understand. But indeed, the Soul Academy had many more books regarding the rules than the Guardian Sea. But most of them were overlapping with the collection of the Guardian Sea. Even if they weren't overlapping, they weren't of much use to Cheney. After all, what Cheney wanted to understand wasn't simply the rules, but the rule inside the Soul Academy. Cheney didn't know whether information related to this rule in the Soul Academy would appear in the library. Yes, he didn't know. But it would be better if there was. If there wasn't, Cheney wouldn't force it. After all, he still had plenty of time. Cheney couldn't be certain about other things, but with his talent, attaining the cultivation of a level 3 spiritualist and living for several thousand years would be a piece of cake. He didn't believe that he couldn't understand a rule with no master in several thousand years. After all, his goal wasn't very big. He didn't need to merge with the rule without a master in this world's Soul Academy. And whether the rule inside the Soul Academy could be merged or not was still a question for Cheney at this time. All of these were just Cheney's speculations. Of course, using one reincarnation simulation to verify one of his speculations was, at least to Cheney, absolutely worth it. But now he genuinely found a book related to the rule with no master in the Soul Academy. This was indeed an unexpected pleasure. Milton Cheney carefully studied the text in the book in his hands. After a moment, Milton furrowed his brows slightly, but his hand flipping the pages of the book didn't stop, turning the pages one by one. It seems that William did hide some information from me after all, Milton muttered to himself while reading the text on the pages of the book. It was true that twin rules existed, but it wasn't the case that once one rule was merged, the other could not be merged. What was written in the book was not the same as what William told him. If Milton had to choose who to believe, he would definitely believe what was written in the book. However, William did get one thing right: twin rules were not just for one person to merge. But after one of the twin rules was merged, the other rule would enter a dormant state. Only after awakening could it be smoothly merged again, and it was extremely difficult to awaken a rule in a dormant state. As for how difficult it was not described in the book. Milton wanted to continue flipping the pages, but found that there was no new content behind. Light and darkness, the light and dark rules. Milton pondered as he closed the book in his hands. He just found out the names of these twin rules in the Soul Academy. Light rules and dark rules. The true twin rules. The light rule within the Soul Academy would be merged by any dean of the Soul Academy who came across it. Rules could indeed be inherited. But after the light rule was merged, the dark rule would fall into silence. In other words, in present condition of the Soul Academy, the dark rule is dormant. As to where this unowned rule fell dormant, how to awaken it, and how to merge with it, Milton was entirely clueless. Currently, all he knew was that the twin rule owned by the Soul Academy was the light and dark rule. In fact, light and dark rules weren't the only twin rules out here. There were also countless other twin rules with no upper limit. For example, the strongest of them, the life and death rules, the life rule and the death rule. Milton didn't know how exaggerated the rules of life and death might be. But at this time, he could not hope for such top-tier rules. The rule that the Dean of the Soul Academy was able to merge? That meant that Milton could only set his sights on the dark rule now, because there at least existed hope for this rule. As for the light rule, he could only take a gradual look at it later. After all, apart from knowing the names of these two rules, he almost knew nothing else about them. But Milton was already very satisfied. At least his goal was clearer now. He was no longer in the dark. Inheriting the light rule is almost impossible. In reality, I am already a member of the Guardian Sea, there's no opportunity. Besides, even if there is an opportunity, becoming the Dean of the Soul Academy is an impossibility. Various thoughts rose in Milton's mind as he pondered intensely. Although there is no possibility for him in reality to merge with the light rule, is there was any chance for him to get the dark rule? It seemed that the hope was still not big, at least not for now. As for what would happen in the future, who could tell? After thinking for a moment, Milton finally gave up the idea of inheriting the light rule. Even in the reincarnation simulation, even this time he had a talent of 8.5 grids, but the hope was still slim. Not to mention other things, just the seat for the inheritor of the Dean of the Guardian Sea, it was impossible for it to be his turn. Therefore, he could only focus on the dark rule now. Although this was also very difficult, as long as there was some hope, unlike the light rule, which was absolutely an extravagant hope. There was still time. Milton was not in a hurry. Putting the book back on the shelf, Milton left the library. Chapter 345. Soul Academy, Sun Tower. Inside the room, Milton Cheney stopped practicing heart technique. The spiritual bead floating in front of him was collected back into his spatial ring by Milton. Level 2 Spiritualist. Feeling the spiritual power within his body, Milton thought to himself. After becoming a level 1 spiritualist, although the speed of his cultivation of heart technique did not slow down. However, it still took Milton a dozen years to progress from a level 1 spiritualist to a level 2 spiritualist. This was due to his high talent on the spiritualist path in this world. It suggests that if his talent were ordinary, becoming a level 2 spiritualist would definitely not be an easy task. After all, the Dean of the Wind Spirit Academy, despite practicing heart technique for hundreds of years, is only a level 2 spiritualist. And Milton, he just spent over a dozen years. It goes without saying that, in the soul realm, talent is extremely important for practicing the spiritualist path. Becoming a level 2 spiritualist, the practice of spiritual law can also be put on the right track. Feeling the changes in his body, a few thoughts came to Milton's mind. The spiritualist path in the soul realm, like the wizard path in the wizard realm, involves practicing spiritual power. However, there are fundamental differences between the two. For example, the spiritualist path is not as good at fighting techniques as the wizard path. That is, there might be some, even a great, gap in strength. However, this gap will narrow somewhat after a spiritualist becomes a level 2 spiritualist. Because when practicing to a level 2 spiritualist, the spiritualist can begin to practice spiritual law. Although most of the spiritual laws that can be practiced by a level 2 spiritualist are auxiliary laws, there are also many combat laws. Milton's ultimate goal of reincarnating into this world is to peek into the unowned rules of Soul Academy. But this does not mean that he does not care about anything other than the rules. After all, in this reincarnation, his starting point is high, with almost unparalleled talent and aptitude. With such high talent, it would be a waste not to cultivate. Moreover, all the practices of transcendent paths in the reincarnation world will feed back into reality after the reincarnation simulation ends. Although the spiritualist path does not have a great impact on Milton's reality, having it is definitely better than not having it. The choice of spiritual law should also be considered. In reality, I don't lack attack-type spiritual law. Perhaps auxiliary spiritual law would be a good choice. Of course, attack-type spiritual law must also be practiced simultaneously. After all, I need some life-saving measures in this world. Milton thought in his heart. Everything is for his own benefit. In this world, the first thing Milton has to do is to survive and protect himself. Only if he lives longer will this reincarnation simulation yield more gains. If he can't survive long, everything will naturally be in vain. After pondering for a moment, Milton didn't hesitate to take out a communication spiritual bead from his spatial ring. In this world, he is not alone. Although he has been living in this world for several decades, when it comes to understanding the spiritualist path, it's definitely inferior to the old fellows who have practiced heart technique for tens of thousands of years. Level 2 spiritualist, not bad. It looks like the influence of talent on the speed of your heart technique practice is not as big as I imagined. However, I don't suggest you choose to practice spiritual law this early. Standing in front of Milton, the old man looked at Milton with satisfaction and opened his mouth to speak. As his words fell, Milton, with a thoughtful expression on his face, nodded slightly. He didn't question back, because Milton knew that the old man must have a reason for saying this. So he didn't interrupt the old man. He knew the old man would continue to explain. As expected, seeing that Milton didn't speak, the old man continued to say. What you need to do now is to continue practicing heart technique, instead of being distracted by practicing spiritual law. Practicing spiritual law will occupy a lot of your time, and most of the spiritual laws you practice will be virtually useless after you become a level 3 spiritualist. So I don't recommend that you be distracted by practicing spiritual law so early, because that's a waste of your talent. If you are really interested in spiritual law, at least wait until you become a level 3 spiritualist. Because the spiritual law that a level 3 spiritualist can practice would be somewhat useful for you, while the spiritual law that a level 2 spiritualist can practice is completely useless for you. After the old man finished speaking, he looked at Milton. It seemed that he was waiting for Milton to make his own choice. After all, it is oneself who walks his own path, no matter how sensible other people's suggestions are, it is oneself who finally makes the choice. Actually, the old man wanted Milton to practice spiritual law after becoming a level 3 spiritualist for his own reasons. After all, he promised Milton that he would take Milton as his student once Milton became a level 3 spiritualist. So, he advised Milton to concentrate on practicing spiritual law after becoming a level 3 spiritualist. In this way, Milton could practice the spiritual law of his lineage. Plus, with Milton's talent of 8.5 grids, it's not impossible that he might inherit his lineage in the future. After all, among their lineage, the most talented is he himself, with the talent of 8 grids. And Milton, his future student, has even higher talent than him. Although he had a bit of self-interest, what he said was sincere. What he said can be considered the best advice. Chapter 346. Although the Soul Academy doesn't appear as turbulent on the surface, Milton Cheney didn't deign to resort to the petty scheming methods. After all, being a level 6 spiritualist, many queued to receive his guidance. Undeniably, Milton was indeed one of the fortunate ones. The Soul Academy was the largest spiritualist academy in the soul realm, unsurpassed by none. It had even reached the point of unrivaled dominance. Such an organization could not possibly remain completely tranquil within. Even though Milton hadn't been part of the Soul Academy for long, he knew very well that the academy was far from as placid as it was on its surface. It was the largest academy in the soul realm, and also the most significant power center within the soul realm. After all, every graduate of the Soul Academy held a significant status on the continent. This was the reason why nearly everyone in the soul realm eagerly pursued it. For spiritualists, the Soul Academy was internationally regarded as a sacred place. Even the branch academies in various domains attracted countless individuals every year. Milton was sure that his starting point in this reincarnation simulation was high and had exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. After contemplating for a while, Milton nodded and opened his mouth. "I understand, Dean, I will earnestly consider it." Hearing Milton's words, the old man gave a grunt of approval before his figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. He naturally inferred the meaning in Milton's words. Since Milton said so, it meant that he had decided to continue his spiritual law cultivation after becoming a level 3 spiritualist. This was the most sensible choice. Given such a high aptitude, the main focus should still be the heart technique. The spiritual law can be cultivated at all times. In the old man's heart, even a level 3 spiritualist was somewhat premature. Initiating spiritual law cultivation even after becoming a level 4 spiritualist would not be considered late. After all, he only genuinely started practicing spiritual laws after becoming a level 4 spiritualist. This indeed also maximized the utilization of his own talent. For those of average or less talent, it is naturally better to start practicing spiritual law earlier. After all, people with lower talent, or even those in general, may not even become level 3 spiritualists in their lifetime. Being unable to become a level 3 spiritualist, naturally, they need not concern themselves with the distraction it brings. After the old man left, Milton's gaze rested on the spot where the old man disappeared. He was not pondering over the old man's abrupt departure, but about the advice the old man had given him. What Milton was concerned about was not merely the distraction his spiritual law cultivation might cause, but if he would encounter perilous situations within the Soul Academy. His desire to practice spiritual law was more about wanting to ensure his safety. After contemplating for a while, Milton still chose to follow the old man's advice. Considering he was very likely to become the old man's student, there was no way he could disregard the old man's words. Although it was only advice, Milton knew if he refused it, the old man's impression of him might change. After all, level 6 spiritualists are still humans, and humans do have emotions. Besides, if the Soul Academy wasn't safe, then other places would be even more dangerous. Being able to join the Soul Academy so quickly and becoming a level 2 spiritualist, Milton already felt very satisfied. In his previous expectations, the progress wasn't nearly this fast. Since becoming a level 3 spiritualist prior to practicing spiritual law would not affect him, then waiting for over 100 years is not out of Milton's patience. After becoming a level 2 spiritualist, his lifespan was at least 800 years. A few decades or even 100 years did not feel like a long time for Milton. If all of Milton's simulated experiences were taken into account, Milton had lived for over 10,000 years. A century was insignificant compared to Milton's journey of 10,000 years. Moreover, he was not refraining from practicing spiritual law but merely not forfeiting the path of the spiritualist. As the old man said, focusing solely on the heart technique would accelerate his progress to becoming a level 3 spiritualist. If he chose to juggle spiritual law cultivation, the timing to reach level 3 spiritualist might be delayed. Then, after finally mastering spiritual law and reaching level 3 spiritualist, he would find that the spiritual law for level 2 spiritualist was almost useless at level 3. After contemplation, Milton realized that focusing solely on the heart technique is more beneficial to him. Therefore, Milton naturally chose to follow the advice of the old man. Even if it was for nothing else, just to better complete his premeditated plans in this world, he knew the old man's advice was more beneficial than harmful. The earlier he reaches a higher realm in this world, the more likely he is to come in contact with the unowned rules within the Soul Academy. After a moment, Milton set aside the thoughts in his mind. Then he took out the spiritual bead from his spatial ring that he hadn't fully absorbed yet. The spiritual bead floated in front of him, and Milton Cheney began his cultivation of the heart technique. Time was still very long, and Milton Cheney's patience was strong. In each simulation, Milton Cheney would always set his sights long-term. Time flew by, and 20 years passed in a blink of an eye. In the Soul Academy, within the Sun Tower, Milton Cheney closed the book he'd been browsing through and got up to look at the old man who had suddenly appeared next to him. "Dean," Milton Cheney said. "Let's go, the old Dean is back. Let him help you with your talent issue," the old man said. At these words, Milton Cheney was taken aback. But this feeling only lasted a moment, and there was no change in his expression. He almost forgot if not mentioned. Over the years, there hasn't been any stagnation in his cultivation of the heart technique. The speed of his heart technique cultivation hasn't slowed down at all. At the speed he's cultivating now, becoming a level 3 spiritualist is just a matter of time. And this time, wouldn't even exceed 200 years. This speed is extremely fast. You have to realize, when Milton Cheney was walking the White Wizard path in the Wizard realm, the time he spent going from being a level 2 White Wizard to a level 3 White Wizard, even calculating with text simulation, amounted to at least a few thousand years. Compared to the cultivation speed on the Wizard path. After Milton Cheney's reincarnation into the Soul realm, the speed of his cultivation on the spiritualist path could be described as supersonic. So, Milton Cheney almost forgot that there was an issue with his talent. Actually, even Milton himself didn't know whether or not there was an issue with his talent. After all, this is only his first reincarnation into the Soul realm, which has only been a few decades. Compared to the understanding of a level 6 spiritualist like the Deputy Dean, Milton's understanding was certainly incomparable. But since the old man had said so, Milton Cheney had no reason to refuse. So, Milton Cheney nodded. The next moment, the old man waved his hand lightly. A beam of white light surged from the old man's hand, enveloping Milton Cheney's body. Both of them disappeared on the spot. Time slowly passes, and after an unknown amount of time. It seemed like a long time, yet it also seemed like just a moment. Milton Cheney realized he was in a strange place when his vision brightened and his consciousness returned. Milton Cheney subconsciously began to take in his surroundings. This was a habit of Milton Cheney's. Whenever he arrived at a new place, he would subconsciously first take a look at his surroundings. After all, even in unexpected situations, Milton Cheney would be able to react immediately. The old man was still by his side, his expression was indifferent, and he didn't speak a word. A silent atmosphere enveloped the two of them. Milton Cheney didn't take the initiative to break this silence. A moment later, a beam of white light lit up in front of Milton Cheney. A figure suddenly appeared before him. When the figure fully revealed itself, Milton Cheney was taken aback and instinctively turned to look at the old man beside him. Because the old man who suddenly appeared before him had exactly the same appearance as the Deputy Dean. So identical that not even Milton Cheney could tell any difference. Milton Cheney's surprise lasted only a moment as he quickly composed himself. He suppressed the thoughts in his mind. Mere twins, brothers? It didn't seem to be that surprising. Chapter 347. Milton Cheney did not speak, standing calmly on the spot. After glancing subconsciously at the old man next to him, Milton made no unnecessary movements. Indeed, a surge of thoughts had rushed into his mind in that brief moment. However, these ideas were quickly dismissed from his mind. "You must be Merlin? A good youngster, I believe." The old man in front of Milton had a flash of white light in his eyes that seemed to have fully seen through Milton. "Allow me to introduce myself, I am the old Dean referred to by the old man next to you, Carl Lane. And the old man at your side, he's my younger brother, Dole Lane." After Carl finished speaking, Milton formally said, "Old Dean, thank you." A level 7 spiritualist was certainly worthy of Milton's deep respect. Hearing Milton's words, Carl chuckled lightly and said, "No trouble at all." With that said, a movement of his hand and a red transparent sphere appeared in his palm. There seemed to be a liquid shaking within the crimson sphere. Place your hand on it and infuse your spiritual power into it, Carl said. Without any hesitation, Milton placed his hand on the red sphere that was already hovering in front of him as soon as Carl finished speaking. Milton did not recognize what the sphere in front of him was. However, he guessed that it should be similar to the talent column that detects talents, only at a higher level. The next moment, Milton infused the spiritual power within his body into the sphere in front of him. Contrary to what Milton had imagined, the red sphere showed no changes after his infusion of spiritual power. Just as it was before. Seeing this, Carl did not seem surprised. Instead, he looked at Dole and asked, "Did you personally test the kid's talent?" Dole nodded his head. Of course, it was he who had personally tested Milton's talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have discovered the difference between Milton's talent and normal talent. It seemed that Carl knew his brother well. It's normal if it was you, the kid's talent has no issues. As soon as he said this, Dole frowned slightly. He didn't argue with Carl because, compared to Carl's mastery on the path of a spiritualist, he could never match his brother. So, what's the reason? Carl did not answer Dole's question but instead turned his attention back to Milton. Your main consciousness is not complete. Carl looked at Milton and said softly. Hearing these words, although there was no change in Milton's expression, his heart tightened for a moment. For a moment, Milton thought his identity as a reincarnated person was about to be discovered. Milton quickly furrowed his brows and feigned confusion. As if he had no idea what Carl was talking about. However, the next moment, a sense of relief washed over Milton. Because even Carl, a level 7 spiritualist, did not find out about his identity as a reincarnated person. Do you sometimes feel like your body doesn't belong to you, as if someone is wrestling control of your body with you? Seeing that Milton did not say anything, Carl asked. Upon hearing this, Dole, standing beside Milton, also looked at Milton, as if he had remembered something. However, his furrowed brows slightly relaxed. Because after decades, Dole was still able to tell whether Milton was a complete person or not. After all, as a level 6 spiritualist, if he couldn't figure out even this, he wouldn't have been able to reach such a high realm in his cultivation. The reason Dole relaxed was that his brother was finally wrong for once. I've never had such a feeling, Milton said. For a brief moment, he had thought about playing along with Carl's words. However, he eventually dismissed this idea. After all, it was easy to tell a lie, but to make that lie convincing was far from an easy feat. Therefore, Milton ultimately chose to tell the truth. As long as the old dean in front of him couldn't find out about his identity as a reincarnated person, everything else was fine. His biggest secret was the simulator. And reincarnation, to Milton's knowledge, was something even a level 7 wizard could not do. Really? Hearing Milton's words, Carl stroked his white beard and mumbled to himself. He seemed to be pondering whether there were other possibilities to this occurrence. Would it be a dark body? Do you mind if I use my spiritual power to check your body? Rest assured, I will not probe your memory or consciousness, Carl said. At this moment, Milton was truly hesitant. He was okay with everything else, but the fact that his body would be checked made him a little worried. Although Carl had said he would not probe his memory or consciousness, even if he did, Milton could not resist. After all, he was only a level 2 spiritualist, much below a level 7 spiritualist. However, after hesitating for a while, Milton agreed. After all, if he refused at this point, wouldn't that make him look suspicious? Being hesitant was normal, but turning down after hesitating was not. After all, the old dean was currently helping him to check the problem with his talent. If Milton refuses, it will inevitably raise suspicion. Milton can only hope that Carl would do as he said and not probe his memory or consciousness. Otherwise, he might very well trip up this time. Chapter 348. Of course, what Milton Cheney didn't know was that even if Carl really rashly touched his memory, he wouldn't notice the slightest anomaly. Because there was the simulator. Thank you, Dean. Milton Cheney spoke softly. The next moment, Carl waved his hand, and a beam of white light flew from his hand towards Milton Cheney, then melted into Milton Cheney's body. Just for an instant, this white light flew out from Milton Cheney and flew back into Carl's body. Milton Cheney did not feel the slightest discomfort. From the moment the white light entered Milton Cheney's body until it flew out of his body, it was just an instant. Let alone feeling uncomfortable, Milton Cheney didn't feel anything at all. Your body also shows no abnormalities. It seems quite likely that the dark body has taken away a portion of your consciousness. This is really strange, you're just an ordinary person, why would the dark body take away your consciousness? Carl said, stroking his beard. Although his expression remained unchanged, one could detect a hint of confusion in his words. To make a level 7 spiritualist, who has seen countless grand scenes, feel uncertain. It is enough to show how rare Milton Cheney's situation is in his eyes. Even this level 7 spiritualist had only seen this situation occur in Milton Cheney. What is a dark body? Milton Cheney asked. This was the first time he had heard this term, both in the wizard realm of his previous life and after he reincarnated into this world. Milton Cheney considered himself well-read and knowledgeable. But it was indeed the first time he'd heard the term dark body. Previously, he had never heard this term. After Milton Cheney's words, Carl didn't speak, but Dole, who had been silent before, spoke up. You can understand the dark body as the shadow side of the world consciousness. Everyone's body contains a dark body, but it almost never influences a person. Unless the world consciousness deems you an unstable factor, the dark body will influence your body. Your situation is a first. Dole said. You could hear a hint of uncertainty in his voice. It seemed like he also had some misunderstanding about this situation arising in Milton Cheney. Milton Cheney, a level 2 spiritualist, caused both a level 6 spiritualist and level 7 spiritualist to feel puzzled at the same time. The shadow side of world consciousness. An unstable factor? Isn't that exactly what he is? Upon hearing Dole's explanation, Milton Cheney almost agreed with what Carl said. After all, to this world, Milton Cheney indeed is an unstable factor. Because he reincarnated into this world relying on the simulator. Wasn't that perfectly in line with what Carl said, an unstable factor? But on second thought, Milton Cheney knew he had got it wrong. Maybe his consciousness is truly not complete. But that's not because of any dark side, but because his original consciousness was not complete. He was aware that his own consciousness was not complete. Because when he reincarnated into this world, he was a consciousness that reincarnated into this world. Of course, there could be other possibilities. Like someone surreptitiously stole a little of your consciousness when you were young. Stealing someone's consciousness without them noticing, a level 5 spiritualist could do it. Or it could be genetic, some people are born with consciousness missing. I assumed it was the influence of the dark side because your talent is truly extraordinary. Carl spoke, seemingly advising Milton not to overthink. Milton's body was totally fine, and it couldn't possibly be outer domain demons, he knew this after the just concluded test. Hearing this, Milton Cheney nodded. A loss in consciousness isn't really a big deal. If you have the opportunity to fuse with a rule in the future, the impact of lacking consciousness becomes irrelevant. Carl said. Before seeing Milton Cheney, he thought that there might be some problem with his talent. If there was a problem with his talent, the influence would be immense. But if one was just naturally lacking some consciousness, the impact wasn't that significant. Especially for someone as highly talented as Milton Cheney, even if some consciousness is missing, the effect is not significant. At least in the cultivation of heart techniques, even though the speed might be slower than those with 8.5 grid talents, there still wouldn't be any bottleneck. What Carl didn't know was that Milton Cheney's heart skipped a beat at the mention of rules. Since reincarnating into this world, Milton Cheney had once again heard the term rules from somebody else's mouth. Moreover, the one who said these two words was a level 7 spiritualist. Naturally, Milton Cheney would not miss this chance to understand rules more deeply. What are the rules? Milton Cheney asked with curiosity. Of course, his curiosity was feigned. However, if one were to trace the origin of rules, they would undoubtedly trace back to the soul realm, not the wizard realm. After all, the wizard realm hasn't come into existence at this time. And the soul realm had been developing for 10 million years. Although the soul realm of the future would become a world independent of the wizard realm. The current soul realm could definitely be called the largest world among the surrounding worlds, there was none other like it. As for the understanding of rules, this character standing at the peak of the soul realm, who was in front of Milton Cheney, definitely knew not just a little. In fact, this level 7 spiritualist in front of him concealed an ultimate light rule within his body. The rules are far too distant for you at the moment. But, if you can become a level 4 spiritualist, I can help you incorporate a rule. Carl said with a faint smile. He didn't explain what rules were to Milton Cheney. Because the rules were far too distant for Milton Cheney, who was just a level 2 spiritualist. However, what he said about giving Milton Cheney a rule after he became a level 4 spiritualist, wasn't mere words, it was indeed possible. Milton Cheney, who had reincarnated into this world for several decades and had read a lot of books, did not instinctively overlook that the soul realm at this time was a million years prior and did not know that there were many unowned rules. This is not an era tens of thousands of years later when the rules had been almost completely integrated. In this era, although the unowned rules in the soul realm were still scarce, they were definitely more abundant than they were 10 million years later. Even many of the powerful rules that had no limit still hid in this world, not yet integrated. When Carl said this, Milton Cheney was stunned. But in the next instant, he understood. He had indeed fallen into a misconception. Because when he reincarnated into this world, he was here for the unowned rule in the Soul Academy. He came on purpose. So, after reincarnating into this world, Milton Cheney had only one goal in mind, and he naturally ignored other rules beyond the unowned rule of the Soul Academy. Carl's words were a sudden revelation to him. That's right, there's not just the unowned rule of the Soul Academy in this world right now. He just needs to find another unowned rule in this world, hide it, and then find this rule in reality after the simulation ends. Wouldn't he be able to obtain this unowned rule in reality then? Sometimes complex matters are only complicated because they are thought of that way, but they're actually straightforward. Take, for instance, what Milton Cheney is thinking about now. Although current Milton Cheney doesn't know the feasibility of this, as long as he has the idea now, it's enough. He still has plenty of time to test this idea later. After figuring this out, Milton Cheney seemed less interested in the unowned rules in the Soul Academy. After all, unlike the later years when there's only one tree, what the current soul realm has is an entire forest. Chapter 349. Of course, if you're really interested in learning about the rules, there are quite a few books about them in the library. However, these are but superficial knowledge. If you want to explore deeper, you need to become a level 4 spiritualist first. Speaking while stroking his beard, Carl observed Milton Cheney in deep thought. The basic knowledge concerning rules isn't so much a secret to Milton. After all, this information can be found in the Library of Soul Academy. Of course, Carl didn't divulge anything of profound depth. To Carl, although Milton possesses great talent, his realm is not high. Knowing too much at his stage isn't necessarily a good thing for Milton. Milton naturally understood Carl's intention. In terms of the understanding of the rules, Milton's knowledge is by no means scant. However, to say that he knows a great deal would be an overstatement. Even within the wizard realm, he is merely a level 4 wizard. A level 4 wizard would certainly not have exposure to as much knowledge as a level 5 wizard. Equally in this reincarnated world, he is merely a level 2 spiritualist. What a level 2 spiritualist would encounter would certainly pale in comparison to a level 4 spiritualist. More so considering the old man before him is an authentic level 7 wizard. In terms of understanding the rules, Milton is certainly no match for the elder in front of him. I understand, Dean. I will diligently cultivate. Milton says. The fact that the Dean of the Soul Academy spent time explaining all this was primarily due to Milton's ability. Even a level 7 spiritualist wouldn't want Milton to waste his talent. Hearing Milton's words, Carl smiled and nodded. The next moment, he waved his hand gently, and a spiritual power enveloped Milton. Milton's sight briefly darkened, but in the blink of an eye, everything lit up again. Looking around, he realized he was back in his residence. Neither Carl nor Dole was there with him. Milton's expression remained indifferent, but his eyes reflected a hint of depth. He didn't inspect his surroundings but instead walked to the place where he usually cultivated heart techniques. Elsewhere, in a space. Carl's gaze lingered where Milton vanished, then turned to Dole. The young fellow is not as simple as he seems. His consciousness is innately deficient, but not due to genetics. It can only be the influence of the dark body. Carl stated, his eyes twinkling with white light. Hearing Carl, Dole didn't respond immediately but knitted his brows in thought. Seemingly pondering something. Why would the dark body subtly interfere with an ordinary person's consciousness? After a moment of silence, Dole asked, his tone filled with puzzlement. Even after a moment of thought, he couldn't understand why the dark body would affect an ordinary person's body. That's why I said he's not simple. After becoming a level 7 spiritualist, I clearly feel that I am getting closer and closer to the world consciousness. The world consciousness seems to be alive. I have a feeling that if I reach level 8, I will be completely inseparable from the world consciousness. I even suspect that if there were a level 9 spiritualist, he might indeed be the world consciousness. The soul realm feels like a prison, completely chaining me in this world. Carl spoke somewhat emotionally. Hearing this, Dole's expression changed slightly. Seems like he knows something internal, but in the end, he sighed. In predicaments like this, even his brother, a level 7 spiritualist, wouldn't be able to avoid. What can he do? Those points are far away from you and me and have nothing to do with the young one's talent. Dole said. However, upon saying it, Carl didn't immediately respond. Dole turned to look at Carl, hoping to get an answer. Because what Carl said was quite ambiguous, so even he didn't understand what Carl was trying to express. A moment later, it appeared Dole remembered something. Dole asked hesitantly. Are you saying Merlin is an avatar of the world consciousness? However, as soon as he finished his question, he denied it himself. Impossible. If Merlin really is an avatar of the world consciousness, we wouldn't be able to sense it. The avatar of the world consciousness, fundamentally speaking, is no different from the avatar of the outer domain demons. Dole invalidated his own words. Carl didn't reply. He just stood there, staring into the distance. I'm planning to find a newborn world, to study the primitive world consciousness. Carl said softly. His words seemed to be for Dole, but also seemed to be for himself. It's pointless. Dole shook his head and replied. Newborn worlds aren't easy to find, besides, not all newborn worlds would produce a world consciousness. I've found one. Carl answered indifferently. What? You found a new world? Where is it? Dole asked in astonishment. True, Carl had been away for a long time on his last trip, but it never occurred to Dole that Carl went to find a new world. Chapter 350. Do you know why I believe Merlin is the avatar of the world consciousness? Carl didn't immediately respond to Dole's question, but turned around and asked him. Hearing this, Dole shook his head. How could he possibly know? Besides, wasn't the idea of Merlin possibly being the world consciousness avatar proposed by him himself? Because not only did I find a new world, but I also encountered the incarnation of that world's consciousness. Actually, I had a guess in my heart the moment I first saw Merlin. Because they're very similar. It's not about appearances, but their aura is too similar. If you ignore the appearance, Merlin and the world consciousness avatar could be regarded as the same person. Carl opened his mouth and said. Aura. Dole sniffed disdainfully. Although he didn't approve of the so-called aura, he believed in his brother's words. Because he knew that Carl wouldn't speak nonsense. Did you really find a new world and meet the manifestation of the new world's consciousness? Dole still found it unbelievable. Since when can the new world be found just by looking for it? Not to mention a world that was born with its world consciousness in the Genesis era. Carl nodded. Actually, the fact that I could find that world was also an accident. I have to say, I've never seen such a strange world. A world that had its realm name from the moment it was born, even the Void Avenue was providing protection for that world. Even I can't stay in that world for too long. The world gave me the impression of an old man becoming rejuvenated, not a newborn baby. It's too strange. Carl opened his mouth and said. His tone also carried a sense of curiosity towards new discoveries. There's such a world? You said this world had a realm name when it was born, what's its realm name? Dole was also intrigued, asking with some curiosity. Wizard Realm. Carl answered. Wizard Realm. Dole murmured to himself, it was indeed the first time he had heard this realm name. It seems that his brother really found a new world. So what now? I suppose I believe you, Merlin is the avatar of the soul realm's world consciousness. But Merlin obviously doesn't know that he's the avatar of the world consciousness. How do we deal with him and clarify this unstable factor? Dole said, bringing the topic back to Milton Cheney. Carl shook his head. No need to worry, it's still unclear what the world consciousness is aiming for. Pay him no mind, it's only an avatar, and besides, it's not a bad thing. Everything will be clear when he becomes a level 4 spiritualist. Let him stay in the Soul Academy and cultivate. No need to mind the rest. When he becomes a level 3 spiritualist, you can still take him as your student. Carl opened his mouth and said. It seemed even if Milton Cheney really was the avatar of the world consciousness, it wouldn't affect him. After all, even if it's the world consciousness, it can only subtly influence him for now. Once he's studied the world consciousness from the wizard realm, he may have a chance to escape this cage. Time slowly passes, and in a blink of an eye, another 50 years has gone by. 50 years is quite a long time, even for Milton Cheney. On the path to becoming a spiritualist, though Milton Cheney hasn't become a level 3 spiritualist, he's made considerable progress. Soul Academy, Sun Tower. Milton Cheney stopped his heart technique cultivation, with the spiritual power swirling around the spiritual bead returning into the bead itself. The next moment, the spiritual bead floating in front of him was put back into the spatial ring by Milton Cheney. As time passed, Milton Cheney lived longer and longer in this world. His understanding of the era this world is currently in deepened. In the beginning, his thoughts were not wrong. The era in which the soul realm currently existed indeed held many unowned rules that had yet to be assimilated. Even many rules that were acclaimed in the future had not yet been discovered. Milton Cheney's objective had shifted now. His focus no longer lingered solely on the unowned rule in the Soul Academy. After all, there are so many unowned rules in this world, casting a wide net would be a better choice. After he stopped cultivating his heart technique, Milton Cheney got up and left the Sun Tower for the library. 50 years had passed, and Milton Cheney had never left the Soul Academy. Within the Soul Academy, apart from cultivating his heart technique every day, his time was spent gathering knowledge at the library. This time was different from before. With Carl's words, Milton Cheney didn't have to hide anything anymore. Over the years, Milton Cheney spent most of his time reading about knowledge related to the rules. It has to be said that even if books on rules only accounted for a small part of the books in the Soul Academy's library, for Milton Cheney, it was not something he could finish reading in 1 or 2 years. Even after 50 years had passed, Milton Cheney hadn't completely finished reading all the books on rules in the Soul Academy. It was easy to imagine the staggering number of books there were in the Soul Academy. Upon arriving at the library, Milton Cheney stopped in a familiar place. A book flew into his hands with a flash of white light. Milton Cheney opened the book, silently examining its contents. Time slowly passed. The speed at which Milton Cheney read didn't hasten, he was still calmly gathering the knowledge from the books. As the years passed, Milton Cheney's understanding of the rules grew. Although it didn't surpass what those level 6 and level 7 spiritualists understood, compared to his past self, he was indeed different. Turning the pages of the book he was holding, Milton Cheney closed the book and returned it to the shelf. After finishing one book, Milton Cheney replaced it with another to continue reading. Despite many repeated contents in these books, for Milton Cheney, the more knowledge he grasped, the easier it was to draw on his knowledge and experience. Time slowly passed. 5 months flew by. Milton Cheney closed the last book and then returned it to the shelf. Finally finished reading. Inside the library, Milton Cheney murmured to himself. Decades passed, he read all the available books on rules in the library. It could be said that, among his peers who understand the rules, Milton Cheney was definitely the best of the best. And all this knowledge had been genuinely integrated into his mind. Even when this simulation ended, this knowledge would stay with Milton Cheney and wouldn't vanish. Milton Cheney did not linger in the library any longer, and got up and left. Having fully grasped the knowledge, it was time for cultivation. Being a level 3 spiritualist wasn't too far off for him. Only after becoming a level 3 spiritualist could he truly begin his plans in this world. Time flew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 500 years had slipped by. Soul Academy, Waning Moon Pavilion. Master, I have completely mastered the spiritual law. Milton Cheney spoke to the elder in front of him. After 500 years, he was now a level 3 spiritualist. He had smoothly become a level 3 spiritualist 200 years ago, without any bottlenecks and entirely naturally. Now, he was not only a regular level 3 spiritualist. Because even in the practice of spiritual law, Milton Cheney had reached the limit attainable by level 3 spiritualists. Even the realm of level 4 spiritualist was not too far off for him now. Not bad, you can go now, but every 100 years you need to return to the Soul Academy once. Dole spoke. He knew Milton Cheney wanted to leave the Soul Academy. After all, completely mastering the spiritual law of his lineage was a requirement he proposed. Since Milton Cheney had now fulfilled his requirement, naturally, he would let Milton Cheney venture out.